sixth floor of the Limit Hall, in the empty training hall. Luo Feng turned on the fist strength testing machine and its display lightened up. I'll punch without the 9-stage Thunderblade technique first and just use my regular strength. Luo Feng slightly adjusted his breathing after that. Like a rampaging gorilla, his right arm and shoulder charged forwards and his fist drew across an arc. Pung! A low knocking-like sound rang on the machine, and the power of the fist violently shook the machine. For a bit the fist strength testing machine displayed a number 9,981 kilograms. Oh, it increased this much. Luo Feng looked at this number and couldn't help but to let out a happy smile. Last time it was 6,121 kilograms, and now it gained 3,000 kilograms more. Actually, this number was also within Luo Feng's prediction. Normally, after training on the border between life and death, your strength will increase exponentially. So, for the month where Luo Feng was in 003 city, Luo Feng improved extremely quickly. And for the 2 months he was at home, since Luo Feng completed the third stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade right before he returned home, his rate of improvement was significantly higher than before. With these 3 months, his strength has also increased by this much. According to the body fitness level estimates, the range 4,000 kilograms to 8,000 kilograms represents an advanced level warrior, and 8,000 kilograms to 16,000 kilograms represents the range of a beginner level warlord. In other words, my body fitness level is comparable to a regular beginner level warlord. Luo Feng smiled as he readjusted his posture. This time, Luo Feng was preparing to use the 9-stage Thunderblade technique. Sadly, even though he purchased the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade and has been training for the past 2 months, he hasn't been able to complete it. No matter what he does, at most, he was only able to control his power more accurately. Who? Luo Feng yelled deeply, and his breath shot out of his mouth like an arrow. As he yelled, his right arm instantly drew across the space, and, in that short interval, it drew across the space, started accelerating, and instantly broke the sound barrier. As a result, a horrifying sonic boom rang. The steel hammer-like fist heavily smashed onto the machine. Rumble! The machine ferociously swung forwards and backwards before stabilizing. Feels good. Luo Feng looked towards the display. The display paused for a bit and then displayed the number 28081 kg. HMHM 9,981 times 28 is around. Luo Feng calculated in his mind, around 27,947, so a punch of 28,000 kilograms is acceptable. Luo Feng was quite satisfied with this number. 28,000 kilograms is quite horrifying. That's 28 tons of fist strength. Even a truck is only a few tons, so one can imagine how powerful this fist was. According to the body fitness level estimates, 16,000 kilograms to 32,000 kilograms belongs to the intermediate level warlord range. However, even if they're both intermediate level warlords, the difference between 16,000 kilograms and a seasoned intermediate level warlord is extremely gigantic. If Luo Feng swung his blade with that power, he would be considered powerful for an intermediate level warlord. As the chief instructor of the Limit Hall, Chief Instructor Wu Tong frequently comes to the Limit Hall. A sonic boom. Wu Tong, who was in a quiet room on the 5th floor, suddenly heard the sonic boom on the 6th floor and jumped out of surprisement. What kind of powerful Person caused that sonic boom. Wu-Tong turned into a shadow and directly flew across the stairs and charged towards the 6th floor, the training hall of. The 6th floor was mostly empty, only one person was there, Luo Feng. At this time, Luo Feng was still standing in front of the fist strength testing machine, thinking about his current level of strength. As Luo Feng turned around, Uncle Wu. Damn, you little kid, were you the one who made that sonic boom? Let me see how powerful your fist was. Wu-Tong was extremely surprised as he walked towards Luo Feng, but when his gaze landed upon the fist strength testing machine's display, he couldn't help but to freeze. 28,081 kilograms. Wu-Tong couldn't help but to stare at Luo Feng, as if Luo Feng transformed into a monster. You did this. Who else? Luo Feng laughed. However, my body fitness level isn't this powerful. The 9-stage Thunder Blade. Wu-Tong guessed in an instant. He knew long ago that Luo Feng purchased the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual. However, many powerful fighters don't purchase this instruction manual even if they have the money, since many can't even complete the first stage. Even if you're practicing the 9-stage Thunder Blade, it shouldn't be this absurd. What's your normal fist strength? Up to what stage have you completed in the 9-stage Thunder Blade? Wu-Tong followed up his question. Luo Feng smiled as he answered, regular fist strength is around 10,000 kilograms, and I finished the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. No matter how much I train, I can't grasp the 4th stage. Luo Feng wasn't planning on hiding his progress on the 9-stage Thunder Blade, since his strength will gather attention anyway. Letting out some of his special points will still reap him some benefits. As for his identity as a spirit reader, Luo Feng won't reveal that even before the Vulture-Scorpion couple started investigating the culprit's identity with the astronomical bounty case. Luo Feng never wanted to reveal his identity as a spirit reader, because around the entire world, spirit readers are even more rare than fighters, and fighters are pretty rare in the first place. The appearance of a spirit reader will complicate things a lot. Messed up, you're too messed up, you're a monster. Wu-Tong couldn't help but to hammer Luo Feng's chest. I knew you were quite talented, since I scouted you for the dojo of limits, even though the fact that your body fitness level reached the beginner level, warlord level, is quite astonishing. I'm not too surprised, since some people grow even faster than you. However, you actually managed to complete the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade in just a measly half a year. This is just too absurd. Monster. Monster. There are talented people everywhere. There are tons of people whose body fitness level grows at an insane rate. For example, during the few short years of the Grand Nirvana period, the strongest fighter, Hong, and the second strongest fighter, Thunder God, became existences that surpassed the War God level in just a few years. They grew to that level where they can even fly. One can imagine how many geniuses there are on this world. However, the 9-stage Thunder Blade has nothing to do with body fitness at all. Luo Feng's fitness level rose quickly, and he was able to finish the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. He's definitely a monster. Only 1 or 2 of these monsters appear a year around the entire world. Hurry, test your speed and show me the results. Wu-Tong passionately went to turn on the speed testing machine for Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed. Whoosh! His body instantly accelerated like an arrow, leaving a bow, and then stopped after a few breaths. The display on the machine showed the number 128 ms. Not bad, this is the level of a normal beginner-level warlord, smiled Wu Tong. As he nodded, Luo Feng was pretty happy too. He was clear that as a fighter's fitness level increases, his strength will continuously increase too. Strength is okay, but speed as you advance. Speed becomes harder and harder to increase. Since the faster you are at sprinting, dodging, and jumping, the more air resistance you'll encounter, the faster you are, the larger the resistance. Which is why speed is harder to increase. Speed of 128 ms, strength of roughly 10,000 kilograms, with a 9-stage thunder blade around 28,000 kilograms, and my reaction speed test gave me a rank of superior. For the intermediate level warlord test, Luo Feng frequently trains with the reaction speed testing machine, so he has long been clear of his current level. With his Ruwei class technique and a bit of knowledge on the perfect level, Luo Feng's dodging abilities are quite astonishing. As Luo Feng and Wu Tong were chatting, Jiangnan City's main city sector's airport. The word airport is a very foreign word. Ever since the Grand Nirvana period, the amount monsters in the sky has increased, raising the standards on airplanes by who knows how many times. The cost to construct an airplane is insanely higher than the cost it took before the Grand Nirvana period. The so-called airplane has basically no relationship with most people. There indeed still exists commercial airplanes, but the cost of each ticket for a normal person is insanely expensive. Even a rich person would be reluctant to buy a ticket. In the waiting area of the airport, the chairman of the Dojo of Limits headquarters and the 3 chiefs below him, the big 4 of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits, were waiting. "He's here." Zhuge Tao smiled as he looked towards the sky. Whoosh! A shadow virtually instantly appeared in the sky above the airport and then dramatically slowed down as it passed through the city's defense system. After that, it slowly descended. This was a gigantic, blue UFO-shaped commercial airplane that was around 30 to 40 meters in diameter. An enchanting, blue light reflected off the surface of the aircraft. Beep! The hatch of the commercial UFO-shaped aircraft opened and a staircase extended from it. The big 4 of the Dojo of Limits immediately walked to the side of the staircase. Only people with status were able to come directly to the side of the aircraft. In total, there were around 10 people. The passengers of the aircraft started coming down the staircase, and each of them were of special status. Keep in mind that aircraft like these are extremely rare throughout the entire world. When flying in the air, the aircraft has to guarantee the safety of its passengers first. The aircraft surface's material is comparable to a Q series battle uniform and a Q series weapon. Even though it's just a thin sheet, it can completely fend off attacks from a horde leader level flying monster. At the same time, the aircraft is equipped with an expensive mechanical wave cannon. This mechanical wave cannon can completely decimate an Emperor-level monster that dares to fly near the aircraft. With all of this, the safety of the passengers is guaranteed. At the same time, the cost to construct it is extraordinary. For example, a Q-series Ghost blade is 3 billion, half price 5 billion. Cheapest price available in the Palace of War Gods is 1 billion, and the actual value of the blade is around 0.8 to 0.9 billion. If you just count solely the Kuluo alloy, it's around 0.6 billion. And the entire surface of the aircraft is made out of that material. A 30 m to 40 m diameter aircraft, even though it's just the surface, the high density causes it to total at around 30 tons, just the price of the Kuluo. Alloy reaches billions and billions of Chinese dollars once you add on the mechanical wave cannon and the other stuff. A commercial aircraft, just the cost to construct it, is like a galaxy away from the cost to construct an aircraft before the Grand Nirvana period. Furthermore, the maintenance fee of these types of aircraft is also astonishing each time they encounter an attack from a flock of flying monsters. They'll naturally have to expend tons of energy to fend them off. That's why the prices for a ticket is extremely absurd. Many average rich people wouldn't even purchase one. Old Yang, the chairman of the Dojo of Limits headquarters, smiled as he yelled. A middle-aged man wearing a gray robe smiled as he walked over. Steel Hand. Haha, long time no see. Old Yang, you came here to check out that Luo Feng's strength, right? Well, leaving the small matters aside, let's go. Us brothers will have a nice talk. Smiled the chairman of the Dojo of Limits headquarters. TL note. Some extra info on Zhu Guitao. Lu Gang, the war god who passed away. Vol 4ch7, which I've fixed. I forgot what I called him, so I just said chief instructor, not realizing I already used that title for Wu Tong. Wu Tong is the chief instructor of the Limit Hall, while Zhu Guitao is the chairman of the Dojo of Limits in Jiang Nan City. Zhu Guitong's status is way above Wu Tong. Zhu Guitao is the top of the Big Four. Also, Zhu Guitao's brother is extremely powerful, therefore increasing Zhu Guitao's status even more. Also in Vol 4ch7. Edit 2. Sorry, another mistake. Zhu Guitao is also a chief, but a chief above the chief instructor. The chairman is actually another person, so Zhu Guitao isn't the top of the Big Four. I'll just call Zhu Guitao chief, and Wu Tong chief instructor, because the Big Four is made out of 3 chiefs and 1 chairman. Mr. Yang, Zhu Guitong and the other 3 chiefs respectfully yelled. This middle-aged man, Yang Hui, who apparently looked around only 30 years old, was actually over 50 years old and was an intermediate-level war god. Usually, he lives in the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters. Whether strength or identity, this Yang Hui is comparable to the man who is nicknamed Steel Hand, Zhou Jingyong. We haven't seen each other for 8 years. Huh? Let's go and find a place to drink some tea. After that, we'll eat some lunch. Oh yeah, Zhu Ge, is your big brother here in the headquarters city. Tell him to come too, said Yang Hui. Alright, I'll call my big brother right now, said Zhu Guitong. Yang Hui was a war god, Chairman Zhou Jingyong was a war god, and Zhu Guitao's brother, Zhu Geshan, was a war god. People look at each other's status when making friends. People without any background at all definitely can't enter their circle. Steel Hand, is the investigator still in the headquarters city? Asked Yang Hui. The investigator went to 003 city in the wilderness a few days ago to train his spear techniques on the horde leader monsters, said Steel Hand Zhou Zheng. Yang, after the investigator returns, I'll bring you to him. Half a year ago, when the head came to Jiangnan City to find the investigator was still in the wilderness. The head. When this word came out of Zhou Jingyang's mouth, the 3 chiefs on the side and Yang Hui's expression immediately became serious. Only one man can be called the head by the chairman of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits headquarters, the undisputable, most powerful fighter on earth, the creator of the Dojo of Limits, Hong. A powerful fighter with seemingly limitless strength, mankind's most powerful fighter. The investigator has been training since he's trying to become an existence that surpasses the war god level, sighed Yang Hui, the head also said that Investigator Liu has the largest hope of accomplishing such a thing. An investigator is nearly at the top of the entire dojo of limits people. Like Zhou Jingyong and Yang Hui, who are often allowed to come into close contact with the world's most powerful fighter, Hong, could also be considered as some of the most important people of the dojo of limits. Go, let's go get some tea, we'll slowly investigate that little Luo Feng's stuff later, smiled war god Yang Hui. Headquarter Ambassador Yang Hui, with the Big Four of Jiangnan City, left the airplane. February 28, dawn. After finishing a basic warm-up that lasted half an hour in the training hall, Luo Feng entered the audiovisual room. The curtains of the windows were closed tight, causing the inside of the room to be mostly dark. The only light source came from the sliver of light shooting in from the door. Turn on, commanded Luo Feng. Luo Feng was relaxed as he finished making his tea and sat on the couch at the same time. He put the wireless keyboard on his legs and swiftly entered the Warlord discussion board in the home of limits and replied to some posts. These posts have tons of Warlord fighters from South America, the EU, Africa, etc., and sometimes war gods come here too. And through these posts, you could even video chat with some fighters one-on-one. There were tons of functions. An elixir of life is indeed rare. Luo Feng purposely posted on some threads that haven't been active on the topic of the elixir of life. He caused 3 of the threads to appear at the top of the page again using the terms on the discussion board. He was necroposting. Naturally, tons of warlord fighters all over the world see these updated threads, so tons of them started their discussions about it. Through these discussions, Luo Feng learned much more about the elixir of life. Sometimes, he would also reply and chat with the fighters in the thread. There's a startling amount of warlord fighters under the dojo of limits around the world, and yet, none of them know where the elixir of life is. Frowned Luo Feng. Could it really be, as they say, that every rare elixir of life ends up in an auction? Even if there actually was an elixir of life available, Luo Feng wouldn't dare to buy it. He doesn't have enough strength, so once the vulture-scorpion couple find out, his nightmare will begin. Whatever, for me right now, the most important thing is to increase my strength. The most powerful thing about me is my spiritual force as of now. My body fitness level is still at the beginner level, warlord level, since my spiritual force raises my actual level by 2, I'm actually an advanced level warlord. In other words, I can openly and easily defeat advanced level warlords. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Last time, he killed the old veteran named Liu and the white brute by instantly ambushing them from behind when they weren't prepared. If he attacked front on, then Luo Feng wouldn't have a 100 chance of victory. However, the current Luo Feng could destroy the two of them even without ambushing. Spirit readers can destroy fighters of the same level and can fight fighters beyond their level. This is a known fact in the circle of fighters. As of now, I can fight against a beginner-level war god. If I play dirty and rely on my spiritual force, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill a beginner-level war god. Luo Feng indeed improves quickly. It has only been 8 months since he has awakened, and his strength already rivals a beginner-level war god. This isn't that weird though, since Luo Feng is an extremely rare spirit reader. The value of a spirit reader is unrivaled. When they are born, their initially weak spiritual force naturally agglomerates and stays hidden in their minds. Spiritual force turns into the state of a liquid for those who have less of it. And for those who have more, it exists as a combination between liquid and solid. The more solid there is, the more spiritual force. And for those with an extraordinarily large amount of spiritual force, it exists only as a solid. Luo Feng is one of those people possessing that astonishing amount of spiritual force. His rate of growth should already be startling, but once you add the ultimate instruction manual, the 9-stage Thunder Blade, and Luo Feng's own bitter training, Luo Feng's rate of growth reaches an alarming rate. In just 8 short months, he's already comparable to an amazing beginner level War God. However, when compared to Hong and Thunder God, there's still a difference. Hong and Thunder God became existences that surpassed the War God existence. During the Grand Nirvana period, their rate of growth was even more startling. The dark, golden ball in my conscience holds a huge amount of spiritual force. It's just that my body isn't powerful enough to handle it, so the spiritual force can only exist in that dark, golden ball. Luo Feng held his cup of tea and lightly took a sip. The aroma of the tea emanated in his mouth. So, the stronger my body becomes, the stronger my spiritual force becomes. Right now, I should increase my body fitness level as fast as possible. Luo Feng entered ways to raise body fitness level in the board's search function and quickly found a large amount of threads. Clearly, this topic has been discussed by a lot of people. Luo Feng clicked some of the threads with the highest amount of replies. Ways? What ways? Genetic medicine. The price isn't expensive and, through Captain's friends, I can buy some with 200 million. However, this genetic medicine damages the body quite a bit. After using it to raise your skill, it'll be hard to raise it any further. Luo Feng slightly shook his head. Genetic medicine usually cuts off all your future hope. So only people like Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Qin Gu, who haven't been able to increase their skill by the slightest amount of a long period of time, and those who have no confidence in doing so in the future, are willing to use the genetic medicine. And for people like Luo Feng, someone with virtually infinite potential, using the genetic medicine is something an idiot would do. The second way is pretty good. Once you do it, your strength can multiply by many times. Not only does it have no side effects, but it can also speed up your training. Luo Feng looked at the second way and could only shake his head in vain. Sadly, this method costs too much. The second way is by spreading dragon blood all over your body and letting your body absorb it to become stronger. However, the requirements for the dragon blood is extremely high. First, it must be an emperor-level dragon. Next, it has to be blood from the dragon's heart. After killing an emperor-level dragon, only one portion of dragon blood can be made. How many emperor-level monsters are on Earth? And how many of those monsters are dragons? One can imagine how expensive this dragon blood is. One portion of dragon blood, using the dojo of limits half price, reaches 80 billion, and the half price requirement is a 4-star contribution rank. Luo Feng could only stare. This is like the legendary ultimate medicine. After using it, your strength will soar without any side effects, and your training speed will increase. How great is that? Sadly, how many people can afford to buy this? The third way. Train bitterly. Luo Feng shook his head. The only thing he could do was train honestly and bitterly, which is also the path that most fighters take. With my training speed, my body fitness level should be able to reach the intermediate level warlord. level in half a year. After I reach the intermediate warlord level, my body fitness level should be able to reach the advanced level warlord level in a year. Luo Feng nodded. In other words, with my spiritual force, I'll be able to reach the intermediate war god level and be able to defeat others of the same rank. I can also challenge advanced level war gods in 3 years. With my spiritual force, I'll be able to reach the advanced level war god level, making me virtually invincible against other advanced level war gods. When that time comes, will I still be afraid of vulture and scorpion too? Throwing knives will be enough to get rid of him. Of course he's thinking extremely positively. There's a huge prerequisite to all of this, which is his dark, golden ball has to be able to supply enough spiritual force for him to reach the advanced level war god level. If, while training, the dark golden ball disappears, then his rapid growth stage ends. Every spirit reader has a rapid growth stage which relies on absorbing the spiritual force they were born with. Once they finish absorbing it, their rapid growth stage will end. The existence of the dark, golden ball allows me to train extremely quickly. Hopefully my rapid growth stage will last until I reach the advanced level war god level with my spiritual force. Luo Feng thought to himself expectantly. An advanced level war god level spirit reader for existences below the war god level, they are the most horrifying existence. And his dark, golden ball, how long can it last until it's used up? I updated my note at Vol 5, CH2, because I was wrong again. Feel free to check it out if you don't want to. Basic summary: Zhu Ji Tao is one of the 3 chiefs below the actual chairman. Nobody knows when the dark, golden ball in his conscience will be used up, so Luo Feng didn't think any further on that matter. March 1st. Thursday, the day the Firehammer squad departs. First floor of the HR Alliance Market, the 5 members of the Firehammer squad were gathered together. Crazy, what are you looking at? Disappointed that Lady Su Xian isn't here, joked Wei Tai. Luo Feng didn't mention that he already called Su Xian last night and that he ate lunch and chatted with her for an extremely long time during New Year's. Luo Feng had a crush on Su Xian, and Su Xian liked Luo Feng too. However, none of them said anything about that. Su Xian was still in school. She's also from the extremely powerful Su family, so she can't get into a relationship that easily. As for Luo Feng himself, because of Vulture and Scorpion, the astronomical bounty will keep on going. The shapeless pressure brought by the bounty stares at Luo Feng for every second of the day. An occasional phone call, an occasional date. That's good enough. Alright, let's go. Captain Gao Feng stood up. Haha, my body's starting to rust after New Year's. Let's go, laughed Wei Qing. After that, Wei Tai, Qin Gu, and Luo Feng all stood up, and the 5 members of the Firehammer squad rode the HR Alliance's private car towards the train station. After riding the train, they arrived at the Southeast Military Resupplying Base. Wilderness, 023 City. Luo Feng stole a dragon egg last time, and the steel-armored dragons territory is near the highway and around the country area. If Luo Feng follows the normal route towards 023 City, he might get caught by the steel-armored dragon. After stealing its dragon egg, Luo Feng didn't dare to accept the steel-armored dragon's fury in the yard of a ruined, old building. Luo Feng and Gao Feng were attacking a cast steel armor-like gigantic bull. Its body was completely fiery red and white streams blew out from its nostrils as it crazily attacked the human it hated the most like a fly. This young human was always by its side. This cow-type monster was indeed the steel-armored bull, which possessed extraordinary defense with its armor. This steel-armored bull easily placed into the medium-level commander level. The two high-level soldier-level steel-armored bulls that were with it were taken care of by Wei Tai and Wei Qing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng's light steps were as swift as lightning, as if he was a gladiator from the times before the Grand Nirvana period. That was playing with his target. There were numerous wounds on the steel-armored bull, but, sadly, they didn't have much of an effect on it. Poochie. A cold light flashed like lightning. Fresh blood shot up as half of the ghost blade directly sank into the steel armored bull's neck after pulling out the blade at the speed of lightning. Luo Feng dashed away. Pung. The steel-armored bull let out an unsatisfied roar. Since its throat has been sliced apart, the roar was weak and sounded like the bull was out of air. After that, the gigantic body fell to the ground, causing the entire ground to shake. The ground that was full of dust and blood directly shook apart, forming a crack. Beautiful, praised Gao Feng. Crazy, your technique is getting better and better. Wei Qing also couldn't help but to praise. Luo Feng himself was clear when he was surrounded at the family mart in the steel-armored dragon's nest and dashed out of the group of several hundred commander-level monsters. Luo Feng temporarily grasped the perfect level technique for a few short seconds. After that, for the 2 months he was home, he frequently used the reaction speed testing machine at the limit hall to train his technique. The classifications for technique: basic level, intermediate level, perfect level, conception level. Indeed, Luo Feng has grasped a bit of the perfect level in his 2 months of bitter training. Everyone's tired now, right? We received quite a bit today, so let's go back to the resupplying base to rest, said Gao Feng as he dissected the corpse of the steel-armored bull. For materials, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Qinggu all replied, "Go, let's go back." "Captain, you guys go back first. I'm going to go find some more monsters and practice my technique. I'll come find you guys later," smiled Luo Feng as he said. "The young sure are energetic," laughed Gao Feng, Qinggu, and the others. Luo Feng was like this the past few days too. When the other members became tired and wanted to rest, Luo Feng went out alone to hunt more monsters. However, everyone knew about Luo Feng's strength, so they didn't stop him. Gao Feng and the others left, leaving only Luo Feng behind. The sky was dark. Luo Feng held his blade in one hand and his shield in the other as he passed through the alleys of 023 City all alone. Sometimes he would fight against powerful commander-level monsters, and sometimes he would face off against monster hordes. 023 City was originally Suzhou. Many of the buildings here were Oriental-style buildings. Sadly, this place has become an amusement park for the monsters. Poochie, fresh blood flew everywhere. Limbs of the monsters were being tossed around. Luo Feng unleashed the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade over and over again. As he continued to challenge his limits, he rushed into groups of monsters and fought in there. Within a monster horde, Luo Feng would continuously push his technique to the limits and attempt to use the other monsters and the surrounding environment to assist himself. After a very long time, 3 hours after Gao Feng and the others left to rest, Luo Feng dragged his tired body to a small river and cleaned his battle uniform set as he prepared to return in a short 3 hours. Hundreds of monsters died to Luo Feng's hand. However, the reproduction rate of the monsters was also extremely high. Even if Luo Feng doesn't kill them, the monsters would kill the weaker ones. For food. The structure of the battle uniform was extremely tight, so nothing could seep inside, and no needle-like attacks could get through. A quick rinse is all that is needed to wash off the monster blood on it. On the 6th floor of a 6-story residential apartment was where the fire hammer squad was staying. Back Gao Feng and the others looked at the door as Luo Feng walked through. I killed 8 commander-level monsters. Luo Feng took out the materials of 8 commander-level monsters and put them on the floor. I'll go train my genetic energy for a bit, and then I'll come eat dinner. Unlike others, Luo Feng hunts so many commanders that his bag can't hold all the materials. Chenggu persuaded Luo Feng, "Don't push yourself too hard, relax a bit." "Yeah, what's the point of trying so hard and making yourself this tired?" Gao Feng also persuaded. Of course, if Luo Feng pushes himself, the entire squad benefits, even though most of the materials that Luo Feng gets in his solo hunts goes to him, the other people still receive a share too. Haha, this much is nothing. Luo Feng laughed as he went into another room. In the empty room, the floor has long been cleaned by Luo Feng. After putting down his shield, backpack, blade, and throwing knives, Luo Feng started training his Daoyin technique. Feels good. My body starts to shake when I train my Daoyin technique. When my body is extremely tired, Luo Feng was extremely happy. Why is it that your training speed increases when you get further in the 9-stage Thunderblade? Because the 9-stage Thunderblade makes you use even more of your body's power. So much power that it starts to affect the cells. The more energy your cells use, the hungrier they become. The hungrier they become, the more energy they can absorb. This is why they can absorb so much genetic energy. Why do fighters always say that your strength increases quickly when fighting on the border of life and death? Because, when fighting on the border of life and death, you subconsciously dig out every ounce of strength in your body. Using all of this energy enables you to absorb even more energy when training your genetic energy technique. Luo Feng easily deduced the reasons. Compare one person swinging his blade with all his might at home and another person swinging his blade as he kills monsters in the wilderness. Both of them are swinging their blade. However, the person in the wilderness is able to bring out more of his energy, and therefore uses more energy. This increases his training speed. Clearly, I've been improving around 30 faster here in the wilderness than at home. Luo Feng could estimate his training speed via keeping track of how much time he takes to absorb genetic energy every day. With this, Luo Feng killed monsters all day in the wilderness. Every day, he was covered in blood, as if he just came out of a sea of blood. And his technique, blade technique, and body fitness level steadily rose. Thanks to this crazy training style. Killing crazily like this changed Luo Feng's aura by quite a bit. What kind of truly powerful fighter hasn't been through this kind of slaughtering? Luo Feng himself is just steadily advancing on this path. Jiangnan City, top of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits headquarters. Inside a huge audiovisual room. Judging from these materials, this Luo Feng is quite talented, and he works quite hard too. In 2 months, he killed over 10,000 soldier-level monsters. Sure is bitter indeed, he earned that beginner-level warlord strength. Through his own efforts, the envoy from the headquarters, War God Yang Hui, looked at the neatly printed data in front of him. Steel hand, did you get that Wutong ready? Asked Yang Hui. Wutong is online right now, he's ready to chat with you online anytime, said Chairman Zhou Xingyong as he smiled. Yang Hui nodded and quickly activated the 3D hologram projector. A dreamy light quickly appeared in the middle of the audiovisual room, forming a 3D hologram. The chief instructor of Yangzhou City's Limit Hall, Wu Tong, directly appeared, as if he was actually personally there. The only difference between an actual person was that a bit of light could be seen on the surface of the body. Wu Tong greets the chairman and envoy. Bowed Wu Tong. Okay, nodded War God Yang Hui, I'm sure you know why I've looked for you. You're the chief instructor of Yangzhou City's Limit Hall, and that Luo Feng lives in Mingyu sector. You're quite familiar with him, right? Yes, nodded Wu Tong. Tell me about his body fitness level and his current skill level, commanded Yang Hui. Yes, a proud smile appeared on Wu Tong's face. Luo Feng is one of the geniuses that appeared in Yangzhou City in the last decade. He just turned 19. After New Year's, even though he became a fighter only half a year ago, as of now, his fist strength is 10,000 kilograms, and his speed is 129 ms. I'm not too sure about his reaction speed, but I know that half a month ago, he passed the intermediate level warlord test. Also, I know that he's training the 9-stage Thunderblade technique and, over New Year's, has reached the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade. In other words, he reached the 3rd stage in half a year. Wu Tong slightly bowed. This is some of the important data I know. 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade. The face of War God Yang Hui, which was very calm before, quickly changed. Are you sure? Yang Hui couldn't help but to ask. I am sure. I saw him throw a punch with all his strength, which reached nearly 30,000 kilograms with my own eye, said Wu Tong with certainty. War God Yang Hui and Chairman Zhou Xingyong exchanged glances. The decision of the higher-ups is probably going to change, laughed Zhou Xingyong. But Yang Hui was looking at Wu Tong. Where's Luo Feng right now? I want to meet him personally. Wu Tong slightly bowed as he answered. As a 3D hologram envoy, Luo Feng already left with his Fire Hammer squad members on March 1st. As of now, they are still in the wilderness and haven't returned to the headquarters city yet. March 1st. The two great war gods, Yang Hui and Zhou Xingyong, couldn't help but to exchange glances as they started to laugh. Yang Hui couldn't help but to laugh as he scolded. When I arrived at Jiang Nan City, this Luo Feng hasn't even went to the wilderness yet. It's all because of you, Steel Hand. If it weren't for you trying to drag me to the... As he said that, he suddenly stopped and then waved towards Wu Tong. All right. You're done here. Yes, Chairman. Envoy Wu Tong slightly bowed. Chi-Chi. The dreamy light scattered and the 3D hologram disappeared. Man, that was nearly a slip of the tongue. If this Wu Tong heard that, he would laugh at us for sure. Steel Hand. Zhou Xingyang's expression slowly became serious. Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about Luo Feng. About what that Wu Tong just said. He wasn't lying about anything, right? Frowned War God Yang Hui. 100 truth for sure, said Zhou Xingyong with confidence. This Wu Tong knows what he's doing. Furthermore, if he dares to lie, I can check his facts myself when I get back with this. How would he lie? Okay, War God Yang Hui slightly nodded. I understand. However, I really don't believe that a little kid who just turned 19 has a body fitness level equivalent to a beginner-level war god, and managed to reach the 3rd stage. Of the 9-stage Thunder Blade in just half a year. Rare, really rare. Indeed, looks like we'll have to contact the higher-ups. Zhou Jingyong also nodded. The special training for this Luo Feng isn't too suitable. He might just barely have the rights to enter the war god preparation camp. The legendary. The Dojo of Limits has 2 large training camps. One of them is the Basics training camp, while the other is the Elite training camp. In the Basics training camp, genius fighters are picked from all over the world. After signing the contract, they enter this training camp and accept the best training. And the Elite training camp is the one training camp on Earth. It is also called the War God Preparation Camp. On Earth, the Dojo of Limits has the Basics and Elite training camp. At the same time, the Thunder Dojo also has the Basics and Elite training camps. However, it's indisputable that the Dojo of Limits Elite training camp is one. Even the strongest fighter, Hong, teaches there sometimes. Hong, who even war gods have a hard time meeting, teaches there in this Elite training camp. You have the chance to meet him. Elite training camp. You say. Yang Hui frowned. His conditions just barely make it, but I'll need to apply to the higher-ups. You also know how valuable a spot is in the Elite training camp. Ye Zhou Jingyong nodded. I understand. Usually, there'll be 2 or 3 geniuses that appear every year in Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits that get selected to enter the Basics training camp. When the Thunder Dojo tried to take Luo Feng back then, they were also using this spot. However, the Elite training camp is different. Usually only one person in Jiangnan City, a city with a population of 200 million, gets selected to enter the Elite training camp every 5 years, and China only has 6 headquarter cities. You can say that in all of China, a place with over a billion people, only one person a year gets selected. Contact the investigator, commanded Yang Hui. Beep beep. Hello. A deep, hoarse sound echoed around the listening room. Mr. Investigator. Yang Hui and Zhou Jingyong immediately stood up and were extremely respectful. The investigator, the one whose position in the Dojo of Limits is only second to the creator, Hong. According to the rules of the Dojo of Limits, all fighters in the Dojo of Limits who become existences surpassing the war god level directly earn the title investigator. In other words, all the investigators are existences that surpass the war god level. Oh, Yang Hui, what do you need? The investigator's voice carried over. Mr. Investigator, I came to Jiangnan headquarter city to examine a young man named Luo Feng. However, I found out that he's only 19 and his body fitness level is already at the beginner warlord level. Furthermore, he only practiced the 9-stage Thunder Blade for half a year and has already reached the 3rd stage. I think he has the right to enter the Elite training camp, said Yang Hui. Oh. The investigator went silent for a bit. The audiovisual room was completely silent. Yang Hui and Zhou Jingyong didn't dare to make a sound. The Chinese government's army's representative just came to our headquarters to make a deal and took a place in the Elite training camp. The spots for this year is almost full. Technically, we can't give any more spots to China. Okay, give this Luo Feng a chance and let him take the B-grade exam. If he passes, let him enter the Elite training camp. The investigator's hoarse sound echoed around the audiovisual room. Yang Hui respectfully replied. Beep. The other side hung up already. Only until now did Yang Hui and Zhou Jingyong let out a sigh of relief. Even though war gods and existences that surpass the war god level only seem to be a step apart. The difference in strength is way too large. An existence that surpasses the war god level can easily wipe out a city of millions of people, and can talk to a powerful country on equal terms. B grade exam, frowned Zhou Xingyong, isn't it usually just the A grade exam? There aren't enough spots, and there are too many people in China, so one or two outstanding geniuses appear quite frequently. One of the spots was taken by the Chinese government's army, so if China wants to let another genius fighter enter the training camp, it won't be weird for that person to take a harder exam, said Yang Hui. Okay, Zhou Xingyong nodded. Oh yeah, the Wang family in Kyoto City hopes to reserve an elite fighter training camp spot next year. They're willing to pay 50 billion Chinese dollars. Kyoto's Wang family next year, Yang Hui frowned. The HR Alliance and our Dojo of Limits are cooperating right now, so the HR Alliance is guaranteed to receive some spots every year. What? Isn't that Wang family one of the 9 great families of the HR Alliance? Were they not able to get a spot for themselves? If they got a spot, why would they try to go through the back door? Laughed Zhou Xingyong. There are 9 core families in the HR Alliance, so it wouldn't be weird for the Wang family to not get a spot after all. In the underground conferences of the HR Alliance, the Western families have the advantage. This case is quite problematic. Yang Hui shook his head. Usually, only an investigator can decide on this. 50 billion is a huge sum of money, but it's hard to say whether or not that's enough to move the investigator. You're on quite good terms with Investigator Liu, so the Wang family hopes to get that spot through you, laughed Zhou Xingyong. Wang family's son-in-law is just like that, already selling out his old friends. Yang Hui couldn't help but to shake his head. Steel hand, for your sake, I'll try talking with Uncle Liu. You should know there are only so many spots for the elite training camp every year. All the countries and all the huge families are staring at them like wolves. It's not an easy thing to go through the back door. Understood. After this case, the Wang family will remember this favor, said Zhou Xingyong. Wang Quan. The one family in all of China, and also one of the core 9 families of the HR Alliance. However, these families are still quite a bit off from the gigantic beasts named the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo, since the creators of the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo, Hong and Thunder God, are existences that even countries fear. They are already invincible. Help me prepare a fighter jet so I can check out this Luo Feng in the wilderness. I'll also let him take the B grade exam, said Yang Hui. Alright, the fighter jet will be ready momentarily. However, even though this Luo Feng is pretty good, whether or not he can pass the B grade exam, Zhou Xingyong shook his head. Oh yeah, contact Luo Feng first and confirm his current position, requested Yang Hui. No worries. Do you even have to mention such small things? Zhou Xingyong laughed loudly. 023 City. The sky was dark and the cold winds were blowing. Luo Feng was sitting cross-legged in the Wu Xian Xiang Tian position as he practiced his genetic energy technique. The formless energy entered his body. Through the 5 passages, all of Luo Feng's cells, which have long been starving, seemed to start cheering in joy as they ferociously gobbled up all the energy passing by them. The cells quickly converted the energy into genetic energy. As the cells absorbed the energy, the body slowly started to become stronger. Who? Luo Feng let out a breath after he felt all the cells in his bones, muscles, etc. were filled up. He stood up and felt 100 times more energetic. Luo Feng, done training, hurry up and come eat dinner, Brother Chen's voice carried over. Coming, Luo Feng smiled as he walked out. The group of people in the living room swiftly sat together. Luo Feng was also mixed in there as the group of people merrily drank and ate their high-energy candies, compressed bread, and a few meat pieces in their bags. There's quite a bit of monster materials in our bags now. We should go back to the resupplying base in 2 days, said Gao Feng as he drank water. Primarily thanks to Luo Feng, since he got us quite a bit of monster materials. If you compare us to crazy, we're just old men, Wei Tai purposefully sighed. Chingu couldn't help but to shake his head. I've been meddling in the wilderness for a few dozen years already. It seems like I can't become any stronger anymore. After a period of time, Luo Feng's strength would probably require him to join a new, stronger fighter squad. I'm also preparing to retire when that happens. Us brothers are also preparing to retire in a year or two. Wei Tai and Wei Qing also nodded. Suddenly, the mood became a bit sad. Retiring is a great thing, laughed Gao Feng. When that happens, maybe I'll be able to join the same fighter squad as Luo Feng, or maybe they wouldn't even want me, and I'll have no choice but to join another fighter squad. All of this is hard to say, but no matter what, I still want to keep at it for another 10 years and see if I, Gao Feng, can become a war god. Luo Feng was right about to speak, but suddenly the watches of the 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad all vibrated. They lowered their heads and saw a GPS system appear on the watch. On the map was a flashing, red dot. Emergency SOS signal. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad exchanged glances, only around 1,500 meters away from us. Hurry, go! The 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad quickly packed their bags and weapons, and then swiftly rushed out. In 023 City stood various delicately constructed buildings. However, these buildings were already quite ruined. The cold wind blew, carrying the howls of monsters in it. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad swiftly moved forward. Actually, with Luo Feng's spiritual force, his body fitness level of beginner level warlord jumps up to advanced level warlord, which allows him to battle against a beginner level war god. In other words, you can treat Luo Feng as a war god now. With Luo Feng there, as long as they are a bit careful, there's virtually no danger, since horde leaders are rare, and anything below the horde leader level instantly gives up their lives the instant they encounter Luo Feng. Even if they run into a rat tide or an ant tide, Luo Feng can fly, which guarantees his safety. Look, right ahead. Luo Feng and the others were bent over on the black roof of a 2-story hotel as they looked towards the street in front of them, which was big enough to hold 4 cars side by side. On the street was a huge horde, comprised of ocelot monsters. All of them were howling as they chased a fighter squad. These ocelot monsters had several 2-tailed ocelots, and even a 3-tailed one. There's even a 4-tailed ocelot in the back, said Gao Feng softly. A 2-tailed ocelot is a low-level commander. A 3-tailed ocelot is a medium-level commander. A 4-tailed ocelot is a high-level commander. A high-level commander, for the usual fighter squad, is an absolute nightmare. And ocelots have the power and cruelty of tiger-type monsters, and the swiftness and agility of cat-type monsters. They are quite difficult to get rid of. This isn't too hard, Luo Feng slightly squinted. They're brothers from the dojo of limits, we gotta help them, said Gao Feng. Seriously, whenever you encounter danger in the wilderness, you can send out an emergency SOS signal, which would indiscriminately send out signals to every fighter in the vicinity. If they're from the same dojo, the signal would be red. If they're from different dojos, the signal would be green. Each tactical communications watch is connected to the person's fighter ID card, so the watch can automatically differentiate whether or not they're in the same dojo. Captain, you guys go help, I'll cut the back, said Luo Feng softly. Crazy is best at fighting in a horde. Wei Qing gave a huge thumbs up indeed. Luo Feng, who has amazing technique, performs extremely well in chaotic battles. Gao Feng softly said, go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group of people immediately started sprinting. Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chengu immediately charged towards the escaping fighter squad, while Luo Feng started slaughtering in the middle of the street behind them. For a war god, a monster horde holds absolutely no threat at all, unless it's a horde made out of tiny monsters like the rat tide or ant tide. Of course, if Luo Feng doesn't use his throwing knives, this monster horde is still quite challenging. Pooh. Poochie. Fresh blood flew everywhere, and the heads of the ocelot monsters flew up one by one. The huge bodies instantly crumbled to the ground, clogging up the street. These ocelot monsters were mostly soldier level. Only some of them were two-tailed ocelots, while even fewer were three-tailed ocelots, and there was only one four-tailed ocelot. Like a butterfly, Luo Feng easily floated through the monster horde. The charge of the monsters was horrifying. Once you get hit by one, it'll be easy for the countless monsters to trample you to death. However, Luo Feng's technique was superb as he used the corpses of other monsters, and even some of the sprinting ocelot monsters, to block the other monsters. This also allowed him to deal with fewer monsters at a time. The phone call isn't going through. No one's picking up or replying. In Jiangnan headquarters city, on the top of the dojo of Limits headquarters, Chairman Zhou Xingyong was looking at his phone with a confused look. War god Yang Hui shook his head on the side. You can't even deal with something like this, Steel Hand. I have to treat you with scorn for a bit. As he said that, War god Yang Hui also dialed Luo Feng's tactical communications watch's number. It already displayed his position, 023 city. Using the signal of the phone, it's easy to determine the location. Even normal cell phones have this function. I'll just go over there directly. War god Yang Hui waved his hand and directly entered a dark blue jet fighter. After he closed the hatch, the jet fighter quickly soared through the air and flew out the city's defense system as it headed southeast. In 023 city, the emergency SOS signal broadcasted to the surrounding 20 kilometers. Actually, when fighters in the wilderness encounter danger, fighters won't come help them if they're too far away. This emergency SOS signal, which was originally set to a radius of 23 kilometers, was broadcasting to quite a large area. It's a green emergency SOS signal, so it's not people of our thunder. Dojo 4 fighters were currently sitting in the 6th floor of an old shattered hotel. It's probably people from the dojo of Limits brothers. Should we go? Said a brute with a scar on his face as he looked towards the others. A bald, handsome young man lowered his head and said, we can't make this distance, so let's go take a look. If we can help, then we will. If it's too dangerous, then never mind. Let's do what Gua said, go. Alright, let's go. This North River squad, which was quite famous in Jiangnan headquarter city, instantly made their decision and immediately, yet carefully, went out. This North River squad had 1 advanced level warlord and 3 intermediate level warlords. However, one of the intermediate level warlords, Guahai, was nearing the advanced level warlord level. A fighter squad like this was indeed powerful. However, they were quite slow in the wilderness city. They didn't dare to sprint, since they were afraid of a monster lying in ambush ahead. Right ahead us. Ocelot monster horde. Damn, bet there's around 1,000 of them. The North River squad squatted on the roof of a store and looked towards the street. Look over there, what a powerful guy. Just him alone attracted over half of the monsters. Where'd that ferocious dude come from? The members of the North River squad were all surprised. Even the bald young man, Guahai, widened his eyes as he looked carefully. All that was seen was a young fighter who had a hexagonal shield in one hand and a ghost blade in the other. As if a ghost, he kept dodging around with amazingly fast, yet extremely precise technique. Howl! Howl! The enraged monster horde crazily charged towards Luo Feng. Their claws waved like crazy, and there were even a huge amount of monsters that leaped towards him. It seemed as if a wave was about to swallow up Luo Feng. However, no matter how crazily the monster horde attacked, Luo Feng's technique was already artistic, as each of his steps were extremely precise. It was a pleasure to watch him sidestep and dodge the monster horde that was seemingly crazy and enraged, was like a joke in front of Luo Feng's steps. Ruwei class. This is definitely the Ruwei class technique. The fighters of the North River squad couldn't help but to say out of surprise, Luo Feng, it's actually him. Frowned Guahai. Of course he recognized Luo Feng when war god Lu Gang died and the memorial started. He was chatting about Luo Feng with the Su family's Su Gang, while Luo Feng was chatting with Su Xian near him. From a certain perspective, Guahai and Luo Feng were rivals in love. Guahai liked Su Xian, and so did Luo Feng. Stop watching, let's go already. Go! The 4 members of the North River squad rushed out. This Luo Feng just barely became a fighter. Could it be that he's actually catching up to me? Guahai's heart was filled with a fierce feeling of unsatisfaction. Guys, especially in front of their crush, don't easily accept defeat. Furthermore, he, Guahai, is a genius fighter that is approaching the advanced level warlord level. If you don't count in the spiritual force, then indeed, he isn't inferior to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, like a rock, clogged up the street where the monster horde was sprinting. A huge amount of monster corpses surrounded the area. Whether they charged or leaped towards Luo Feng, there were monsters surrounding Luo Feng in absolutely every direction. However, he was hanging on in this kind of situation. This is a way of using the environment to assist my technique. Luo Feng dodged while attacking and was excited inside, using the environment and every object, whether the corpses of monsters or the bodies of the monsters that are attacking me, or even a rock. Merge myself with the environment. This is the perfect level. Luo Feng has been thinking about the perfect level technique for this period of time. He understood the reasoning behind it, but when he actually has to do it, he can't maintain the state for a long time. Howl! With a howl that flew up to the skies, the entire Ocelot horde retreated with their leader like a receding ocean. They quickly left, even though the Ocelots were enraged and filled with hatred when they left. The Ocelot leader was clear. Even if the entire horde was sacrificed, they wouldn't be able to eradicate this human fighter. You must be the famous crazy from our Jiangnan headquarters city. Now that I saw it for myself, you are indeed powerful. I am the captain of the North River Squad. Kong Wei, the man with a scar on his face, passionately walked over. Luo Feng smiled as he walked over. A sound then rang. At this time Luo Feng, a bald young man whose battle uniform had some marks of blood on it, walked over and stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, I'm Guahai. You should have heard my name before. Guahai. Luo Feng looked at the young man in front of him. You're the one who became an intermediate-level warlord at the age of 21. Of course, Luo Feng remembers this name. When Su Gang was ridiculing him back then, he mentioned two people, the genius fighter Guahai and the Wang Xingping. From the Wang family, they count as his rivals in love. That's me. A smile appeared on Guahai's face. You probably heard from Su Gang. Luo Feng frowned. We'll compete on equal terms for Su Xian. Guahai's eyes were flashing. Luo Feng, I admit your technique is superb. You're not the kind of person who only just barely stepped into the Ruwei class and makes mistakes every so often. Your Ruwei class technique is almost perfect. In terms of technique, I'm inferior to you, at least for this point. I'll praise you. By this time, the Fire Hammer Squad members and the Fighter Squad of the Dojo of Limits that was saved by them came over. The Thunder Dojo's genius fighter Guahai. Of course Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others knew about Guahai. Guahai was extremely famous. He was also scouted for the Thunder Dojo back then. However, Luo Feng, by the end of this year, I should be able to become an advanced level warlord. Guahai slightly smiled. I think a 22-year-old advanced level warlord is enough for the Su family to give their daughters hand in marriage to me. Guahai was a very calm person when he first heard of Luo Feng. Guahai didn't even give a second thought about him at all. However, he felt a threat when he saw Luo Feng's performance today, which was why he said all of that. Even if the Su family is willing, Su Xian has to agree as well. Frowned Luo Feng. Because of Su Xian's identity, many people are sure to chase after Su Xian, who knew that he would actually meet a rival in love today. Luo Feng looked towards the faraway sky and saw a dark blue light flash through the sky. After that, it stopped above them. This beautiful, dark blue colored UFO-shaped fighter jet then started to descend and actually stopped on a street around a dozen meters away from Luo Feng and the others. The sky wasn't dark. The streets were flowing with the fresh blood of monsters. The fighter jet that descended through the cold air attracted the gaze of all the fighters present. The last time Luo Feng saw such a fighter jet was during the rat tide incident. What's a fighter jet doing here, and even stopping right in front of us? Who are they looking for? Luo Feng was full of suspicion. The other fighters on the side started quietly discussing. A fighter jet. Is this fighter jet from the military or a Wargood's personal aircraft? The members of the Fire Hammer Squad, the North River Squad, and the rescued Arctic Fox Squad all looked towards the fighter jet with suspicion. Normally, fighters would rarely even see a fighter jet flying by in the air over the course of a year in the wilderness, and don't even mention a fighter jet stopping right in front of them. Hua! The hatch of the aircraft opened. Luo Feng looked carefully and saw two shadows jump off. One by one, the two of them were wearing black battle uniforms. One walked in front of the other as they came over. and the one behind was one of Jiangnan City's big four Zhu. Good Tao Zhu Good Tao was even smiling towards Luo Feng. Chief Zhu Good Tao. Chief. Luo Feng, Gao Feng, the other Firehammer Squad members, and the rescued Arctic Fox Squad members all yelled respectfully, the North River Squad said. Nothing on the side, since they were from the Thunder Dojo. However, the members of the Firehammer Squad, the Arctic Fox Squad, and the North River Squad were all confused. One of the great big four of Jiangnan Headquarters City was walking behind this middle-aged man like an assistant. Who is this middle-aged man? Luo Feng, Gao Feng, and Tao Ke, let me introduce to you guys, smiled Zhu Ge. Tao, as he stood next to the middle-aged man, this is Envoy Mr. Yang, who arrived from the Dojo of Limit's world headquarters. Mr. Yang is a war god level fighter. The members of the Firehammer Squad and the Arctic Fox Squad were all stunned. Mr. Yang, the people all yelled respectfully. Yeah. The war god Mr. Yang just nodded and didn't say anything more to the fighters. His gaze scanned across the group and quickly landed on Luo Feng. This scene instantly confused the other fighters. Why is this envoy from the dojo of Limit's world headquarters staring at Luo Feng? Of course, Yang Hui has seen Luo Feng's photos before. Luo Feng, spoke Yang Hui. Mr. Yang, responded Luo Feng, his heart full of confusion. Zhu Ge Tao smiled on the side as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, Mr. Yang rushed to Jiangnan City from the dojo of Limit's world headquarters mainly for you. Mr. Yang worked quite a bit for you, so you have to thank him deeply. Indeed, even though Mr. Yang has the common sickness called arrogance that all war gods have, he still cares about his talented juniors. If Yang Hui didn't apply for Luo Feng to enter the elite training camp, Luo Feng wouldn't even have the chance to take the exam. No need for thanks, Luo Feng's own hard work earned him this chance. Yang Hui slightly smiled. Luo Feng was still full of confusion. What is this Yang Hui and Zhu Ge Tao talking about? How come he has no idea what's going on? Luo Feng, come, get on the fighter jet, persuaded Zhu Ge Tao, and right after, commanded the Firehammer Squad members. Gao Feng, you Firehammer Squad members, temporarily halt your actions in the wilderness and return to the headquarters city from today on. Luo Feng won't be in your Firehammer Squad anymore, so you guys have to make the necessary preparations. What? Luo Feng and the other Firehammer Squad members were all flabbergasted. Chief, what is going on? Asked Luo Feng. I'll tell you when we return to the headquarters city. Zhu Ge Tao scanned the area. Even though he doesn't have to keep this a secret, he still doesn't want to talk about this in front of so many people. With the gaze of many sending them off, Luo Feng got on the fighter jet with Zhu Ge Tao and envoy Yang Hui. The fighter jet quickly ascended and turned into a dark blue light which directly disappeared into the horizon. Gao Feng, Chengu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing all had complicated looks on their faces. They could tell the Firehammer Squad was going to be disbanded. It was clear when Zhu Ge Tao said the phrase, Luo Feng won't be in your Firehammer Squad anymore, and today, a war god and a chief of the Dojo of Limits personally came to pick up Luo Feng. Something big is probably going to happen. Luo Feng is probably going to the Dojo of Limit's world headquarters and undergo special training, said the captain of the Arctic Fox Squad, Tao Ke. Most likely. Indeed, Luo Feng's strength earns him that special right. Don't spout nonsense, special training in the world headquarters isn't big enough for a war god and a chief to personally rush to the wilderness in our Thunder Dojo. 2 or 3 people in the entire headquarters city have the right to undergo special training, as long as a chief applies for it and an envoy comes to test them. Why would an envoy war god come all the way to the wilderness? The captain of the North River Squad, Kong Wei, shook his head. Unless it's the legendary War God Preparation Camp. War God Preparation Camp. Guahai took in a deep breath and his face changed dramatically. The legendary one camp in the entire world. Its real name is the Elite Training Camp, but is called the War God Preparation Camp by fighters because every fighter that enters the camp has a 90 chance of becoming a war god. The other 10 is for those who become handicapped or die in the camp. This Luo Feng entered the War God Preparation Camp. Guahai couldn't help but to clench his fists. A complex feeling would naturally appear because of a rival in love. In all of Jiangnan headquarters city, only one person enters the War God Preparation Camp every few years, and he entered. Impossible. Guahai's face had an extremely unpleasant look on it. Whoosh! The dark blue UFO-shaped fighter jet formed a light and quickly arrived at the skies above Jiangnan headquarters city. It then started to slowly descend. Luo Feng, we have arrived at the headquarters city. Get off the jet immediately, said Zhu Gutao. So fast? Luo Feng looked at this fighter jet. A few statistics of the fighter jets aren't made public. Using what he witnessed when the fighter jet flew over to the wilderness, just the naked eye was enough to tell him that this fighter jet was moving at a few times faster than the speed of sound. Over 1,000 meters in a second is definitely reasonable. Adding to that, the fighter jet was following the path of a straight line. It took mere seconds for the fighter jet to arrive at the headquarters city from 023 city. The hatch opened automatically and Zhu Gutao, Luo Feng, and Yang Hui jumped off the jet. The fighter jet landed on the roof of the Dojo of Limits headquarters. The Dojo of Limits headquarters building, the main layer, was an extremely gigantic training hall. The entire training hall was silverish white, and a man in a white dojo uniform was sitting cross-legged in the center. Ding! The elevator door opened and Luo Feng followed Zhu Gutao and Yang Hui as he entered this gigantic training hall. When he first entered, Luo Feng's gaze was attracted by the man in the white dojo uniform. He could feel that an energy invisible to the naked eye was currently pulsing around the man in the white dojo uniform. His hands are quite large. Luo Feng realized with a glance that the man's hands were almost like fans. His one hand was comparable to the size of a normal person's 2 hands combined. Arrived. The man in the white dojo uniform stood up and smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. You must be Luo Feng. Oh, old Yang, are you preparing to let Luo Feng take the exam in my Jiangnan headquarters city? Yang Hui slightly hesitated. The man in the white dojo uniform continued. After you went to search for Luo Feng, I've thought about it carefully. Applying for the test in a headquarter city is quite troublesome. Whether Luo Feng passes or fails, he'll be going to the world headquarters anyway. If so, then he might as well go to the headquarters to take the test. That would be much more simple. You're right, laughed Yang Hui. Indeed, if Luo Feng passes, he'll enter the elite training camp. If he fails, he'll enter the basics training camp. No matter what, there's absolutely no problem for Luo Feng to pass for the basics training camp. Luo Feng listened to the two with confusion. What exactly is this test that they have been mentioning? Luo Feng, this is the chairman of our Jiangnan City Dojo of Limits. Headquarters, said Zhu Gu Tao. Softly Luo Feng realized it was him. Zhou Jingyong, war god level fighter, the man nicknamed Steel Hand, the chairman of the Jiangnan City Dojo of Limits headquarters. Zhou Jingyong and Yang Hui talked for a bit before looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, our Dojo of Limits world headquarters has two big camps, the basics training camp and the elite training camp. You know about this, right? Said Yang Hui. Not clearly. Luo Feng shook his head. Zhou Jingyong laughed loudly on the side. You must have heard of the special training before. Luo Feng nodded. The Thunder Dojo used this special training contract to attract him. The Basics training camp accepts geniuses from all over the world and supplies them with the best resources. The elite training camp is the one training camp on Earth. It accepts the geniuses of geniuses, demon-like students. Zhou Jingyong looked at Luo Feng. Similarly, the elite training camp has an astonishing amount of resources. And your teachers will be war gods at least. There are examiners, and even those who have surpassed the war god level, investigators, too. Even the world's strongest fighter, Hong, goes to the camp. The second strongest fighter, Thunder God, is invited there too. Luo Feng froze. The elite training camp accepts demons only. Their teachers are at least war god level. Even Hong and Thunder God go there. Not only do you have the best teachers, but you even have the world's most advanced technology supplied to you in the elite training camp. Some of them were even treasures excavated from archaeological ruins. You will receive the most perfect training. Zhou Jingyong stared at Luo Feng and tried to hide his excitement as he spoke. Yang Hui sighed on the side. The world's most genius students, best teachers, and best equipment gathered. The elite training camp, which is one in every aspect. As long as you don't die, you'll become a war god. Luo Feng blinked twice. Of course, each spot in the elite training camp is priceless, even huge. Families rarely get a spot even after spending tens of billions. Yang Hui looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you have a chance to enter the world's best training camp. The only requirement is that you must pass the B grade exam. Luo Feng held his breath in. A huge family that uses its various connections and tens of billions can't even secure a spot, and there are archaeological treasures used for equipment. Archaeological ruins, there are really archaeological ruins. Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. Of course, smiled Yang Hui, there's more than just a single archaeological site. Most regular civilians don't know this, and many fighters don't know this either. Only an extremely small number of core people and elite existences know these secrets. Yang Hui has long determined that Luo Feng will become a war god. So of course, he didn't hide any of this. Mr. Yang Hui, chairman, this one training camp can rapidly increase people's strength, continued Luo Feng. Without a doubt. Chairman Zhou Jingyong was filled with confidence. Your body fitness level, technique, blade technique, battle experience, etc. are all irrelevant. Your rate of improvement in the camp will be who knows how many times faster than your own bitter training. Keep in mind that the best equipment and setup is there. The equipment there, especially the ones from the archaeological ruins, are extremely beneficial to a fighter's growth. Who knows how many times faster? Luo Feng started thinking to himself. His current body fitness level growth rate was quite fast already. If he entered this one training camp on Earth and had the assistance of the Best possible equipment, he'll probably become an advanced level war god. Fighter much faster. If I stay in Jiangnan headquarters city, I still have to be careful of the Vulture-Scorpion couple's investigation rather than being on my toes all day. Why not go to the world's best training camp since it's a core area of the Dojo of Limit's headquarters? Vulture and Scorpion won't be able to find it. Luo Feng instantly made his decision. Figure out a way to enter the world's best training camp, that's where all the geniuses of Earth are gathered. Competing with all these geniuses is indeed a very entertaining thing. Any more questions? Yang Hui and Zhou Xingyong looked at Luo Feng. When can I return after entering this training camp? Asked Luo Feng. The elite training camp lasts for 5 years. In these 5 years, the only times you get to go home is during January and February. Yang Hui continued to answer. Of course, if you become a war god level fighter within these 5 years, you can graduate early. Luo Feng slightly nodded. Become a war god and graduate. If you can't become a war god, then you can stay for at most 5 years. However, even if many students, laughed Zhou Xingyong on the side, reach the war god level, they won't prove their true strength by hunting and bringing back a horde leader level monster back to the training camp. They'll use the identity of advanced level warlord and continue to stay at the camp until their 5 years are up. Their level is determined by their battle record. Even if some students are war gods, if they won't hunt any horde leader level monsters, they'll never be recognized as war gods. This way, they can stay until their 5 years are up. Luo Feng, even war gods dream about entering the elite training camp, so even if you become a war god, you should continue to stay there, reminded Yang Hui. And then laughed. Of course, if you do actually get in, you'll find out how great it is for yourself. Luo Feng nodded and was awed. Looks like this elite training camp is quite attractive. Yang Hui, what is the Be Great exam? Luo Feng continued to ask. Your test. Yang Hui seriously spoke. The Be Great exam is extremely difficult. You have quite a lot of control over your body since you've already reached the 3rd stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade. However, your chances of passing the Be Great exam. When he said that, Yang Hui shook his head. Clearly, he didn't have much confidence in Luo Feng. Actually, you only have to take the Great exam under normal conditions. However, the Chinese army received a spot after negotiating in the headquarters, so if you want to get in, you have to pass the Be Great exam. Yang Hui didn't hide anything. Of course, you still have hope of passing the Be Great exam. If you don't give up, there's hope. Okay. Luo Feng was full of confidence. If worse comes to worse, he'll just use his spiritual force to boost his capabilities. He's sure that there'll be no problem in passing this Be Great exam. Any more questions? Smiled Yang Hui. No. Luo Feng shook his head. Are you willing to take the Be Great exam to enter the elite training camp? If you fail, you can still enter the basics training camp. Yang Hui looked at Luo Feng. I am willing, nodded Luo Feng. Yang Hui slightly nodded and pointed towards the fist strength testing machine. Go throw a punch for me. This was just a simple check with Yang Hui and Zhou Xingyong watching. They can see what stage he has reached in the 9-stage Thunderblade based on how many times the strength of his punch changes when he throws it. They can also look at the value on the machine's display. With just pure strength, 1,800 kilograms. With everything he had, 10,000 kilograms. He passed. Yang Hui didn't even need to test Luo Feng's speed and reaction speed, since He was just testing what stage Luo Feng reached in the 9-stage thunder. Blade. Luo Feng sat on the sofa and looked at the contract in his hands. This was a special training contract. The Dojo of Limits indeed has few restrictions on fighters. Luo Feng had no complaints about the contract and signed 4 of them in one go. Out of these 4 contracts, 1 of them belongs to you, the other 3 will go through our headquarters, smiled Yang Hui as he took out a black wooden box. This black wooden box had a stamp, which was the stamp of the envoy Yang Hui's personal signature had no effect, only the stamp did. The stamp pressed onto the contracts. Don't lose this. Yang Hui handed one of the contracts to Luo Feng. Zhu Ge, tell Yixia to come here for a bit, commanded Yang Hui. Yes. Zhu Getong immediately rode the elevator down. In mere moments, the elevator doors opened again. Zhu Getao brought a teenager wearing a dojo uniform. This teenager's head was a bit yellow. He was quite handsome, entirely comparable to a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Luo Feng, this guy is Yixia, one of the young fighters that our dojo of Limits has decided to send to the basics training camp this year. He's also a little genius, smiled Yang Hui. Luo Feng walked over and smiled as he stretched out his hand. Luo Feng. Yixia, this handsome teenager, also stretched out his hand and lightly shook Luo Feng's hand. Yixia, this is your senior. He'll also go with you to the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters. Your senior is aiming for the elite training camp as Yang Hui said that. The originally expressionless handsome teenager, Yixia, suddenly became shocked, of course, as a genius about to enter the basics training camp. He also knew about the elite training camp. Those who can enter the basics training camp are geniuses. Those who can enter the elite training camp are geniuses of geniuses, demons. Senior Luo Feng, let me introduce myself. Yixia, a freshman in Jiangnan University. Yixia's attitude clearly changed. Geniuses only feel pressured when they meet someone who's even better than them. Jiangnan University, the best university in Jiangnan City. Luo Feng smiled as he praised, you're really impressive. Your senior is just someone who failed the high school exams. Don't make fun of me. How many students are accepted all year throughout the country in Jiangnan University? Furthermore, there are 2 to 3 more universities that are better than Jiangnan City throughout the country, and in all of China, only 1 person can enter the world's best training camp up front each year, said Yixia. Yixia, in front of Luo Feng, wasn't prideful at all. Indeed, the elite training camp only accepts the geniuses of geniuses. Throughout all the armies, huge families, and fighters, how many are accepted? Every year, it'll be amazing if more than 10 are accepted. Luo Feng, Yixia smiled. Yang Hui, you guys leave with me to the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters on the same day. You 2 must meet up with me at the airport before 2 p.m. on March 22nd. Yes. Yes. Luo Feng and Yixia both responded. All right, both of you go back and meet up with your families in the future. You'll only be able to return during New Year's, said Yang Hui. Luo Feng and Yixia both got on the elevator and left. The sky was dark, and in one of Jiangnan City's 8 cities, Yangzhou City, tens of thousands of homes were shining bright. One of the Dojo of Limits private cars slowly moved along on the street. Luo Feng looked through the window and saw residential building after residential building, store after store. Yangzhou, I've been here for so many years. Soon, I'll be leaving China to the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters. 5 years, such a long time. I can keep in touch with dad, mom, and my brother through video chat. I also need to pay attention to the elixir of life my brother needs and see when it becomes available. Also before I leave, I need to go see when one was the one who played with him ever since they were little tiny kids. Their relationship is comparable to Luo Feng and Luo Hua's ever since Luo Feng became a fighter. One had to go to college, so they only met a few times during New Year's. Also, the brothers from the Firehammer squad, even though we weren't together for a long time, we've been through quite a bit together. Suddenly a person appeared in Luo Feng's mind. Su Xian, what's he going to do with Su Xian? Su Xian, I'll be leaving China to the dojo of Limit's world headquarters. What'll I do with Su Xian? Luo Feng's feelings were complicated as he looked at the various bright homes. His feelings were jumping around. A sweet and sour feeling came up after taking a deep breath. Luo Feng shook his head. What's the point of thinking about this? I'll just video chat with her often. When I have enough power and authority, nobody can stop my relationship with Su Xian. Oh yeah, Su Xian is at Jiangnan University. That Yixia is there too. Luo Feng had a good impression of the genius fighter, Yixia, who was about to leave his home and live outside the country for a long period of time. Wen is at Jiangnan's 2 military school and Su Xian is at Jiangnan University. They're all in school, so I'll go find Wen and then meet Su Xian for our final goodbyes. Beep. With the sound, the car entered Mingyu sector. He's home. Since he's leaving China and headed towards the dojo of Limit's world headquarters at the end of the month, Luo Feng stayed at home with his family for nearly every single day since he got back, even though Father Luo Hong Gua, Mother Gong Xian Lan, and Brother Luo Hua were sad. They didn't want to change Luo Feng's great future. On March 12th, Luo Feng gathered with his Firehammer squad members. The first thing they did was sell off the monster materials they got from before, since this is the last time the Firehammer squad was going to sell their materials. Luo Feng suggested that everyone receive an equal share. The materials sold for around 800 million. Technically, Luo Feng did the most work, so he should have received the most. He would have received around 300 million. However, everyone knew that Luo Feng was about to leave the Firehammer squad, and the older members Chengu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing were about to retire, so the Firehammer squad was going to be disbanded. Luo Feng stayed in this squad for nearly a year, while Gao Feng, Chengu, and the others stayed in the squad for a much longer time. Everyone's feelings were complicated. Gao Feng immediately accepted Luo Feng's suggestion that they split the profits equally, even though Luo Feng and Gao Feng were supposed to receive most of it. They both agreed. Seeing this, Chengu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing didn't say anything more, and everyone received a bit more than 100 million. After that, the Firehammer squad drank that night all the way until 3 to 4 a.m. They rode the train home on the second day's afternoon. With this, the Firehammer squad was officially disbanded. Chengu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing were going to retire. Luo Feng was headed towards the world headquarters, and Gao Feng would continue to fight in another squad. March 21st, the sun was shining and the weather was great. Jiangnan headquarters city, main city sector's university area. This university area was gigantic, and the 8 research institutes of Jiangnan city were all gathered here. In front of one of the colleges, the attractive characters Jiangnan 2 military school were shining on the main gate at this time. Quite a few male and female students were quickly coming out of the school's gate. Some of them came out in couples, while others came out in huge groups. There was one teenager, wearing a simple dark blue t-shirt, who was leaning against the bars of the gate as he watched the students leaving. "Oi, Luo Feng," a bright sound carried from far away. Luo Feng turned his head towards the origin of the sound and saw a skinny teenager running on the road. This person, who seemed gentle, was indeed his good brother Wei Wen, that played with him ever since they were kids. When Luo Feng smiled as he ran over, "I was even waiting for you in front of the gate. Why'd you appear here?" "I finished my culture lessons this afternoon, so I went back to my dorm. Our dorm is quite far from the school," explained Wei Wen. "Oh, the school area is separated from the dorm. This sure opens the eyes of this person who never went to college," laughed Luo Feng in a weird manner. "The fuck, you're a fighter and you're still making fun of me," laughed Wei Wen, and couldn't help but to punch Luo Feng in the chest. "We just entered spring, so it's still a bit chilly. Aren't you cold just wearing a t-shirt? Hee." Just what you'd expect from a fighter. Wei Wen was clearly wearing much more than Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked around. "Let's go find a place to sit." "Haha, I've finally encountered a huge, fat sheep, so I need to cruelly slaughter it. I want to go to Venetian," followed Wei Wen. "Alright, just lead the way to that Venetian or whatever," laughed Luo Feng. Since he's usually in the wilderness, he's always a bit cautious when dealing with the other fighters in the resupplying base. When hanging out with Wei Wen, Luo Feng felt relaxed, like he was back in middle and high school. Venetian, a restaurant with average prices. The meal they ate costed around $300 to $400. However, for students with no source of income, this was quite extravagant spending already. For fighters, this was extremely common. "Sirs, how many?" the waitress passionately received. "Two." Luo Feng looked around. "Find a quiet place." This waitress works here every day and has seen all sorts of people. With just a glance, she could tell that Luo Feng was different from the other students around him. That sharp gaze was enough to make her heart skip a beat, so she naturally lowered her head and said, "There's a private room upstairs, please follow me." "Hee, a private room? I haven't been there yet. I've only been here with my girlfriend a few times, and that's in the lobby on the first floor." Wei Wen and Luo Feng went up the stairs. "Girlfriend? I didn't hear you say anything about that over New Year's. How long has this been?" Luo Feng asked as the two of them entered the private room upstairs and swiftly ordered some dishes and a box of beer from the menu. Wei Wen put the menu down as he laughed. "Over New Year's, my relationship with my girlfriend wasn't entirely set. It was only set right when we started school again after New Year's." Congrats. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. "Hasn't even been a year since you entered school, and you've already picked up a girlfriend. Nice." "I was just lucky. My girlfriend is from the neighboring Shifan University." Wei Wen popped the beer bottle's cap. "You also know that there are more guys than girls in our school. The amount of girls is so small, it's scary." "So that's why you went to search in another school?" Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. "Alright, let's do this first." Wei Wen held his bottle of beer. Luo Feng also held his bottle of beer and drank 2 gulps. "Luo Feng, this girlfriend business isn't easy." Wei Wen couldn't help but to say. After drinking quite a bit of beer, his skin was already red. He shook his head as he sighed. "Now everyone's just competing. People compare how beautiful their girlfriends are. and this is even the small stuff. The most important thing is atmosphere. Atmosphere, asked Luo Feng in a confused tone. For example, if I don't bring my girlfriend to a nice place when we eat, my girlfriend's temper is good, so she doesn't say anything, but her female friends will start talking about that. Wei Wen shook his head. You don't know that the shit that goes on between the girls is way more dramatic than us guys. Her boyfriend is some rich kid, her boyfriend is some elite member of the dojo, her boyfriend is this and that. They always compare everything. For the sake of my girlfriend's appearance, I have to bring her to a nice place. Wei Wen couldn't help but to shake his head. Luo Feng froze. He has never went to college, so Luo Feng really doesn't understand all of this. However, in high school, some girls were already doing this. You know that eating outside is expensive, and I occasionally have to buy my girlfriend gifts. It's only been a month, and I've spent 4,000 already. Wei Wen drank the rest of his beer in one gulp, and his eyes were a bit red. And sometimes, I have to pay for the whole bill when I eat with her. Luo Feng slightly frowned. My girlfriend and I are both normal people. Our rent is quite expensive already, even though I'm a tutor now, but I'm not an elite member of the dojo. Tutors don't earn much money. Wei Wen shook his head. I pretty much understand now. People live just for their appearances. Luo Feng sighed inside. Wei Wen's family was a bit better off than his family was back then when they were in middle and high school. Wei Wen had to lend him money. In just this 1 month, I'm already broke. It all comes down to this one word: status. This is a dog-eat-dog world. If your family is rich, there'll always be people following you, and girls will be flying to your arms, and people with strength, fighters, are also respected. Some people are always trying to hang out with others with a big enough background, hoping that the latter will help them out. Money, authority, strength. People with those have status. People with a nice background have authority and status. Fighters naturally have status too. Wei Wen popped open another bottle of beer. So, this world is simple. People respect those with high status and look down on those with low status. Luo Feng couldn't help but to nod. Luo Feng has always thought that Wei Wen was smart, even though these words were a bit rough, but they clearly explain what this society was like. If a rich person runs out of money, it's over for him. If someone with a great position loses that position, his authority will probably disappear too. Position and money are external, only your own strength is truly reliable. So in conclusion, the best thing is still your own strength. Fighters, even if they become handicapped, still have enough power to become dojo instructors. Laughed Wei Wen. This love business also made me solidify my thoughts. I must become a fighter. I have the chance of becoming an elite dojo member this year. Hopefully I can become a fighter by the time I graduate. Wei Wen lifted his beer bottle. Come, cheers. Luo Feng's worries were gone once he saw that Wei Wen wasn't discouraged anymore. Cheers. Luo Feng lifted his beer bottle. The two brothers chatted as they drank. After finishing their drinks, the two of them ordered some tea and chatted until 4 p.m. Only until then did Luo Feng bring Wei Wen back to his dorm. Outside the dorms, go straight on this road, and after 2 traffic lights, you'll see Jiangnan University. Wei Wen pointed forward. Okay, said Luo Feng as he took out his phone. Giving Su Xian a call. Snickered Wei Wen on the side. Suddenly Wei Wen felt his phone vibrate and took it out. He sighed. It's probably my girlfriend asking to eat dinner together. Sigh, I have to spend Money again. He opened his phone and after looking, he saw a short message. Your card ending in 0306 has received $6 million on 1651 of the 21st, remaining balance $6,002,100. Communication Bank. 6 million. Wei Wen's eyes widened. This is an astronomical number for him. Who transferred this money? Wei Wen practically instantly thought of someone, the Luo Feng, beside him. Out of all his friends and relatives, only Luo Feng can take out this much money without changing his expression. Luo Feng, this is your Wei Wen lifted his head and looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng patted Wei Wen's shoulder. Wen, since you want to become a fighter, work for it with all your heart. Don't waste your time being a tutor. Just think of this money as a present from your brother congratulating your first relationship. Let's see what your girlfriend's female friends are going to say. Now men always have to stand in front of their girlfriends with straightened backs. Wei Wen's eyes uncontrollably started to become red. Are you shitting me? You're going to cry? Luo Feng's eyes widened, as if he just witnessed something extremely strange. Why the fuck would I cry? Wei Wen couldn't help but to laugh. This money was indeed nothing to Luo Feng. He'll earn over 10 million after randomly hunting a medium-level commander-level monster. Alright, I'll be going to Jiangnan University now. Luo Feng waved his hand and started heading towards Jiangnan University. Wei Wen looked at the message on his phone and the astonishing 6 million. He felt like this was all a dream previously. He was anxious inside as he held a smile on his face as he talked with his girlfriend, who knew that in a blink of an eye he'd receive such a huge amount. Evening. Luo Feng was walking on the street. Since it was in the university area, the streets were filled with young male and female students. Hello. Luo Feng dialed Su Xian's number. It's me, Luo Feng. Last night, Luo Feng and Su Xian video chatted for a long time. He told Su Xian that he would come see her today. Night. Spring Post intersection. Alright, I'll wait for you there. Luo Feng hung up and quickly came to the intersection, called Night Spring Post. The reforesting of this area was done quite well. Luo Feng leaned against a post on the street and silently waited. At the same time, he couldn't help but to think about what his good brother was talking about. What he said clearly resonated with Luo Feng. Indeed, its status. The first time I met Su Xian's brother, Su Gang, he looked down on me and told me to stay away from his sister. From his point of view, I was just a rookie fighter that wasn't good enough for his sister. That great young master, Li Wei, also thought I was a little shrimp. If I was a war god or a child of some war god, he probably wouldn't have dared to touch me. Of course, even though young Master Li Wei allowed his underlings to kill Luo Feng, Li Wei ended up giving his life in the end. If I become an existence that surpasses the war god level, if I become comparable to Investigator Zhu, would the Vulture-Scorpion couple dare to pull off something like the astronomical bounty? People have different statuses in different circles. In a university, a fighter or a rich person counts as people with high status. In the circle of students, when looking at the whole of Jiangnan headquarter city, a beginner-level war god is famous. If you look at the entire world, powerful war god fighters like the examiners of the Dojo of Limits shake the entire world. And existences that surpass the war god level, like Investigator Zhu, the investigators that stand at the top of the Dojo of Limits, are treated with respect by huge countries, and those so-called huge families are just a joke to them. At this level, money has very little effect. Existences that surpass The war god level around the world are super rare. My goal right now is to become an advanced level war god spirit reader as fast as possible. When that happens, would I even be afraid of Vulture and Scorpion to get what he desires, and to do what he wants to do? He has to raise his status. Truly powerful fighters, like Hong, just need to say a single sentence to make the countless powers around the world fight over being the first to do his bidding. This is status. Jiangnan University's gate. Su Xian, you're not eating dinner with us anymore. A few female classmates looked towards the nearby Su Xian, who smiled as she waved her hand. I still have things to do. I'll be eating outside tonight. After saying that, Su Xian headed towards the Night Spring Post intersection nearby Jiangnan University's gate and met up with Luo Feng, which her other female classmates witnessed. One of the girls with large eyes raised a cell phone that seemed quite expensive and pointed it towards the Night Spring Post intersection. Look, look, Su Xian's with a guy, said this large-eyed female classmate as she pointed her phone towards the intersection. Even though Night Spring Post intersection was around 500 meters away from the school gate, which was too far for regular eyes to discern someone's looks, the capabilities of modern phones are too great. The phone can take photos and videos. This large-eyes girl's phone can even record someone's face that's 1,000 meters away. Hey, it's true. The other girls leaned over and looked. He seems quite handsome. Oh shoot, I forgot something back in the classroom. You guys go first, I'll catch up soon. The large-eyed girl started running towards the school and quickly arrived at a corner of the empty track field. She took up her phone and immediately sent out the small video she just recorded. In a suite of a high-class hotel not far from Jiangnan University, a young man wearing a bathrobe was laying on a sofa. A seemingly beautiful girl, who was also wearing a bathrobe, was massaging him. Another seemingly pure young girl was also lightly massaging his feet and even happily chatted with the guy. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello. The young man picked up his phone. Young Master Wang, Su Xian just went out to eat dinner with a guy. I don't know. I just sent you the video. Oh, the young man frowned. Alright, you did a good job. After saying that, the young man opened up the video and took a close look. The scene with Luo Feng and Su Xian was incredibly high quality, and the young man slightly frowned. Luo Feng, who could have thought that this Luo Feng would run all the way over to the university area to look for Su Xian. Looks like his relationship with Su Xian isn't normal. You guys go down. The young man waved his hand. Tell Uncle An to come. Yes, young master. The two girls obediently went away. Soon enough, an old suit-wearing butler came and bowed. Young master. Uncle An. The young man stood up and frowned. Su Xian just went out to eat dinner with Luo Feng. Luo Feng. This butler, Uncle An, couldn't help but to be surprised. He was clear that this young master, Wang Xingping, transferred to Jiangnan University from Kyoto headquarters city just to get closer to his prize, and all the information about guys that are even slightly close to Su Xian was recorded. Naturally, Luo Feng's information was recorded too. Not only that, but 3 of Su Xian's female classmates were bribed at the same time. There were probably around 100 people around Jiangnan University that belongs solely to him. Ruining their relationship should be easy, said Wang Xingping coldly. Just a fighter. Uncle An, I'll hand this mission to you. First find out where they're eating tonight. I'm sure I don't have to tell you what to do next. I Only have one request ruined their relationship, the butler, Uncle nodded. As he replied, I'll prepare immediately. Okay. Wang Xingping waved his hand. The butler immediately and respectfully went away. In mere moments, in another suite of the hotel, the butler, Uncle was currently looking at two young girls. He just found these two beautiful girls were quite cute and could easily trigger a reaction in the bottom half of the body. Your goal is him. The butler, Uncle pointed towards a display. The display was currently showing a photo of Luo Feng and another one of Su Xian. His name is Luo Feng and is from Jiangnan headquarters city's Yangzhou City. His phone number is. Record all of this information and add his phone number to your contacts. Yes, the two beautiful girls obediently nodded. This is the plan. Look carefully. As he said that, the butler, Uncle lightly tapped his notebook, which then displayed the contents of the in-depth plan. The two beautiful girls took a look and made eye contact with each other. We understand, Uncle. Alright, Luo Feng is at the nearby restaurante Inua. Go, commanded the butler, Uncle. He watched the two beautiful girls leave and then looked at the plan on the display. He couldn't help but to shake his head. Luo Feng, you also count as quite a hard-working fighter. Sadly, our young master has his eyes set on Su Xian, so you have no right to touch her. Inua, a quite stylish restaurante near Jiangnan City. The music there was like a flowing river, improving the atmosphere even more. Luo Feng and Su Xian sat in a corner. The candles were lit on the table. This is the legendary candlelit dinner for Luo Feng's sake, Su Xian requested. That seats nearby them were empty so that nobody could bother them. You're going there, smiled Su Xian. Yeah, this is a good thing for you. I heard that as long as you can enter the world's best training camp, you'll become a war god in the future with no problem. Future war god, I'll congratulate you first. As she said that, she lifted up her glass of wine in. The glass was red wine with an extremely low alcohol content. Thanks. Luo Feng also smiled as he lifted his glass. After lightly taking a sip, Luo Feng and Su Xian started chatting. They chatted about Su Xian's complicated family matters and then Luo Feng's family. The two of them happily chatted. Even though they were just chatting like that, they seemed like a couple. It's just that neither of them moved the relationship to that point. Sis, I heard that guy last night was really great. Why would I trick you? I mean, I'm quite experienced and have tasted quite a few men, but the one last night was just fantastic. Hee, my heart is going wild now that I think about it. I'll go find him to play some more in a few days. You know his cell phone number? While he was sleeping, I used his cell phone to call my cell phone and then recorded the number. Two quite beautiful girls were chatting in small voices on the table beside the table next to Luo Feng's. However, this restaurant was just way too quiet. So Luo Feng and Su Xian heard every word clearly. The two of them could only exchange a funny glance. They didn't think that they would be able to hear such a conversation here. Luo Feng and Su Xian continued to chat. Around half an hour later. Well, let's go. The sisters finally stood up. Suddenly, one of the sisters walked past Luo Feng and then walked back a few steps. She carefully examined him and said in a surprised tone, I didn't think it was really you. I felt like it was you when I looked at your back. But it was just too dark, so I couldn't see clearly. Now that I look, it's really you. Wow, what a coincidence to meet you 2 days in a row. Sis, who's he? Said the girl on the side in a confused tone. 2 days in a row, this young lady, I don't think I've ever seen you before," said Luo Feng as she looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. "I think you have the wrong person." The cute girl took another careful look and then glanced at Su Xian. The side she then said, wrong person, I'm really sorry." Su Xian frowned on the side as she witnessed this scene. Su Xian hates things like one-night stands, and the scene that just took place in front of her couldn't help but to raise her suspicions. Has Luo Feng actually played with this cute girl before? Fighters are always fighting on the border between life and death, so it's quite normal for many of them to blow their money on some beautiful girls. In the past, Su Xian always thought that Luo Feng wasn't this type of person, but now that she witnessed this scene when destroying the relationship between a couple, especially when involving someone like Su Xian, who lives in a huge family, your tricks can't be too obvious. If so, Su Xian's suspicions would be raised too easily. Because of that, Uncle An didn't plan on destroying their relationship in one go. He planned on splitting the attack into several waves. For the first time, he simply wanted to raise Su Xian's suspicions. Clearly, he succeeded. This simple scene where she mistaken Luo Feng for someone else was enough to raise Su Xian's suspicions. Wrong person, there's no way. She mixed their faces up. This girl even looked at Luo Feng carefully to confirm his identity. How can she say that she has mistaken him for someone else? Way too fake. Su Xian saw through this in a glance. At the same time, Luo Feng's expression wasn't looking too good at the moment. Why is he getting involved in such messed up things? "Sorry, really sorry, I've mistaken you for someone else," apologized the beautiful girl. "Let's go." What else can Luo Feng say? They already said they mistaken him for someone else. "You two ladies, please wait a moment," said Su Xian. Luo Feng froze and looked at Su Xian. However, Su Xian's head was only faced towards the two girls. "Oh, is there something you need?" The two beautiful girls turned their heads toward Su Xian, and the sister asked, "Didn't you just say you met him 2 days in a row?" Su Xian just started to speak. "Not your boyfriend," followed the sister, "one of my good guy friends, Sean." Su Xian nodded. Deshaun. "Oh, so when you said you met him 2 days in a row, you mean you met with that Deshaun yesterday too?" The big sister and little sister exchanged glances. The big sister glanced at Luo Feng and then smiled towards Su Xian. "Of course, it wasn't just a simple meeting. We stayed together throughout the night as well. My Deshaun sure is great. I wonder how good your boyfriend is." She started to snicker slightly as she said that. "Over the night? Oh, then it looks like you two really did mistake him for someone else. My boyfriend and I video chatted late into the night yesterday. Since the session lasted for around 3 to 4 hours, there's no way he could have spent some time with someone else that night," smiled Su Xian. Suddenly, the faces of the two beautiful girls changed dramatically. "The cat's out of the bag. There's a problem with the plan." The plan never took into account the possibility of Su Xian and Luo Feng video chatting for so long. The two beautiful girls exchanged a glance. Panic could be seen in their eyes. The beginning step of the plan just started and they failed, so the second and third step won't even have a chance to begin. The two beautiful girls dropped off a few phrases and then immediately left. Luo Feng laughed when he saw this and then looked at Su Xian with a surprised look. "Su Xian, we only chatted for like an hour last night. How come you said 3 to 4 hours?" Well, just wanted to see their reaction and scare them a bit as expected. Their faces changed dramatically, giggled Su Xian, if my guess is correct. These two girls were probably sent from my brother or some other young master. However, this plan was quite well done indeed, the mistaken person act, by. The two beautiful girls rose Su Xian's suspicions slightly, but there was a hole in their plan. Su Xian indeed video chatted with Luo Feng yesterday for around an hour, which made Su Xian suspicious. Would Luo Feng go out to play after video chatting? Late into the night, not too realistic, so Su Xian followed up with some questions and exaggerated a bit. The two beautiful girls immediately thought they'd been found out and escaped in a hurry. Nice, nice. Luo Feng gave a big thumbs up. These family matters are quite messy. Sorry that you had to go through such a joke, apologized Su Xian. Luo Feng suddenly laughed. You said before my boyfriend and I video chatted. Oh, boyfriend, hee. Luo Feng laughed in a weird manner. Luo Feng, I didn't know you were like this too. I only said that because of the situation I was in. Su Xian couldn't help but to blush. After leaving the restaurant, it was around 8 p.m. The sky was already dark. Along the street of the university area, Luo Feng escorted Su Xian back to the dorm area of Jiangnan University after going through the destruction of the two beautiful girls. Luo Feng and Su Xian's relationship improved even more. The two of them would make fun of each other, but they just wouldn't officially set the relationship into stone. The stars filled the night sky. No need to go any further, I'm going in now. Su Xian looked at Luo Feng. Do your best in the elite training camp. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Su Xian's face was slightly red as she stood at the staircase at her dorm. Whether because she drank red wine or because of him, I can't believe I got messed up so much just because of what that girl said. Why would I get so mad because of him? Am I really? Luo Feng was also inside the sector of the dorm. In front of him were a couple people in the shade of a tree. Luo Feng spoke someone in front of him. Luo Feng looked carefully and saw 6 people under the tree. Leading them was a rich young master who looked pretty good and had white skin. Behind him was an old man and 4 burly brutes. Just looking at these brutes was enough to know that they were fighters. Someone who can get 4 powerful fighters to be his bodyguards. Probably not someone normal. I'm Luo Feng. Who might you be? Smiled Luo Feng as he looked at the rich young master. I'm Wang Xingping from Kyoto headquarters city. The rich young master walked over. I've come to see you just to deliver a single phrase. You better stay away from Su Xian. What if I don't stay away? Said Luo Feng as he looked at the rich young master. Oh, frowned Wang Xingping. I know your identity, the great young master of the Wang family of Kyoto headquarters city. Kyoto headquarters city's Wang family is one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, said Luo Feng as he looked at him. Wang Xingping smirked. Very good. It seems like you're someone who knows the rules. There are rules in every area, and what you must do is follow those rules. If you break the rules and do something you shouldn't do, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nighttime is the dorm area's most crowded time. Quite a few university students that were eating snacks and walking around noticed Luo Feng and Wang Xingping's group, since Wang Xingping's underlings weren't regular people. Rules. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes. The Wang family of China is one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, and their influence on society is tremendously huge. Normal people definitely Can't imagine what these families are capable of. Luo Feng, you should know that not everyone is equal even though everyone yells everyone's equal, everyone is not. Some people can only follow the rules and laws, and even when they do, they get in trouble. Some people can pick up all the beautiful girls they want and break all the rules, beat people up and even kill people, but those people don't get into any trouble. Some people can ruin a family with a single phrase. Some people can force a young man with a beautiful future ahead of them to obey their every command. Even if they're a fighter. Wang Xingping looked at Luo Feng. You probably know which group I belong to, and which group you belong to. The superiority he held in his bones wasn't covered up at all in this talk. Luo Feng said nothing. As Luo Feng and Wang Xingping talked, a couple was holding hands not too far away from the dorm sector. Tao Tao, really sorry, I'll be out of the country for a whole 3 years of course, I'll come see you over New Year's. The one speaking was precisely the one who was headed towards the dojo of Limit's world headquarters with Luo Feng. Yixia, the girl holding Yixia's hand, was his girlfriend since high school. Yixia, it's fine, we can talk over the internet frequently, it's just 3 years, it'll be over really quickly. The girl named Tao Tao grasped Yixia's hand. Yixia was definitely a legend in Jiangnan University. He's handsome, has a nice temper, and all his friends think highly of him. His family's great too, because his father's a war god. He himself was also powerful. Since he's headed off towards the basics training camp, he might become a war god in the future. Since his father is also a war god fighter, tons of girls would be chasing after this young man. Initially, quite a few people were trying to ruin Tao Tao and Yixia's relationship. But you better not mess around. Tao Tao looked at Yixia. Okay. Yixia nodded. What's going on ahead? Yixia looked in front of him with a confused look on his face. As a genius fighter, his eyesight was able to discern the looks of the people ahead. Wang Xingping, that's Senior Luo Feng. Tao Tao, remember I told you about a super powerful fighter that's leaving the country with me? He's right ahead of us, said Yixia. Where is he? Tao Tao was quite curious. Come, I'll bring you to him, smiled Yixia. Senior Luo Feng's temper is quite good, he's in the shade of the tree. Wang Xingping looked at Luo Feng. You're a beginner level warlord level fighter, right? These people here are 100 loyal to my Wang family. You guys tell Luo Feng your ranks. Intermediate level warlord. Intermediate level warlord. Intermediate level warlord. After the 3 brutes spoke, the final bald, middle-aged brute smiled. Advanced level warlord. Young man, you should know your place. Even a war god wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly in front of one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance. Your future is bright, so don't ruin it for yourself. Luo Feng's eyes brightened and he smiled as he nodded. Young Master Wang, you sure are great. 4 bodyguards, an advanced level warlord, and 3 intermediate level warlords. Young Master Li Wei had 2 advanced level warlords and an intermediate level warlord. Back then, however, Li Wei died. Brother Wang, you're here too. A familiar voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head, and so did Wang Xingping, and the others. Yixia and his girlfriend Tao Tao came into their vision. It's young Master Yixia, said the butler, Uncle An, in a small voice. The 4 bodyguards also smiled towards Yixia. Wang Xingping smiled towards Yixia. This Yixia's father is one of the war gods of Jiangnan City. Since he has a nice temper and many connections, quite a few war gods are his brothers. To the death, when faced with such a war god, even the Wang family has to treat them with respect. Furthermore, this Yixia is quite talented himself, since he's about to enter the basics training camp. He might be able to become a war god in the future. Yixia, what a coincidence, you're here too. Wang Xingping's previous attitude towards Luo Feng disappeared. He was now much more approachable. Haha, I saw Senior Luo Feng here, but I didn't expect Brother Wang to be here. Tu Yixia smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Senior Luo Feng, you know. Brother Wang too. Senior Luo Feng. Wang Xingping frowned. Usually, fighters only call someone senior when they're from the same dojo and clearly more powerful than them. And Yixia is calling Luo Feng senior. Yixia, I just met with Wang Xingping just now, so I'm not too familiar with him, smiled Luo Feng. Yixia laughed loudly and said to Wang Xingping, Brother Wang, you love meeting genius fighters, right? Senior Luo Feng is way better than me this time. Senior Luo Feng is leaving the country with me, and Luo Feng is entering the world's best elite training camp. Elite training camp. Wang Xingping's heart thumped dramatically. Oh shit. Each country's army tries everything possible to earn a spot in the elite training camp, since every person that enters the elite training camp will become a war god in the future, and the special training in this elite training camp makes these war gods way more powerful than other war gods that trained by themselves. Every elite training camp student has an immensely high position. Even the 9 core families of the HR Alliance want these students on their side. These students will become extremely powerful in the future, and all their fellow students are also absolute geniuses from all over the world. After they all graduate, each and every one of them are war gods. Their own abilities added with their connections, each of these students will become an important member in the dojo of limits or in the government's special forces. Even the HR Alliance invites them as special guests. They are the absolute top. Even the government treats these guys like masters, since they are actually masters. These demon students are also extremely intelligent and naturally form a Group 1 demonic genius fighter is already insanely powerful. If you add 10 of them or 100 of them into a group that looks out for its members, they become an extremely powerful force that none of the core families of the HR Alliance are willing to mess with. This is also why the huge families spend tens and hundreds of billions to try and get a spot in the elite training camp, and these students might even become the students of Hong and Thunder God. Fuck this Luo Feng. All of a sudden Wang Xingping wanted to smash his head a couple times. He was a perfectly normal fighter. How did he all of a sudden? Senior Luo Feng, Brother Wang is a great person who loves to make friends. Smiled Yixia towards Luo Feng. After that, he turned his head towards Wang Xingping. Brother Wang, how about me, Senior Luo Feng, and you find a place to chat later? As he said that, he even purposefully winked at Wang Xingping. From Yixia's point of view, he's doing Wang Xingping a huge favor. How many of these demonic genius fighters exist on Earth? Everyone would want to try and get to know them if given the chance. The nights of early spring were cold, but Wang Xingping's brain was melting, and his face was astonishingly hot. This is the worst thing I've ever ran into in my life. How many students does the world's best training camp accept? Every year, all over the world, only one person gets in every few years in Jiangnan City, and now I actually encountered someone and even threatened him. If Wang Xingping was the head of the Wang family, he might have the authority to threaten that person. However, the Wang family's head is his grandpa. His grandpa has quite a few sons, and over a dozen grandsons. He's a direct descendant of his grandfather, and therefore has a higher position than the other grandsons, but that's not even close to enough to determine who will become the next head. The internal struggle is extremely competitive. The successors are all decided by the family. After his grandfather gives up his spot, his father's generation goes up. After a couple dozen years, it'll be his generation's turn. Even if Wang Xingping is able to become the head, he'll have to wait quite a few years. I have some of the family's power, but only an extremely small portion. Wang Xingping clenched his teeth. If the family knew that I started a fight against a student of the world's best training camp, the first thing they'll make me do is apologize. After that, I'll have to organize a negotiation with Luo Feng to attempt to calm the situation. Wang Xingping was clear of his family's rules. If you can't kill them, befriend them. Even the 5 great countries wouldn't dare to send people to the dojo of Limit's world headquarters that Luo Feng is about to enter, because that place is the territory world's strongest fighter. Hong Hong's name is more explosive than a nuclear bomb. Hey, brother Wang, what are you thinking of? Smiled Yixia as he urged. Wang Xingping took in a deep breath as he looked at Luo Feng, and then lowered his head and deeply bowed. Luo Feng, this is my, Wang Xingping's fault. Please don't mind my actions. Apologized. This Wang Xingping actually bowed as he apologized. What's going on? Yixia froze as he looked at Wang Xingping and then at Luo Feng. Even if he's blind, he could tell that something was wrong with this situation. Luo Feng looked at Yixia and smiled. Nothing, it's just that young master. Wang Xingping had a little misunderstanding. Well, I still have things to do, so I'll be going first. After saying that, Luo Feng turned around and walked away on the dark, concrete street. After Luo Feng left, Yixia whispered, Brother Wang, what happened? You enraged this Luo Feng. I messed up big time. Wang Xingping straightened his back. However, Yixia, thanks a lot for this. If you didn't tell me about this Luo Feng's identity, I would have offended him without knowing who he was. The current Luo Feng has no power to do anything, but in a few years, once he becomes a war god and enters the higher-ups of the dojo of Limits, dealing with some random rich kid of the Wang family is easy in front of the dojo of Limits. Not just the Wang family, but even the entire HR alliance has to lower their heads. Fuck. Once he returned to the hotel, Wang Xingping ferociously slammed the great bottles of wine on the counter. Round bottle after bottle of extremely expensive high-quality wine slammed on the table, the wall, and the ground. Pung pa. As the shattering sounds rang, butler, Uncle N, said nothing as he stood in the corner. After unleashing his rage, Wang Xingping furiously sat on the sofa. Uncle N, find and bring a pair of twin sisters here. Wang Xingping's eyes were cold like a wolf's. Every time he encounters some trouble, he'll want to vent. Young Master Butler, Uncle N, couldn't help but to say, don't worry, nobody will die. Wang Xingping turned his head and coldly looked at the butler, Uncle, and under Wang Xingping's glare, the butler didn't dare to say anything more. Yes, Butler, Uncle N, turned his head and walked out of the room. After encountering Wang Xingping, Luo Feng just treated it as a joke and forgot about it. For the next few days, Luo Feng spent most of his time on the 9-stage Thunderblade. Time flowed like water and, with a blink of an eye, It was March 22nd, the day that Luo Feng leaves the headquarters city. March 22nd, 1:30 p.m. Jiangnan Headquarters City Airport. Feng, once you get there, take care of yourself, said Luo Honghua. Got it, Dad, smiled Luo Feng. Gong Xianlan's eyes were teary as she held Luo Feng's hand. Feng, watch yourself. Every time Luo Feng enters the wilderness, his family becomes extremely worried. However, after a while, especially after living in a fighter's sector like Mingyu sector, his parents understood this is the path of a fighter. Luo Feng, it's time to check in, said war god Yang Hui from far away. Coming, responded Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at his parents and then immediately ran towards Yang Hui. Not too far away, Yixiao was also saying goodbye to his parents and then went along with Luo Feng and war god Yang Hui through the security check. The dojo of Limit's chairman, Yixiao's family, and Luo Feng's family watched them as they left. There was only one extremely huge saucer-shaped commercial plane in the entire airport. Luo Feng went through the tunnel and entered the commercial plane. Mr. Yang, your seats are in the first-class cabin, smiled the beautiful female flight attendant. Okay, Yang Hui nodded and went up the stairs. This was Luo Feng and Yixiao's first time riding a huge commercial plane like this, so they were extremely curious. Luo Feng, like many others riding this plane for the first time, was looking around with curiosity. The interior of the plane was dreamy since the plane was saucer-shaped. The cabins were split into the top level, middle level, and bottom level. The top level was the first-class cabin, while the middle and bottom levels were normal cabins. Round Luo Feng looked at the wall on the top level and noticed that it, along with all the other things, were round. The seats were also placed in a circular manner, ring after ring. Naturally, there were more seats in the outer rings, and in the very middle was a 3D hologram. E21 was Luo Feng's spot. He, Yixiao, and Yang Hui sat side by side. The other passengers soon came in one by one. Luo Feng, Yixiao, this is your first time riding a plane, so the dojo of Limits will pay for you too, said Yang Hui. If you ride an airplane again in the future, you'll have to buy the ticket yourselves. The cost for a ticket for the Chinese large commercial planes from the 6 headquarters cities to our world headquarters is 10 million for a normal cabin and 20 million for the first-class cabin. Luo Feng sighed and sighed. No wonder even the average rich person wouldn't ride these planes. It'll be good for some rich person's company to be worth over 100 million. Spend 10 million for a plane, they probably would be reluctant to do so. How is this first-class cabin better than the normal cabins below? Yixiao couldn't help but to ask. The size of the seats and the level of comfort, smiled Yang Hui. I don't see how these seats are wide. Yixiao couldn't help but to say. That's because you haven't sat in the seats in the normal cabins below. Laughed Yang Hui. You have to keep in mind that there are barely any commercial planes on this world. The cost it takes to build and maintain each plane is disgustingly high. Because they're so rare, they'll want to squeeze in as many seats into the plane as possible, so even though you can sit in the normal cabins, you can't stretch your legs. Yixiao blinked twice. Luo Feng shook his head. Double the price, just for a larger seat. However, for the people at the top of the world, 10 million and 20 million really don't have much of a difference. Rumble. With a rumble, the plane finally lifted off. However, the round cabins were completely sealed and had no windows, so Luo Feng and the others couldn't look outside. A recently famous movie was playing in the middle of the cabin. It was quite realistic thanks to the 3D hologram. If you want to watch it, put on your headphones. If you don't, then just rest. Will arrive at the world headquarters in around an hour. Yang Hui closed his eyes. After around an hour and 20 minutes, the commercial plane landed at the dojo of Limit's world headquarters, Hong Ning headquarter city's airport, Luo Feng. And the others left the airport and got on a private car. Inside a long Cadillac, Luo Feng and Yixia were looking out the window and were amazed. The entire headquarters city was extremely beautiful, and the buildings were all based off of ancient China pavilions, could be seen everywhere. During the Grand Nirvana period, the head brought a bunch of people to this place and created a simple human base, allowing many people to escape here. As time flowed, this Hong Ning headquarters city grew bigger and bigger. Smiled Yang Hui. Our Hong Ning headquarters city is located at Western Asia, close to Europe. Because our head is here, this is the safest headquarters city in the entire world. Many rich people and fighters come to our headquarters city every year. However, the head always controls the population of the headquarters city. As of now, the population of the entire headquarters city is only around 8 million. Smiled Yang Hui. If the head didn't regulate the population, it'll be normal for it to reach a value of 200 to 300 million. However, quality over quantity, our Hong Ning headquarters city has the highest fighter birth rate in the entire world. As of now, there has never been an emperor monster that dared to mess around at our Hong Ning headquarters city, said Yang Hui confidently. Luo Feng and Yixia's eyes were filled with astonishment. The entire world has 5 great countries and 23 headquarters cities, and Hong controls a headquarters city, and the dojo of Limits add his own virtually invincible strength to the equation. Hong is indisputably the most powerful man on earth, 1 in strength and 1 in authority. We're at the training camp. Let's get off, said Yang Hui. This is the elite training camp. Yixia, you come and take a look too. If you keep working hard, you might have a chance to come here. Okay. Yixia had trouble suppressing his excitement. Luo Feng and Yixia got off the car and went through the training camp's huge gate with Yang Hui. Right after going through the gate, they saw a gigantic sculpture of a dragon. A gigantic black dragon that was around 50 meters tall was staring at Luo Feng. Its invisible aura instantly pressured Luo Feng, causing him to choke. Yixia's face was completely white on the side. Only after Yang Hui coughed lightly did Luo Feng and Yixia wake up. Startled just by a sculpture, laughed Yang Hui. Luo Feng's forehead was full of sweat. This dragon sculpture pressured him more than the steel-armored dragon on the scales of the 50-meter-tall black dragon were tiny screens, which displayed a list of names. Number 1, Reanatus Bridge, 530321. Number 2, Zhucheng, 540601. Number 3, Eben, Perth, 520316. Number 182, Jacqueline Bernard, 570319. From the top of the dragon to the bottom, the scales displayed a full 182 names. Yang Hui smiled on the side. This is the ranking as of now. There are 182 students in the elite training camp, which are the geniuses of geniuses from all over the world. Everyone is ranked based off their battle scores. Luo Feng, if you pass the Be Great exam, you better work hard and raise your ranking. Luo Feng looked at the list of names on the huge black dragon's scales and couldn't help but to ask, ranking for what? Yang Hui laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. You think you can just relax once? You enter the elite training camp and just ride your way to the war god rank. What a joke! The environment in the elite training camp is much more competitive than anywhere else. The rankings determine how much stuff you can get. For example, who gets to use one of the unique treasures from the archaeological ruins. The higher your ranking, the more resources you receive. And as for the people who are ranked at the bottom 3, if they get ranked there for over 3 times, they're disqualified. Luo Feng was astonished, since he didn't know that it was possible to get disqualified from the elite training camp. Well, stop asking questions. Once you pass the B-grade exam, you'll learn all the rules. If you don't pass the B-grade exam, then there's no point in knowing the answers to your questions. Yang Hui looked up at the huge dragon sculpture. Haven't you guys realized why this dragon sculpture is special? Aura said Yixia. Spirit said Luo Feng. Both of them were stunned by the dragon sculpture. When they looked into the eyes of the sculpture, they felt like they were being stared at by a monster. Even more horrifying than a high-level horde leader-level steel-armored dragon. It caused fear from the bottom of their hearts. Luo Feng wasn't even this terrified when he saw the steel-armored dragon. This was a real SS Emperor-level monster, a black dragon born inside a volcano. After the head slayed it, he left its 2 eyes inside this dragon sculpture. The materials making up this dragon sculpture are quite expensive, of course. The most expensive thing in this sculpture is its eyes, since they're the real eyes of a black dragon. The dragon's eyes were designed to glare at the entrance of the gate, so once someone enters the gate, they'll be stunned after looking into the eyes of the dragon sculpture. Laughed Yang Hui proudly. Just this pair of dragon eyes is already worth over 10 billion. Luo Feng and Yixia exchanged glances. Holy shit, they actually used the eyes of a black dragon in a decorative sculpture. Damn. Come with me, remember, don't run around, commanded Yang Hui. Yes, Luo Feng and Yixia carried their backpacks as they followed Yang Hui. Even though it's called a training camp, it was extremely beautiful and dreamy. It gave one the feeling that they have arrived at an ancient palace. There were precious flowers and trees everywhere, and even flowing rivers and streams. After a few main palaces, detailed pavilion after pavilion could be seen all around. Sometimes you could see dojo uniform wearing young people walking out of the pavilions. In the group of young people were males and females and white, black, and yellow people. Look, those young people far away are all officials, members of the elite training camp. Yang Hui pointed at the huge 9-story tower in the exact middle of the training camp. Even though there are only 9 floors in that tower-shaped buildings, its height is comparable to a regular 20-story building's height. All the students are headed there. That tower-shaped building is called the 9 Grand Floors. Yang Hui smiled. The 9 Grand Floors is where all the students learn and train. The special training rooms are in there too. In the training camp, the students are always in there except when they sleep. Luo Feng and Yixia were extremely well-mannered as they walked in the training camp, since they weren't students here. Each and every single student in the elite training camp, with Luo Feng's judgment, had a completely different aura compared to the regular fighters outside. This was where all the demonic geniuses of the world gathered. A lot of these 182 students graduate every year, so every year, we accept 43 people. Yang Hui smiled as he walked. However, 2-3 of these people come from our dojo of Limits Basics training camp. Only 1-3 comes from the other parts of the world. Luo Feng froze. No wonder. Around 30 people are accepted every year and 2-3 of them come from the basics training camp. That means only around 10 spots are left. So, Yasya, after you enter the basics training camp, you still have hope of entering the elite training camp. However, the number of students in the basics training camp is way higher than the number in the elite training camp. Because of this, the competition for the spots are intense. You better work hard in the future, said Yang Hui as he looked at Yasya. Understood. Yasya's eyes were shining. The limit in the basics training camp is 3 years, while it's 5 years in the elite training camp. Yasya, stay here first, don't run around, I'll bring Luo Feng in there too. Deal with his housing, said Yang Hui. A 2-story building, even the furniture here was antique. Since our head is Chinese, he loves the style of ancient China. Because of that, he built Hongning headquarters city based off of that style. This training camp especially, since even the furniture is like that. So while you're here, you won't have any couches or television, smiled Yang Hui. Thankfully, the head is merciful and allows everyone to bring a notebook. Luo Feng was speechless. There was no television, washing machine, etc. Thankfully, there were electronic plugs. You just rest well here. If you want to eat something, just make a call and someone will bring you food, said Yang Hui. You better not run around today. Tomorrow at noon, I'll bring you to the 9 grand floors to take the B grade exam. If you pass, you'll become an official member of the elite training camp. If you fail, you'll go to the basics training camp. Luo Feng nodded. Understood. Yang Hui soon left after that. Luo Feng was the only one left in the quiet room. He went to the 2nd floor study room and left his backpack there. Afterwards, he went to the balcony and looked at the entire camp. This is the world's best training camp. It's quite quiet here. Luo Feng's hand supported his body against the wooden pole of the balcony as he appreciated the view of the camp. Not too far away was a flowing stream. From there carried a voice in standard Chinese, "Hey, from China." Luo Feng turned his head and looked down. He saw a young, white dojo uniform wearing yellow-skinned man. His eyebrows were thick and his eyes were big. He had a steel spear in his hands as he smiled. "Yeah," responded Luo Feng. "I'm Tian Qiong," smiled the yellow-skinned young man as he greeted, "from Northeast Headquarters City." "I'm Luo Feng, from Jiangnan Headquarters City," smiled Luo Feng. The person named Tian Qiong smiled. "Since you're living here, I assume you're going to take the entrance exam. Work hard. There are quite a few Chinese here. Once you enter the camp, we can all meet up." After saying that, this Tian Qiong headed towards the 9 grand floors with his spear in hand. As he walked, he occasionally waved his spear around. Pu, the ear-piercing sound from the thrusting spear, changed the Luo Feng's face, who was on the balcony. This person's spear technique is way better than Zhang Ke's. Luo Feng's judgment abilities are extremely great right now. When that person named Tian Qiong thrusted his spear, it felt like all the air surrounding him gathered on the tip of his spear. Even though I named my blade technique Thunderbolt, I barely touched the start of it. Compared to him, I'm way off. Luo Feng had no pride left at all. Just a random student's spear technique was clearer superior to his blade technique. Luo Feng realized only the geniuses of geniuses could enter this training camp, whether they competed for the spots after accepting 3 years of training and graduating from the basics training camp or were accepted from every part of the world. None of them weren't outstanding. I have to stand my ground in this elite training camp. or else I won't even have the right to stand up against the two war gods Vulture and Scorpion. Of course, I have to pass the Be Great exam first. After training his genetic energy until late into the night, Luo Feng enjoyed a nice rest even though he hasn't officially entered the training camp yet. The ranking on the Black Dragon sculpture and the random thrusts from that Tian Qiong from before made Luo Feng realize his future in the elite training camp will be extremely competitive. 11 a.m. Luo Feng had a luxurious lunch only until 11:30 a.m. did War God Yang Hui appear. The weather's not so good today, it's almost noon and yet the sky's already dark, looks like we'll have a storm soon. Yang Hui walked in and laughed as he looked at the table. Not bad, you have quite the appetite if you're ready. Then follow me to the 9 grand floors. Do I need to bring anything? Weapons battle uniform? Asked Luo Feng. No, just come with me with nothing in hand, said Yang Hui. Luo Feng headed towards the 9 grand floors with Yang Hui. Each story in the 9 grand floors was around 6 meters high. Since the width of the 9 grand floors was over 130 meters, it was definitely a gigantic tower. Even though the building seemed quite ancient from the outside, it was extremely technological. In the inside, the floors were made out of sturdy alloys. Sonic booms and yells could easily be heard. Go to the 9th floor. Yang Hui and Luo Feng entered the elevator. The elevator was extremely fast. Ding. The doors of the elevator opened and revealed the top floor of the 9 grand floors. The 9th floor was a spacious lobby. In the lobby were a few cushions where young men and women chatted in English, French, or even Chinese. When Luo Feng came here, quite a few people turned their heads towards him. Bro, Chinese. Chinese. Luo Feng nodded. Good luck. Once you enter the camp, we'll have another Chinese member. Laughed a bald young man. Dream on. An accented phrase of Chinese came out of a black girl's mouth. There was a butterfly tattoo on the black girl's face, and she sneered as she glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng followed War God Yang Hui's lead and entered the interior of the lobby. There was a passageway here, with large rooms on both sides. Soon enough, Luo Feng was brought to the innermost room. The room wasn't big and was a bit dim. The lights were turned on. There were only 2 sofas in the room, and each sofa had a faint blue helmet on them. Our human scientists worked quite hard to create these 2 helmets. These 2 helmets mimicked a brain-computer interface linked to a virtual space machine, said Yang Hui as he pointed towards the helmets. We could only create these simple brain-computer interfaces. As for the actual machine that creates the virtual space, that ancient thing has been sleeping underground for who knows how many years. Luo Feng froze as he stared at this helmet. Virtual space. Too crazy. Something that only exists in sci-fi. According to what Yang Hui said, humans as of now have only been able to create the brain-computer interfaces. As for the actual machine that creates the virtual space, humans haven't been able to create that at all. We're still using that same old machine underground. Human scientists don't understand that machine at all, so don't even mention creating it, said Yang Hui. Shook his head. Okay, once you wear that, you'll enter an extremely realistic virtual space. You could say that it's exactly the same as real life, said Yang Hui. After you enter the virtual space, we'll let you enter the Tower of Trials to take the Be Great exam. Do I? Whereat Luo Feng nervously picked up one of the faint blue helmets and looked at Yang Hui with a confused look. Mr. Yang, do I just wear it directly like this? Copy me, laughed Yang Hui, and then lay down on the sofa. You sit on the sofa too. Luo Feng obediently lay on the sofa. The sofa was extremely comfortable and was just right for one person to lay on it. Yang Hui said seriously, when you put on the helmet later, your mind will enter the virtual space, so don't panic here. Put on the helmet under Yang Hui's watch. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and put the helmet on. Virtual space, it was described in sci-fi novels, but this was his first time experiencing it. The instant Luo Feng put on his helmet, he felt like his brain paused. Yang Hui watched Luo Feng put on his helmet and then smiled as he put on his. This was an infinite silver-colored place. Two shadows, one in front of the other, appeared on the ground. They were precisely Luo Feng and Yang Hui. How amazing! This is virtual space. Luo Feng looked around the sky of the virtual space was the starry universe with millions of shining stars, causing a dreamy light to reflect off of the entire silver ground. This silver ground, it's as smooth as a mirror. Luo Feng bent down with surprisement and knocked against the ground with his fingers. It let off a clang-clang sound like a type of metal. Luo Feng, this is the Tower of Trials virtual space. The sky is filled with stars and the ground is completely silver. The material making up the ground is similar to an alloy. Yang Hui smiled as he pointed into the distance, and in this entire silver space, the only building you can see is that 7-story Tower of Trials, which is where you'll be taking your exam. Indeed, after looking in each direction, there was only one building. It was a huge tower-shaped building that was around 300 to 400 meters tall. The entire tower had engravings of various monsters on the surface of it, which spiraled around the entire tower. The naked eye could barely distinguish the 7 floors of the tower. I take the B-grade exam there. With a thought of his heart, Luo Feng tried using his spiritual force. How come there's no spiritual force? He couldn't feel even the slightest bit of his spiritual force. Not good. Luo Feng jumped twice and threw some punches and kicks. My body is kind of off. Mr. Yang, how come my body feels different from before? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. Yang Hui laughed loudly and pointed towards the sky and then the ground. Where is this virtual space? Only our minds have entered this area, which is why weapons and other things can't come here. Only our minds entered. Luo Feng was stunned and thought to himself, in other words, nothing other than our minds can enter here. My spiritual force didn't come here too. This is a problem. Without my spiritual force, I only have a portion of my strength. I wonder if I can pass this B-grade exam. Yang Hui continued to speak. Luo Feng, no matter who it is, only their minds enter the virtual space, and the virtual space constructs a virtual body for us all. Our body fitness levels are identical, said Yang Hui. Identical? Luo Feng was astonished. Yeah, whether a war god, an existence that surpasses the war god, a regular fighter, or even a regular person, once their mind enters this area, they'll all have the same body fitness level: fist strength of 10,000 kilograms, speed of 150 ms, and reaction speed of beginner level, warlord level superior. Luo Feng froze. Everyone has exactly the same body fitness level in this virtual space. Since everyone's body fitness level is the same in this virtual space, even the head, Hong, has this body too. This way, we can easily test a person's true fighting ability. Yang Hui looked at Luo Feng. Now, come with me to the Tower of Trials. What can he do now? Everyone's equal in this virtual space, no matter how powerful you are in the real world, everyone is the same here. The Tower of Trials was absolutely gigantic. Luo Feng and Yang Hui stood at the entrance like two ants. Look at that pillar. Yang Hui pointed towards a black pillar to the left of the main entrance of the Tower of Trials. An engraving started to appear on this black pillar. Name Luo Feng. Gender male. Identity elite training camp prospective student. Tower of Trials level 1. Luo Feng turned his head to the black pillar on the right of the main entrance. An engraving started to appear on this pillar too. Name Yang Hui. Gender male. Identity War God. Tower of Trials. Level 3-2. Luo Feng was astonished. His level was 1 and War God Yang Hui's was 32. What's the significance of this Tower of Trials level? Luo Feng, are you thinking about the Tower of Trials level? Smiled Yang Hui. If anyone with this body enters the tower, you start going through the floors. After you pass the first floor, you enter the second floor. At that time, your level will be 2-0. When you enter the third floor, your level will be 3-0. During the third floor, your level could be 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, etc. Since you haven't entered the Tower of Trials yet, you're just at level 1, which means that you never did anything in the Tower of Trials yet. Luo Feng froze and was stunned. War God Yang Hui was so old, so he must have plenty of battle experience. Who could have thought that he only entered the third floor? There are 7 floors in total as of now. Nobody has entered the 7th floor. Yang Hui smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Not even one. Luo Feng was stunned. What about the world's strongest fighter, Hong, and the second strongest fighter, Thunder God? Yeah, not even one. The world's strongest fighter, Hong, can enter the 6th floor, which is the world record. Yang Hui shook his head as he sighed. This is the difference. Even though I'm using the same body as the head, I can only get to the 3rd floor, while the head can get to the 6th. Luo Feng raised his head and looked at this 7-story Tower of Trials. No fighter on Earth can reach the 7th floor. Suddenly. Luo Feng, please select your battle uniform and weapon. After selecting, enter the Tower of Trials and accept the B grade exam within a minute. The electronic sound echoed around the entire virtual space. All types of battle uniforms and weapons appeared in front of Luo Feng. He didn't have much time, so he immediately picked a battle uniform that fit his size, a ghost blade, and a hexagonal shield. Afterwards, the same battle uniform, ghost blade, and hexagonal shield dropped onto the floor. Luo Feng quickly put them on. His sprinting speed could reach 150 ms, and he was also super fast at equipping his gear. Within 10 seconds, like a flash, he was finished equipping. Luo Feng, I'll pray for your success, smiled Yang Hui. This B grade exam is the difficulty level of intermediate in the Tower of Trials 1st floor. Even though it's only the 1st floor, a few dozen of the official members of the elite training camp are still stuck there. Okay. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and directly walked towards the dark entrance. As if the space around him transformed, Luo Feng entered a boundless grassy plain. Luo Feng, an electronic voice rang around the plains. The B grade exam is to kill a horde of 100 low-level commander-level raging bulls within 30 minutes. If you die, then you fail. If the kill count hasn't reached 100 within 30 minutes, you also fail. This is your first time entering the Tower of Trials, so you have 5 minutes to prepare. Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. 100 raging bulls and all low-level commander-level Luo Feng was completely frightened. Even though a regular monster horde is quite scary, most of the horde is made up of soldier-level monsters. They contain very few commander-level monsters. Who would have known that you would have to face 100 raging bulls in the B grade exam, and all of them are low-level commander level, since they're all low-level commander level, compared to his fitness level. Any one of the raging bulls is around equal in speed and power 100 monsters that are equal to Luo Feng and all charging at Luo Feng, and within 30 minutes, Luo Feng has to kill all 100 by himself. Messed up. The first floor is so messed up, no wonder a few dozen out of the 182 members are still stuck here. It wasn't hard for Luo Feng to imagine how messed up the second floor, third floor, fourth floor, etc. would be. It's quite incredible that Hong reached the sixth floor using the exact same body he was using. My real-life body isn't too different from this virtual body, so I can get used to it quickly. Luo Feng moved around, swiftly dodged, jumped, and swung his ghost blade around to get used to this body. 5 minutes quickly passed. Be great exam, begin. The electronic voice rang around the plains like thunder. At the same time, tons of burly cow-type monsters that were 3 meters tall appeared 100 meters away. These are the cow-type monsters that are famous for forming hordes. Raging bulls. They had long hair, curved, sharp horns, and bloodshot eyes. Moo. All 100 raging bulls had a faint red color on their horns, as if there was blood on them. If these sharp horns hit Luo Feng, even if they don't rip apart his battle uniform, all of his internal organs and bones will be crushed. Every single one of them is threatening. Moo moo. Along with the mooing sounds that rang across the grassy plains, all 100 low-level commander-level raging bulls trampled the grass below with all their hooves and charged at Luo Feng while snorting out air. The entire grassy plain started shaking. Other than the time at Family Mart, I've never faced so many low-level commander-level monsters before. Luo Feng himself wasn't competent, no wonder. This B grade exam was used to test the geniuses of the world. It's so difficult, it's scary. If he had his spiritual force, then he would be confident, but without his spiritual force, I can only go for it. A couple dozen people are still stuck on the first floor, which means over 100 people have passed it. I don't believe that I won't be able to pass this. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. Since he's already in this situation, what else can he do? Give it everything he has. 100 raging bulls that were larger than tanks were charging. Rumble, the ground shook. The low-level commander-level raging bulls charged past the 100-meter distance. With their speed that was beyond 100 ms, within a blink of an eye, fell into the sea like horde. Luo Feng stayed completely still as the horde of raging bulls charged at him. With his hexagonal shield in one hand and his ghost blade in the other, he calmly remained in position. Rumble, the air the raging bulls snorted out emanated around the first raging bull in front of the horde finally reached Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who has been through who knows how many battles against monster hordes, had tons of experience. A nice step to the side and a flash of his ghost blade 9. Stage Thunder Blade, Stage 3, explosion of 21x. The original force blood bursted out from the neck of the first raging bull. Luo Feng's eyes were ice cold and he was as calm could be. He stood directly in front of the monster horde and never messed up when the monsters tried to surround him. These raging bulls are quite large, larger than the average iron fur boar. They're like a tank since they're so huge, only 2 or 3 can attack me at the same time. Luo Feng was clear he had to use the bodies of these raging bulls to block the other ones. He had to rotate around in the spaces available. Time passed second by second. Luo Feng's intermediate level technique was definitely almost perfect. He was able to accurately dodge around in the middle of the horde of raging bulls. Thankfully, Luo Feng has tons of experience with fighting in the middle of monster hordes. If he didn't have any experience, it'll be quite troublesome to deal with 100 low-level commander-level raging bulls. Other than that, Luo Feng's 9-stage Thunder Blade has reached the 3rd stage, giving him the ability to kill a raging bull in one attack. 31, 32, 33. The kill count kept rising. The raging bulls jumped, leaped, and charged straight like a leaf. Luo Feng barely dodged all the attacks. Not good. One of the sharp horns grazed his face at the same time. A raging bull corpse behind Luo Feng was also violently smashed into by the charging raging bull. Instantly, Luo Feng's area of retreat was blocked off and, because of this mistake, the raging bulls from in front, behind, and above instantly surrounded Luo Feng. He's in a nearly hopeless situation. Peng. In an instant, Luo Feng, like a raging bull, charged with the hexagonal shield on his left arm and smashed into a raging bull that was coming from the left. Rumble. The force of impact numbed Luo Feng's left arm and his body couldn't help but to step back a few times as he spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. As he stepped back, Luo Feng's steps were distanced oddly and, with a sudden burst of acceleration, the cold light from his blade flashed. Ching. Like lightning, the blade drew across the hooves of one of the raging bulls. Charging from the air, after slashing the hoof off, it started to fall to the ground at the same time. Luo Feng charged forward like lightning and instantly smashed the back of the ghost blade against the falling hoof like a cannon. The hoof flew into one of the raging bulls charging from behind. An extremely chaotic struggle. Keep in mind that all the raging bulls were charging at speeds of over 100 ms in an area less than 10 square meters, and within 0.8 seconds, Luo Feng damaged 3 raging bulls and killed 5 of them. Even though he was heavily injured as a result, he was barely able to survive the dangerous situation. Even though a single strike from my blade is extremely powerful, I can't deal with groups. In the past, Luo Feng always strived for as much power as possible in a single strike. However, the more powerful a strike becomes, the longer it takes to withdraw the blade. If Luo Feng is able to strike 10 times within a blink of an eye and kill all the surrounding raging bulls, then he wouldn't even need to rely on his almost perfect intermediate level technique to dodge around. He can easily slaughter all the raging bulls. However, the precision required to attack 10 raging bulls charging at over 100 ms within a blink of an eye was just too high. Luo Feng didn't dare to relax. Actually, ever since the 1-2 seconds he used to escape the 003 Cities Family Mart, he has had a few more experiences of the perfect level technique, using the entire environment to assist you. Man and environment come together as one. Just like this. Since every raging bull was low-level commander level, this pressure caused Luo Feng to perceive the surrounding environment as a single entity. After the 70th kill with this, Luo Feng had a clear sense of all the surrounding raging bull corpses, and even the grass around him. No need for intense, extreme use of the brain, follow your instincts too. Profoundly use every single raging bull's corpse to help you. It has never been so relaxing, pu, the heads of the bulls flew up one by one, fresh blood sprayed around. Used 21 minutes and 18 seconds to kill all 100 raging bulls. Be great exam. You pass, congratulations, student Luo Feng. As if a higher entity, the electronic sound rang across the entire grassy plains. Only until now did Luo Feng wake up from his previous state and couldn't help but to laugh bitterly. How come there weren't more raging bulls when I needed them? Luo Feng's 9-stage Thunderblade includes the technique Lu Guang, so he clearly understood just how difficult it was to go from the intermediate level to perfect level. In the past, Luo Feng used his spiritual force to sense his surroundings with luck. He would get a feel of the perfect level. However, he didn't have any spiritual force in this virtual space, and this monster horde, unlike real life, was made out of commander-level monsters. Each and every single one of these monsters were threatening to Luo Feng, so he was pushed to his absolute limits. He unknowingly stepped into the state of the perfect level technique and managed to maintain it for such a long time. Thanks to this, it'll be easier for him to truly advance to the perfect level in the future. Sadly, Luo Feng was only given the chance to maintain it for a short duration, since it took him less than 5 minutes to kill the final 30 raging bulls. When the exam ended, Luo Feng came out of that state. Student Luo Feng, you will automatically leave the virtual space in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Elite Training Camp, 9th floor of the 9 grand floors. When Yang Hui and Luo Feng happily chatted as they left the training room, all sorts of genius fighters from all over the world looked towards them with surprisement. In the lobby, one of the yellow-skinned youth even asked, "Instructor, did he pass the exam?" "He passed," smiled Yang Hui. "I'll go finish the procedures. I'll probably be done at around 1 p.m. You guys can go train now." Afterwards, every single person in the lobby either chatted with Luo Feng or discussed with each other. They were all extremely enthusiastic. Luo Feng and Yang Hui left the 9 grand floors with umbrellas in their hands, since the sky was densely packed with clouds and rain was pouring. Even though there are only around 160 students here, all 5 countries, each family of the HR Alliance, etc. are connected, said Yang Hui. Luo Feng, if you aren't disqualified from the elite training camp, then your future will surely be bright. While in the training camp, extraordinary organizations, governments, and the families of the HR Alliance will attempt to make you work for them. Money, women, all sorts of attractions will be used. However, you must keep in mind that the most important thing is your own strength. Try to ignore those temptations. You only have one goal: to raise your rank. Including you, there are 183 students. Each of these students are extraordinary geniuses. You have to step over them and put yourself in a higher position, said Yang Hui seriously. Luo Feng nodded. Which numbers are you preparing to choose for your ID? Asked Yang Hui. Today is March 29th, so you'll officially enroll in the training camp on April 1st, so the first 4 numbers of your ID must be 5704. As for the last 2 digits, you can pick them since you're the only person enrolling into the camp in April. Luo Feng suddenly realized what those numbers next to the names on the black dragon scales represented. The first name on the ranking he saw last time was number 1 Reanatus Bridge. 530321 looks like this person joined the training camp on March of 2053 as of now, he's been in camp for a whole 4 years. What 2 numbers are you going to pick? Asked Yang Hui. 03, answered Luo Feng. The trouble caused by the dragon egg from 003 city and the price of 30 billion for an elixir of life made Luo Feng think that he had quite the affinity to the number 3. Okay, nodded Yang Hui, your student ID will be 570403. With that, the rest of the procedures will be completed quickly. The 183rd name, number 183 Luo Feng 570403, appeared on the ranking on the sculpture of the Black Dragon in the world's best training camp. The news of this instantly spread to all 5 countries and every single headquarters city. The armies of the government, the core 9 families of the HR Alliance, and dozens of other important families all received this news on that day. All of these organizations received Luo Feng's information, everything from where he was born, how he lived in a cheap rented apartment, his family, etc. Everything was recorded. China, Kyoto headquarters city, an underground building. Floor B3. An extremely elegantly decorated office room. A skinny man wearing a loose dojo uniform lightly tapped the table with one hand and flipped through documents containing Luo Feng's information with the other. Contact the divisions in Jiangnan headquarters city and send people to watch Luo Feng's family at all times. First, make sure that Luo Feng's family never leaves Jiangnan headquarters city. Second, ensure Luo Feng's family's safety. I'll never accept something like last time happening again. There was a mole on the chin of this skinny man and his eyes were gloomy and cold. Yes. All the huge organizations, wealthy families, armies of the governments, etc. received all sorts of information about Luo Feng, who just entered the elite training camp at the same time as director of the HR Alliance in China. Vanina Paulinus naturally received this information too. Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, a villa on the top of Marvelous Mountain. Vanina, isn't this Luo Feng one of our many suspects? As he flipped through the documents, Vulture Liao instantly thought about the inconspicuous Luo Feng from the list of suspects. Yeah, when Wei died, Luo Feng was quite close to him. Vanina shook her head. However, he's only 19 this year and is only a beginner-level warlord. Our family is also trying to figure out a way to bring this Luo Feng under their name to work for us. How did he enter the elite training camp? Is it because he's a spirit? Reader Liao's cold eyes flashed. No, you'll see after reading. Vanina shook her head. Yao, I think you're becoming too sensitive after trying to find the suspect after all this time. Now you suspect almost everyone. 182 names now, there's suddenly 195 names on it. I checked multiple sites to make sure it was correct unless all of them are wrong. LOL, hopefully it will. Thought where their battle scores at first were fixed. Drip drip, the raindrops dropped against the umbrella like flying ants. Luo Feng held his umbrella as he walked by Yang Hui's side. After walking through a man-made bridge, they arrived at a building complex. Yang Hui pointed. Not too far away. Luo Feng, the one over there is Jiangnan Pagoda. Jiangnan Pagoda already has 2 students. Now you will be the 3rd student of Jiangnan Pagoda. Jiangnan Pagoda. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat and couldn't help but to ask, Instructor, how come it has the same name as Jiangnan headquarters city? Since he became an official student of the training camp, Yang Hui is now one of his instructors in the training camp. Naturally, he'll call Yang Hui instructor. Haha, they're all based off the names of the headquarter cities, Jiangnan. Pagoda has 2 students living there, and they're both from Jiangnan. Headquarter city, however, they all came before you. Yang Hui suddenly lowered his voice and mysteriously said, I'll tell you something right now. One of the 2 students living in Jiangnan Pagoda is named Shi Jiang. He's extremely powerful. Even I don't think I can beat him. If you improve your relationship with him, it'll benefit you in the long run. Instructor, you are not even confident of beating him. Luo Feng was astonished. Yang Hui is an intermediate-level war god. Yeah, nodded Yang Hui. This Shi Jiang is within the rankings top 5. Many students in this elite training camp already have war god level strength. However, they just won't accept the title of war god this way. They can continue to stay in the training camp. Actually, all top 30 students in the training camp virtually have war god level strength. Luo Feng blinked. All top 30 students have war god level strength. This is insane. All of them are just faking their strength even though they can graduate. They purposefully stay in the camp to finish their 5 years. The top 5 students are all extremely messed up, said Yang Hui deeply. The elites from all over the world are extremely competitive, and those that can keep themselves in the top 5 when this Shi Jiang graduates, he'll receive the highest amount of respect no matter where he goes. For example, he can easily become the chairman of Jiangnan City's dojo of limits if he wants to, said Yang Hui. Luo Feng froze. The chairman of Jiangnan City's dojo of limits, this is the head of Jiangnan City's Big 4. After his strength increases in a few years, it won't be impossible for him to become an examiner of our dojo of limits. Yang Hui sighed. Even though the difference between his strength and that Shi Jiang's strength isn't too large, Yang Hui is already around 50 years old. Shi Jiang, on the other hand, is only around 20 years old. That person's future is limitless. While still in shock, Luo Feng arrived at Jiangnan Pagoda. Jiangnan Pagoda's courtyard was only around a few dozen m. Superscript 2. The walls were white and had black tiles. There was even the engraving of a dragon on the wall. After opening the gate, there were 3 buildings within Jiangnan Pagoda. When Luo Feng and Yang Hui walked into the courtyard, it was completely silent. Yang Hui directly yelled, Shi Jiang, Zhao Rua. A short-haired girl wearing a large, loose nightgown was standing on the balcony of the 2nd floor on the building to the left. A shadow jumped down from the building directly in front of them, which appeared to be a black dojo uniform-wearing youth with an umbrella in hand. Luo Feng closely examined this youth, who was heartily praised by Yang Hui. This youth was slightly taller than Luo Feng, around 1.7 meters tall. Even though he's kind of short overall, he seemed quite buff, as if his entire body was forged out of steel. His eyes were reserved, but the occasional flash of them could easily scare people. He is Shi Jiang, Luo Feng silently noted. A new student came. A happy voice came down from above. Zhao Rua held her umbrella as she happily looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at his senior. This senior, named Zhao Rua, had short hair and was quite small. The only thing wrong with her was that her skin was kind of black and her eyes were too small, causing her to fall short of a beautiful woman. His name is Luo Feng. From now on, he'll be living with you guys in Jiangnan Pagoda, said Yang Hui. Shi Jiang, Zhao Rua, both of you are his seniors. Luo Feng just arrived, so take care of him. No worries, leave it to me. Zhao Rua thumped her chest in confidence. With me here, he won't be in trouble. Okay, then I'll go first, laughed Yang Hui as he patted Luo Feng's shoulder. After that, he directly left. There were 3 buildings in total at Jiangnan Pagoda. The one in the center was where Shi Jiang lived. The one to the left, the western side, was where Zhao Rua lived naturally. Luo Feng will live in the building to the east. Luo Feng, Sid Zhao Rua was extremely passionate right now. The 3 of them were sitting in the lobby. I came here on year 55, while Senior Shi Jiang came on year 53. Both of us came way earlier than you, smiled Zhao Rua. Shi Jiang also let out a smile on the side. Man, 53, 55, 57, all 3 of us are exactly 2 years apart. Not only that, but we're all from Jiangnan City. What a coincidence. Right when Shi Jiang spoke, Luo Feng felt that his voice was heavy and that he was a calm person overall. I'm from Jiangnan City, Sioux City, while Senior Shi Jiang is from the main city sector. What about you? Luo Feng asked Zhao Rua. From Yangzhou City, said Luo Feng. Shi Jiang laughed in surprise. My grandfather is in Yangzhou City. The 3 of them all came from Jiangnan City. However, as for Shi Jiang and Zhao Rua, one of them came to the elite training camp after competing in the basics training camp, while the other was an elite in the government's army and was sent here. Only Luo Feng was chosen as a regular fighter. Luo Feng, when you get to your room later, open the notebook provided to you by the training camp, notified Shi Jiang. Inside the notebook is a student notice PDF. Read that carefully. Yeah, that thingy is really important, followed Zhao Rua. The most important thing is your score, reminded Zhao Rua. In the training camp, your ranking is the most important thing. You probably saw that black dragon ranking in the entrance, right? I saw it, nodded Luo Feng. There seemed to be only one Chinese person in the top 3. The higher your score is, the higher your rank will be in the Black Dragon ranking. From the 1st to the 28th of every month is the time to increase your score. The 29th of every month is the day where the ranking is reorganized. Next month, everyone's score is reset to 0. At that time, everyone works hard for raise their score again to raise their ranking, explained Zhao Rua. Luo Feng froze. This ranking is reset every month. Seniors, where does the score come from? Asked Luo Feng. Points come from battle points multiplied by the battle ability amplifier, explained Zhao Rua. For example, you're going to start raising your score in April. If your total battle points from April 1st 28th is 2000 and your battle ability amplifier is 18, then your score will be 2000 by 18, which is 3600. After that, the ranking is organized based on highest to lowest battle score. The more Luo Feng listened, the more confused he became. What are these battle points and battle ability amplifier? Battle points are earned from hunting monsters. As for the detailed situation, read the student notice PDF later and you'll know, explained Zhao Rua. As for the battle ability amplifier, you earn that from the virtual space. Again, you'll understand the details after reading the student notice. Luo Feng couldn't help but to blink in helplessness. He has to figure out everything himself from the student notice. Luo Feng. Shi Jiang finally spoke. Senior Luo Feng looked towards Shi Jiang. Remember, if you want to improve faster, you have to work hard to raise your ranking every month. The higher the better, said Shi Jiang seriously. This ranking is related to how many resources you'll receive. Even war gods are envious of these resources. which is also why many War God students are still staying here. Zhao Rua grinned on the side. For example, our senior Shijiang. Shijiang was speechless. Zhao Rua giggled. Luo Feng laughed too. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng's room. Not too long after turning on his notebook, Luo Feng sat on his chair while carefully reading the student notice. Training room, provoking room, gravity room. All three of these training rooms were made out of discoveries from the archaeological ruins. With this, Luo Feng discovered more and more about the elite training camp. There are tons of equipment available, but of course, the most valuable equipment are the archaeological ones. And the most important thing in the training camp is the score ranking from high to low. This affects many things. For example, the gravity room made out of archaeological discoveries is way more effective than the copied gravity rooms the Earth currently has. However, there's only one training room of this type in the entire camp. Who gets to use it? This depends on the ranking. The higher your rank, the longer you get to use it, and this is just one point. If you collectively stay in first place 9 times, you will receive one portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion and can pick any 3 complete instruction manuals. You can also become a direct pupil of Hong or Thunder God. If you collectively stay in first place 6 times, you will receive 1 drop of chrysoprase worth 30 billion and can pick any 1 complete instruction manual. You can also receive 1 private lesson from either Hong or Thunder God. Luo Feng was dumbfounded as he read what was described in the PDF file. Dragon blood, become Hong or Thunder God's pupil, and the pupil decides his teacher. Any 3 complete instruction manuals. Keep in mind that the price for an ultimate instruction manual is extremely high. Messed up, but all these rewards are for the person in first place, and you have to stay in first place multiple times. Luo Feng continued to read. Fist strength level 6, eligible to receive a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion, SS battle uniform set, full weapon set. Fist strength level 5, eligible to receive. Luo Feng read the rewards and was completely astonished. Tower of Trials floor 5, eligible to receive the title of Investigator of the Dojo of Limits, a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion, SS battle uniform set, full weapon set, any 3 complete instruction manuals, 1 set of Black God from the archaeological ruins. Clearly, the Tower of Trials gave the highest rewards. Investigator normally, that's an existence that surpasses the War God level. And a set of Black God from the archaeological ruins, what's that thing? Luo Feng's heart couldn't help but to beat faster. However, once he thought about the scene from the B-grade exam just now, he felt immense pressure. He was only taking a test on the first floor and had to deal with 100 low-level commander level raging bulls, and that's probably not even the hardest thing on the first floor. Above that are the second, third, fourth floors. Even the war god Yang Hui, who has plenty of experience, can only barge into the 3rd floor, and the world's strongest fighter, Hong, only reached the 6th floor. It's not hard to imagine just how difficult it is to reach the 5th floor. No wonder they offered such shockingly high rewards. Tower of Trials floor 5, eligible to receive the title of Investigator. Luo Feng couldn't help but to reread the part about the archaeological Black God set. What exactly is this Black God set? Envious, so envious even a country has to deal with an investigator with caution. In other words, if you reach the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, your authority on this world will shoot up to the sky. You also get a mysterious archaeological black god set. Even though Luo Feng didn't know what that was, he could guess that it was something really good. Soon enough, Luo Feng finished reading the student notice file. From what Luo Feng read, the 3 most important things in the training camp were Tower of Trials level, Fist Strength level, and the Black Dragon ranking. So that's where the points come from. Battle score comes from battle points multiplied by the battle ability. Amplifier and battle points are simple, since there's only one way to get them: hunt monsters. 1 low-level commander level monster equals 1 battle point. 1 medium-level commander level monster equals 10 battle points. 1 high-level commander level monster equals 100 battle points. 1 low-level horde leader level monster equals 1000 battle points. Of course, in the elite training camp, very few would bother hunting low-level horde leader level monsters even if they had the ability to kill them, since after you kill 2 low-level horde leaders, your ranking will raise to the war god level rank, which means you'll graduate and leave the training camp. Students are rarely willing to leave. And the battle ability amplifier is quite simple: to your fist strength level multiplied by your Tower of Trials level. For example, if someone has 1000 battle points, a fist strength level of 15, and a Tower of Trials level of 2, then their battle ability amplifier is 3. As a result, their battle score will be 1000 by 3000. The training camp takes fist strength level and Tower of Trials level quite seriously. If your battle ability amplifier is just slightly higher, then your score will be huge. Luo Feng finished the student notice PDF file and then picked out some video lessons from this notebook provided by the training camp. There are many war god instructors in the training camp to teach lessons. However, the training camp was clear that many of these world geniuses have quite odd personalities and wouldn't be willing to go to class properly. Because of this, they have video lessons where they record every single class. All these recordings are inside every student's notebook. Of course, if you actually go to class, then you can directly ask the teacher questions and let the teacher instruct you one-on-one. The efficiency would be way higher than watching a video lesson. However, I've never been to a war gods lesson before, so I should start by watching these video lessons. Luo Feng carefully looked at the file names. The levels of technique were similarly divided into basic level, intermediate level, perfect level, and conception level. Luo Feng opened several videos about these 4 main levels. Most of them were talking about the intermediate level, since the perfect level was clearly very hard for the teachers to describe in words. You need to experience it for yourself. It's extremely difficult to teach. And the conception level is even harder to express in words. 4:35 p.m. Luo Feng was still sitting in front of his notebook and watching a video about how to use your strength. Teacher, my fist strength can reach 18x my normal strength, however, my legs can only reach 15x my normal strength. Teacher, you said that your legs can explode in strength in the same manner that your fists can. How come my multipliers are different then? In the video, a black youth asked a question. The video's language was set to Chinese, so Luo Feng could naturally understand what was going on. In the video, a white brute smiled as he said, "You have to experience this for yourself. Carefully think about how your fist exerts its strength, and then Go back and train your legs. You already reached 15x, which shows that you are improving. You have to rely on yourself. For the rest, I can only show you the way. Boom. As if struck by lightning, Luo Feng sat in front of his laptop dumbfounded. After that, he let out a face of immense joy, slapped his head, and jumped up. I'm really stupid. I'm so stupid. I can't believe I couldn't even realize such a simple thing. Holy, I can't believe I never realized this problem. Yeah, if your fists can exert their strength in a certain way, then naturally your legs can do so too. Luo Feng's body was slightly shaking. Through the 9-stage Thunderblade technique, my strength can reach 28x of my normal strength. However, my sprinting speed has always remained at a normal beginner level warlord level speed. I can't believe I didn't realize that since I can send the force through my arms, I can send it to my legs too. Luo Feng laughed bitterly. The concept was simple. Advanced fighters could explode their strength after skillfully controlling it. Naturally, your legs can do so too. Luo Feng just never connected those two ideas after all this time. Regular fighters aren't spirit readers, so they can't use spiritual force to increase their speed. If so, then how would fighters training the 9-stage Thunderblade fight against higher-ranked fighters if they only have powerful attacks? A beginner level warlord probably can't even keep up with an advanced level warlords. Shadow Luo Feng can fight against fighters of a higher rank because of the support of his spiritual force. I'm dumb. The force exertions of the 9-stage Thunderblade can be used on the legs, just like they can be used on the arms. With this, both legs will become super powerful and fast. Only by keeping up in power and speed can you fight fighters of a higher rank. Luo Feng's eyes were shining. I can reach 28x of my normal strength. In other words, after my legs reach 28x, my speed will fly up to the true advanced fighters. Speed is more important than power. If your speed is way greater than your opponent's, he'll be playing in the palm of your hand. Speed. I need to increase my speed. Luo Feng couldn't bother to continue watching the video lesson and immediately shut his notebook and charged downstairs. Every student's building had a training room in the basement. This underground training room was made out of Luo alloy, so students can train to their heart's desire. In Luo Feng's building's underground training room, after turning on the lights, the light shone through the various tiny holes in the Luo alloy ceiling, brightening up the entire room. The underground training room was around 5m high, 5m long, and 5m wide. The walls were all dark green. Clearly, these alloys weren't pure Luo alloy. They had other materials mixed in too. On the Luo alloy floor, various dents made by fists and feet could be seen. These were left behind by previous students. Luo Feng ferociously charged forward and exerted his strength into his fist and directly punched at the Luo alloy wall. Boom. At the end of February, Luo Feng's fist strength neared 10,000 kilograms. Now it's the end of March. In the time of 1 month, Luo Feng's fist strength increased by a ton. His fist strength reached 11,500 kilograms, which clearly showed he was improving at a faster rate compared to the previous months. Under the explosion of 28x, it surpasses 30,000 kilograms. In other words, one punch from him surpasses 30 tons. The alloyed wall slightly shook. A faint 1 centimeter dent was made by his fist. Clearly, Luo Feng was still very weak compared to the seniors that used to Live here. Those seniors probably had war god level power. I'll check out my leg strength. Luo Feng started using the force exertion technique from the 9-stage Thunderblade. First attempt of the first stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade. One extra exertion of force on top of the original force. Pu Luo Feng's right leg blurred as it continuously kicked. There's some feeling. Yeah, send out the force. Just like this. Since Luo Feng already reached the 9-stage Thunderblade's third stage, it was easy for him to reach 1/4x of the force in his leg with that. Luo Feng started swiftly charging back and forth like lightning in this narrow 25 square meters room while also doing swift horizontal dodges to the left and right. He began his swift technique training. When fighting in a real battle, your body has to constantly change directions. Sending out 1/4x of the force constantly is much more difficult than just using your original strength. After 20 minutes, Luo Feng's two legs were completely used to exploding 1/4x of his normal strength over and over again. Luo Feng is already able to explode 2/8x of his normal strength when swinging his blade over and over again. He already has the experience, so now he just has to apply that experience to his legs. The only thing he needs is time to get used to it. Next is the second stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade, attempt to let both legs reach 2/1x of the normal strength. Luo Feng, aren't you working a bit too hard? Bitterly training in the underground training room on the first day. It's almost 8 p.m. tonight. Our Chinese brothers and sisters are going to hold a banquet to welcome you. Senior Zhao Rua's voice came from outside. Inside the training room, Luo Feng, whose excitement couldn't be hidden, finally stopped with his body completely drenched in sweat. It's almost 8. I entered the underground training room at around 4. Who would have known that around 3 hours already passed? Luo Feng was extremely joyful inside. In 3 hours, my legs are pretty much set. I can continuously maintain them at 2/1x when dodging non-stop. As for 2/8x, that'll probably take some more time. Luo Feng immediately charged out of the underground training room. Senior, I'm going to go wash first and change clothes. I'll be right back, said Luo Feng. At this time, the rain already stopped. Shi Jiang and Zhao Rua in the courtyard couldn't help but to shake their heads as they laughed after seeing Luo Feng drenched in sweat. This Luo Feng is pretty hardworking, complimented Shi Jiang as he laughed. Well, yeah, but this guy kept bitterly training until 7:30 in the underground training room even though the banquet starts at 8, said Zhao Rua helplessly. She wasn't too surprised though, since virtually everyone in this training camp was extremely hardworking. However, there aren't too many people like Luo Feng who start bitterly training in the underground training room on the first day they arrive at the camp. After washing up, Luo Feng put on some relaxing casual clothes and stood in front of the bathroom's mirror with a bright smile on his face. Mirror, oh. Mirror, I'm sure that I'll reach 2/8x soon enough. When that happens, my speed will multiply with such an increase in speed. How far can I reach in the Tower of Trials? What does it mean to double your speed? It'll be scary to see how much your strength increases as a result if Luo Feng combines his doubled speed with his technique that's at the intermediate level and reaching the gates of the perfect level to the B-grade exam. Then Luo Feng would be able to take out those 100 raging bulls with no trouble. Okay, time to participate in the banquet. Let me take a look at all those Geniuses from China. Luo Feng smiled at the mirror and then turned around and swiftly headed downstairs. With Senior Shi Jiang and Zhao Rua, they left Jiangnan Pagoda and headed towards the camp's gathering of those from China. 8 p.m., second floor of Restaurant 1 in the elite training camp. A full 21 students from China have gathered here, just to welcome Luo Feng's arrival. People are quite passionate with others from the same country, so many seniors were happily chatting and drinking with Luo Feng. 1 hour later. Phew, I'm finally let off. Luo Feng held his glass and stood in a corner. This banquet was prepared for you. You're the main character, so of course everyone will find you to chat and drink with. Zhao Rua's face was slightly red under the light of the room. She seemed quite charming, and Luo Feng. Senior Zhu Chang paid for this banquet tonight. Do you know how much this banquet will cost? Luo Feng shook his head. All of these dishes taste extremely great, but I can't guess how much they'll cost. However, even if the cost is up at the sky, probably around $1 million Chinese dollars, right? How expensive could eating and drinking be? $1 million. Nice joke. Zhao Rua lowered her voice. The chefs at the elite training camp are the world's best. Also, many of these dishes were made out of monster materials, so this banquet for 21 would cost at least 10 million. Luo Feng blinked twice. Don't complain about the price. You can't even eat certain things around the world with just money. Zhao Rua shook her head. However, this bit of money really is nothing for Senior Zhu Chang in our training camp. If any top 10 student is willing to join an organization, they'll definitely receive tons of money. Zhu Chang joined some organization? Luo Feng asked with surprise. When he arrived yesterday, Zhu Chang appeared to be ranked 2 on the Black Dragon. Ranking someone who can be ranked second, even if it's just temporary, is probably quite scary. Zhu Chang was pulled over by our Chinese army. Everyone knew of this since last year, Zhao Rua whispered, and I even heard that the dojo of limits is trying to get Zhu Chang on their side too. Even certain organizations within China are fighting over him. Apparently, the army prepared a special division. After Zhu Chang graduates, he'll become the leader of this entire division. Luo Feng gasped in shock. An army established a special division just to welcome Zhu Chang. Well, there's no helping it. Zhu Chang really is strong, sighed Zhao Rua. He can easily stay within the top 5 in the training camp. 10 people have the ability to reach the top 5 in terms of pure strength. However, only 1 or 2 people can consistently stay within the top 5 over time. Luo Feng nodded to show he understood. The Black Dragon ranking ranks people based off of battle score. Even if the powerful people are ranked higher, the ranking cannot rank people with 100 accuracy. If I charge into the top 5 this month, someone with similar skill could charge into the top 5 next month. Everyone's strength isn't too different at that point. So that's why there are 10 people with the ability to enter the top 5. Those who can stay in the top 5 for an extended period of time are the scary ones. The government is definitely going to pay Zhu Chang a gigantic amount of money every year, sighed Zhao Rua. In our training camp, there are 3 types of people with tons of money. First, people like Zhu Chang, who are extremely powerful and joined some special organization. Second, someone who joined one of the core families of the HR Alliance. Third, spirit readers. However, people of the second category who join the core families of the HR Alliance are pretty dumb. Even though they have money, how can their power compare to armies of the government? The dojo of limits, the Thunder Dojo, And as for the third category, spirit readers, sigh, nothing we can do about that. With their spiritual force, hunting monsters is like harvesting wheat. The amount of materials they receive every day is astonishing. Just with this, they earn a crazy amount of money. The amount of money a single spirit reader can earn is comparable to 10 of us. Luo Feng laughed. As a spirit reader himself, of course he was clear on how quickly spirit readers could make money. An intermediate-level warlord, like Gao Feng, only made 200 to 300 million last year, and advanced-level warlords would be lucky to make around $1 billion a year. As for Luo Feng, an advanced-level warlord level spirit reader, it wouldn't be weird for him to make nearly 10 billion a year. Even better than a beginner-level war god. Advanced-level warlord level spirit readers rival a beginner-level war god in strength. With their spiritual force, they can hunt monsters with higher efficiency. These three types of people are the people with the most money in our training camp, mumbled Zhao Rua. Luo Feng, a clear sound rang. Luo Feng and Zhao Rua turned their heads. What they saw was a tall youth whose face looked like it was carved with an axe. Indeed, he's the legendary figure of the training camp, Zhu Chong. Senior Zhu Chong laughed. Zhao Rua as she yelled, "You guys chat." As she said that, she obediently left. Luo Feng and Zhu Chong stood in the corner. Luo Feng Zhu Chong glanced at the other people and then lowered his voice. "Our Chinese army is quite interested in you. Not sure if you have any interest in joining the army." The army? Luo Feng froze. He just joined the elite training camp and people are already trying to pull him over. Indeed, Zhu Chong took a sip of wine. "No worries, the army isn't stingy at all. They'll treat you based off of your strength after you graduate the camp. When you become stronger, they'll treat you with more respect. As for the details, we can slowly discuss that later. Also, if you agree to join, then for the 5 years you remain in the camp, the army will fund you with 5 billion a year." Luo Feng's heart beat slightly faster. 5 billion. If he wasn't a spirit reader, then he wouldn't be efficient in hunting monsters. For example, a beginner war god would have lots of trouble successfully hunting a low-level horde leader monster, so it's pretty good for a beginner-level war god to earn 5 billion a year, and war gods also spend an astonishingly high amount. So many war gods need money. Dragon blood, elixir of life, SS grade battle uniform. Which one of these isn't astronomically expensive? Many war gods can't afford these. For example, the battle uniform set that Luo Feng earned back at the Steel Armored Dragon's Nest only had a SS grade vest. Clearly, the war god who passed away couldn't afford the entire SS grade set and only bought the most important part. "Senior, I just entered the training camp, so I'm not planning on joining any organization. I'll think about it a few years later," said Luo Feng. Oh, Zhu Chong was surprised. "All right, your way of thinking is right too. These 5 years are the most important 5 years to raise your strength. If you ever decide to join the Chinese army, just let me know." On this night, Luo Feng received 6 invitations. 3 of the organizations were inside China. Only after receiving these invitations did Luo Feng know. Other than the army, there were other special organizations. However, the army is more powerful than all of them. As for the other 3 invitations, 2 of them came from the core families of the HR Alliance, while another came from a mercenary group called the Flame Legion. There are quite a few mercenary groups on this world. However, while many of them are quite average in terms of strength, some of them are extremely powerful. Both Hong and Thunder God have one headquarter city and have spread both of their dojos all over their world. Their power isn't inferior to a country's. They are the two major figures on Earth. There are other ambitious people on Earth who wish to establish a power of their own. For example, the Flame Legion was created by two existences that have surpassed the war god level. Their mercenary group is extremely powerful and invited by several African headquarter cities to assist them. However, Luo Feng rejected all 6 invitations. March 30th, morning. The temperature was very low. Quite a few students were running or walking in the training camp. Luo Feng was one of those students too. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. While walking on the stone-paved road, Luo Feng, who was wearing a black training uniform, turned his head back in surprise. He saw a blonde, short-haired youth smile as he walked over with his especially accented Chinese. One word was all that was needed to determine that a foreigner was the one speaking. "My name is William Edison, from the EU," said the blonde youth passionately. "William." Luo Feng mumbled to himself, "This name is just like Russia's Alexander, United States David, and China's Wang Wei and Zhang Wei. All of these names are so common that they can't become any more common." "William, nice to meet you," smiled Luo Feng. "I've always been curious about China," said the blonde youth, William passionately, "and in the training camp there are many geniuses from China. And Luo Feng, you entered this camp alone, so I really want to have a practice match with you to test our strength. I wonder if you are willing to grant my request." Luo Feng froze. "Practice match? Yeah, we can do it at the battle room. Is that okay?" asked the blonde youth. William passionately. Battle room. The contents of the student notice that Luo Feng read immediately came to mind. This battle room is also one of the things from the archaeological ruins. After entering the battle room, the two people enter the virtual space via the brain-computer interfaces and then start a battle to the death. Usually, these battles have stakes. Let's not bet too much. How about 1 billion Chinese dollars? The smile of the blonde youth, William, became even more passionate and bright. "William." A tender voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Zhao Rua wearing a purple training uniform. Her face was full of rage as she yelled, "William, how can you be so shameless? Luo Feng just came here and is still a rookie, and now you're challenging him to a staked match in the battle room. You filthy people secretly found some rookies at the beginning of March and challenged them to some staked matches to get their money. If you're so great, why don't you bet with me?" "Lady Zhao Rua, this has nothing to do with you, doesn't it?" "There is no problem. I believe that Luo Feng is very powerful. Maybe I'll lose to him." William looked towards Luo Feng. Zhao Rua turned towards Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, don't trust this foreign devil. Some people in the training camp are just sneaky and always pick on the rookies. They wouldn't dare to do it out in the open, so they do it through staked matches, and virtually all the rookies lose those matches and their money. Only until then do the rookies realize the strength of the seniors. This foreign devil has a battle ability amplifier of intermediate even. Though that's not high, it's not low either. Most rookies aren't his opponent. Just a billion." The blonde youth, William, looked towards Luo Feng. "If you just join any organization, you'll earn even more than this in a year, I'm sure." Luo Feng completely understood what was going on. Some people pick on the Rookies who don't understand everything yet and passionately drag them to the battle rooms to cruelly snatch their cash away. It's William. A Chinese youth ran over here. This Chinese youth was named Jiang Chen, who Luo Feng met yesterday in the banquet. Luo Feng, don't bet with him. This guy is extremely devious. I just joined the training camp on March 1st and was tricked by him on the first day I arrived. He took a bunch of my cash from that. William's face wasn't looking too good at the moment initially. He just wanted to find a chance where he could talk to Luo Feng alone, but who would have known that so many people would come and destroy his plan? Alright, if you want to bet, we can. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at him. Luo Feng, Zhao Rua and Jiang Chen looked at him with astonishment. Oh, William let out a face of unexpected happiness. Luo Feng, let's arrange a time. However, 1 billion is just too little, so I'm not interested. Let's make it slightly bigger. 5 billion. Luo Feng glanced at William. If you wanna play, then let's go. If you're too scared, then never mind. Zhao Rua and Jiang Chen widened their eyes. 5 billion. William froze too. A beginner Wargood's 1 year of hard work could only earn him around 5 billion, even though these geniuses of the elite training camp have extremely bright futures and receive money from all sorts of different organizations. 5 billion is still quite a large number. Usually, only spirit readers or students with high ranking use such high stakes when challenging each other. Of course, there are unexpected situations too. For example, when two people argue and get into the mood, they could raise the stakes to an extraordinarily high amount. 5 billion. William squinted and carefully examined Luo Feng. Luo Feng, Zhao Rua and Jiang Chen looked at Luo Feng with surprise. If you're too scared, then never mind. Luo Feng shook his head. Senior Zhao Rua, Jiang Chen, let's go. Zhao Rua and Jiang Chen woke up from their astonishment by now, and immediately laughed as they went with Luo Feng. Jiang Chen even sneered at William before he left. Because of William, he lost a ton of money. Seeing how Luo Feng was about to leave. Wait, yelled William. What, not scared anymore? Luo Feng looked at William. 5 billion not playing if it's lower. Alright, 5 billion, I'll do this. Even though he had trouble with the Chinese tones, it was clear from William's eyes that he was going to go for this with everything he had. Alright, nice. Luo Feng laughed. Say a time. William was full of confidence. Tomorrow, said Luo Feng. It's hard to say an exact time, since there's only one battle room. It might be in use by other students, so you have to check the computer system first before you can arrange for an exact time. Alright. William rubbed his nose, laughed, and then turned and left Jiangnan Pagoda. After hearing of this, Senior Shi Jiang, who went to the 9 grand floors to train, immediately rushed back to Jiangnan Pagoda. No matter what, Shi Jiang and Zhao Rua were like Luo Feng, all from China's Jiangnan headquarter city. Not only that, but they're older than him and entered this training camp earlier than he did. Naturally, they would help Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Zhao Rua was a bit angry. Why would you bet with him, do you think? You're a genius fighter with amazing power who can't lose to anyone in the same age group as you. Is that why you're confident? You're just being cocky. Zhao Rua said angrily. Many people who just entered the training camp are tricked into doing these staked matches with the seniors. 80 to 90% of them lose. You can enter this training camp because you're a genius of geniuses. So which one of us here isn't a genius of geniuses? And they have been learning in this training camp for a long time. Alright, Zhao Rua Shijiang spoke on the side. Senior Zhao Rua Luo Feng laughed as he poured his tea. Don't be angry, oh. Yeah, you said that William has a battle ability amplifier of intermediate. Right. Yeah, Zhao Rua froze. Looks like Luo Feng is prepared. Shijiang looked at Luo Feng with astonishment. While battling to the death in the virtual space, the two people have the exact same body fitness levels, so at this time, you'll have to see how they handle their strength, speed, technique, etc. The battle ability amplifier equals fist strength level multiplied by tower of trials level. A battle ability amplifier of 1-2 is beginner. Many of the students who just entered the training camp are in that range. Battle ability amplifier of 2-4 is intermediate in the elite training camp. Many people are able to step into the intermediate level after 1-5 years of training. That person named William is precisely intermediate. Battle ability amplifier of 4-8 is advanced. These count as passing students in the elite training camp. Battle ability amplifier of 8-16 is superior. This is the marker of an excellent student, because the range of 8-16 is quite large. The gap between people who are all at the superior level could be quite large. Battle ability amplifier of above 16 is extraordinary, also called the super level. Even the world's strongest fighter Hong and Thunder God would be fighting over taking a person like this as their disciple. All the countries and organizations of the world would be willing to pay enormous sums to invite these so-called legendary figures. Hee, a bit. Luo Feng laughed. If you're confident, then it's all good. Shijiang punched Luo Feng in the chest and encouraged, let that William know that us Chinese can't be taken advantage of that easily. Okay seniors, I need to go train now. There's no helping it, now that 5 billion is on the line. I'm under lots of pressure, said Luo Feng purposefully. Pressure my ass, said Zhao Rua with a humph. 1 billion is just too little. And 5 billion, not playing if it's any lower. Hee. That tone was Boss Luo Feng laughed bitterly at Zhao Rua's words. How is this Zhao Rua like a girl at all? She's way too bold. Luo Feng immediately said, seniors, you guys do what you need to do. After saying that, Luo Feng immediately returned to his living quarters on the day of the 30th. Other than to eat, Luo Feng stayed in his underground training room and underwent his speed training. He started at noon and trained all the way until around 7 p.m. Only until then could he use the 2-8x force brought by the 9-stage Thunderblade's third stage in his legs as much as he pleased. With the third stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade, Luo Feng's speed, without the aid of his spiritual force, rivals an advanced level warlord. 8 p.m. After washing up, Luo Feng, who was wearing a bathrobe, was sitting in front of his notebook. That William guy has a battle ability amplifier of intermediate, which is 2-4. What about me? My fist strength level should be 2-8 even though he didn't test it in the training camp. This so-called fist strength level is basically how high your power can go based off your original strength. He can explode 2-8x the force, so his fist strength level is 2-8. As for the Tower of Trials level, according to what I heard from the many discussions my fellow students were having in the training camp, 100 raging bulls should count as the first floors B grade. Since I passed, my Tower of Trials level is 1-6. My Tower of Trials level definitely isn't just 1-6, but just 2-8 by 1-6. Already makes my battle ability amplifier surpass 4. He's trying to pick on my inexperience. Even though I haven't been in the wilderness for long, I've already killed more monsters than many fighters would ever kill in their entire life. Luo Feng opened his email. This notebook, which the training camp provided, was connected to the training camp's network. In the email was a message. Letter of challenge. This William's letter of challenge was sent after he applied to the training camp's computer system. Except Luo Feng made his decision. It's not enough to just reply to this email, you also have to prepare 5 billion Chinese dollars and send it to the special account of the challenge system. Only after William and Luo Feng both deposit their money into this special account can this match be organized. At that time only Luo Feng and William will have permission to enter the battle room. Both payments automatically enter the winner's account. Just 5 billion, isn't it? Luo Feng took out 5 billion from his Swiss nameless account and directly deposited it into the training camp special account. In the past, I wouldn't dare to move this amount of money without thinking twice. However, now that I entered the training camp, which organization isn't willing to pay an astronomical price for me? Luo Feng isn't worried that Vulture and Scorpion's suspicions will raise after the money is transferred to his normal account. There's no way that they would be suspicious. It's normal for students in the training camp to have over 10 billion in their accounts. Beep. An email arrived. Luo Feng opened it. Such high efficiency, it already determined the date, March 31st, 11:15 a.m. In another pagoda. A few white men and women were gathered together. He already transferred the money over. The date is tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. said William Edison. A tall, skinny blonde youth beside him couldn't help but to say, William, you're too careless. This is 5 billion Chinese dollars. I think there's something dangerous is going on this time. Candace, what are you worrying about? William's gaze was cold. I'll definitely win this time. You have a higher probability of winning. The blonde youth, named Candace, nodded. If this Luo Feng's strength greatly surpasses the average rookie that enters the elite training camp, he would have entered much earlier. He wouldn't have waited until now. This shows that he isn't much stronger than the average rookie. However, he dared to propose a bet of 5 billion. Candace frowned. His eyebrows were like two sharp blades. I think you should still be careful. Candace, you're the one successor of the Paulinus family. You don't have to care so much about a measly 5 billion bet. Also, it's just Chinese dollars, not euros, laughed a brunette girl on the side. William Edison, from the EU, has challenged the rookie Luo Feng from China. The wager is 5 billion Chinese dollars. This news spread through the entire training camp like a hurricane. A wager of 5 billion, and against a rookie. These 2 points caused many students to come to the 9 grand floors on the 31st. March 31st, 11:10 a.m. 9 grand floors, 9th floor. Around 45 students were gathered here. There were people from the EU, America, China, Russia, etc. Basically, people from all 6 countries have arrived. Even some rookies that just joined this year rushed over here too. Some of the rookies in that group were picked on before. 5 billion Chinese dollars, isn't that just around 40 billion rubles? What a wager. I wonder if William or that rookie will win. The large-nosed white youths mumbled on the side. From their language and looks, one could tell that they were from Russia. In today's world, 1 Earth dollar equals 35 Chinese dollars, which equals 30 rupees. William Edison, Luo Feng, enter the battle room. An electronic sound reverberated in the lobby of the 9th floor. Luo Feng and William exchanged looks and headed towards the training room. "William, beat that kid," yelled Candace Paulinus. "Luo Feng, you better beat him to death. If you win, your senior will cook for you personally." Zhao Rua was also yelling. Many students were supporting each side, since this battle was a battle of senior versus rookie, and also the first EU versus China exchange in this training camp. The students were extremely competitive. Ka. The door to the battle room opened. Luo Feng and William both entered. Luo Feng scanned the room. This battle room had virtually the exact same layout as the training room. There were 2 sofas and 2 dark blue helmets. "Here too." Luo Feng, "Thanks for the free 5 billion." William slightly smiled as he lay on the sofa. "I hope you won't cry later." Luo Feng also lay on the sofa. Whoosh. Both of them put on their dark blue helmets at virtually the same time. There was only one building in the Infinite Silver Land, a stage. Whoosh whoosh. A yellow-skinned youth and a white-skinned youth appeared out of thin air on the stage. They were precisely Luo Feng and William. "Please select your weapon and battle uniform," said a huge sound reverberated around the entire land. At the same time, a gigantic amount of weapons and armor appeared in front of Luo Feng, just like the time at the Tower of Trials. Luo Feng skillfully selected the Ghost Blade, hexagonal shield, and a battle uniform set that fit his size. The 2 of them swiftly equipped themselves. Oh! Luo Feng's gaze landed upon a pillar on the stage. Words started to appear on the pillar. Name: William Edison. Gender: male. Identity: elite training camp official student. Battle ability: amplifier intermediate. After reading that, Luo Feng turned and looked to the pillar to his side. The introduction on the pillar was exactly the same, other than the name and the battle ability amplifier, which was beginner. "Please select your battle location." A virtual voice rang again. In front of Luo Feng and William appeared 8 different locations. "You choose," smiled William, "so you won't make any excuses when you lose." Then the gymnasium. Luo Feng casually picked a battle location. Gymnasium. William let out a surprised face and carefully looked at the Chinese youth in front of him. Is he really confident or just cocky? Rumble. The sky and earth shook. Luo Feng and William's surroundings started changing. Instantly, Luo Feng and William appeared in the middle of a gigantic gymnasium. The gymnasium was also completely empty. There were no obstacles. Around the gymnasium were enough stands for tens of thousands of spectators to watch the match. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A blinding light brightened up the entire gymnasium. The entire gymnasium held only 2 people, Luo Feng and William. "Challenge, begin." The electronic sound echoed around in the gymnasium. William had a long sword in one hand and a round shield in the other as he confidently looked at Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, I gave you a chance to pick a location that would give you the advantage. However, you picked a gymnasium with no obstacles at all. I'll let you know the true difference between a veteran and a rookie in this training camp. Come." Luo Feng slightly squinted. This shall be his first opponent in the training camp. The sides of William's mouth slightly curved, his body ferociously, and instantly passed through a distance of around 50 meters like a ray of light. His long sword created ripples in the air as it thrusted directly towards Luo Feng's forehead. At the same time, Luo Feng backed off and swung his blade as fast as lightning. Chi, the long sword in William's hand, slightly shook as it collided with Luo Feng's ghost blade. It then went along Luo Feng's blade and shot towards Luo Feng's neck with a horizontal strike. Whoosh! Luo Feng retreated explosively while moving his hexagonal shield to block it. Hua, the long sword instantly drew across a delicate arc. It actually followed the movement of the hexagonal shield in Luo Feng's left hand as the blade drew towards Luo Feng's right hand. Retreat. Luo Feng basically instantly backed off to a distance of 100 meters away as he directly jumped onto the stands. What? Scared William laughed loudly as he, with his round shield in one hand and long sword in the other, slowly walked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you might think you're extremely powerful compared to a regular fighter, but no veteran in this training camp is as simple as you think they are. This time, just think of this 5 billion as your tuition. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his right hand. The arm guard on his right hand's wrist had a white mark on it. However, there was a wound on his arm and blood already started coming out. Thankfully, the wound wasn't deep. His blade isn't fast, but I was completely controlled during that short engagement, as if his attacks were naturally formed. There were no openings. One attack followed the other, all of them offensive. A few balls of sweat couldn't help but to seep out of Luo Feng's forehead as he squinted. I can only use speed to control him. William was still calm, as if a gentleman in a banquet. It's not good enough to just have a swift blade. You have to reach the point where it moves like a cloud and flows like water. Use all sorts of attacks from all sorts of positions to form your offense. William smiled. After entering the training camp, as long as I remained within the camp grounds, I practiced my blade for over 5 hours. I only rested after my arm hurts like crazy. You still need years before you can defeat me. William stepped on the ground. Whoosh! He directly flew towards the stands. Luo Feng's eyes were shining as his ghost blade speed shot up to the extreme. Multiple forces merged into the ghost blade, who, as if a hypnotizing cold light that's carrying an electric current, the unrivaled momentum and heart-stopping speed directly shot towards William's head. Swift. This attack can be described in one word: swift. Rumble. Clang, 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 clang. A series of sounds rang as the willow branch like long sword in William's hands clashed with Luo Feng's ghost blade. Right after that, William's body flew back. A gigantic, shocking crack directly appeared on the stands. A head smashed, shattered rubble flew around in all directions, some even smashing onto the plastic chairs. What a swift blade! However, your blade technique is really just average. William laughed loudly as he jumped back onto the stands. As he jumped onto the stands, the plastic chairs flew away one by one, as if William was a wild hurricane. I admit that your blade technique is superior to mine, however you're too slow. Luo Feng completely exploded his speed when William appeared in front of him. In terms of speed, Luo Feng is definitely around 50 faster than William. This isn't even on the same level anymore. Clearly, in terms of exploding his strength, William is quite lacking compared to Luo Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! These two humans, who were both moving at over 100 ms, have completely turned into two mirages, especially one of the black shadows, whose speed was clearly faster than his opponent's. Every time they clashed, the air exploded and formed currents visible to the naked eye. One attack, another attack, and another. Luo Feng was relying on his speed whenever he had a chance. He'll attack. If he didn't have any chances, he'll dodge, and then attack. Luo Feng himself has realized that he is quite far off in terms of actual blade technique compared to William. Fuck. William angrily yelled, You, if you have skills, then fight against me. From the front, William was so enraged that he even yelled out English Luo. Feng's current battle style was quite sinister, since he was just relying on his quick speed and blade to punish people he wasn't fighting from the front at all. From the front. Alright. I'll grant your wish, as Luo Feng's voice echoed around the gymnasium. Luo Feng's attack was aimed at William's left side. Suddenly, Luo Feng stepped 3 times. These ghost-like steps actually dodged William's sharp blade. William himself was extremely surprised. Impossible. He only felt a shadow float past him. William now knows he's in trouble, since he already lost sight of Luo Feng. Poochie. The blade's light flashed across William's neck and his head flew up. Fresh blood sprayed towards the sky. William's body fell powerlessly, his blood scattered across the already destroyed plastic chairs. Challenge. Luo Feng wins. The electronic sound reverberated within the interior of the gymnasium. Everything in the gymnasium became blurry and then disappeared. In the Silver Land, on the empty stage, Luo Feng and William were standing. Impossible. William stared at Luo Feng. I couldn't have lost. I was chosen to enter the elite training camp, and I've already been bitterly training here for a year. For this entire year, I've been working hard on my blade technique, control over my force, etc. For virtually every single day my strength is much higher than it was compared to when I just entered. How could I lose to a rookie like you? A loss is a loss, spoke Luo Feng. William clenched his fists tightly. If it was just a regular, casual match, then it wouldn't matter too much if he lost. However, this match attracted many students. He'll lose respect and a gigantic sum of money. William definitely wouldn't be happy to lose this huge amount. You already lost. Luo Feng looked at William in front of him and couldn't help but to compliment. I admit that you are way above me in terms of blade technique. Way above. His speed and power was way above his opponent's, but he couldn't win because his blade technique was extremely simple. In the past, Luo Feng thought that his blade technique was pretty good, especially when his spiritual force boosts its speed in the wilderness. He was unstoppable. However, when put against with a genius like him, William, his blade technique is incomparable. William's technique flowed like water, one attack after the next, as if the waves came over and over. Luo Feng couldn't help but to retreat. Thankfully, Luo Feng was finally able to unleash his perfect level technique. At the end, his speed was already above his opponent's, adding his special technique to that. It's natural that he'll win in one attack. My speed and power are above my opponent's, but I couldn't even win in the end. I had to rely on my phantom-like technique. Even though Luo Feng was the victor, he wasn't too satisfied with himself. Lost. William clenched his teeth. If he knew that Luo Feng wasn't satisfied, he would probably be even more mad. 9 grand floors, lobby of the 9th floor. Young men and women of all skin color, from all sorts of places on the world, were gathered here. Some were bald, some had a small ponytail, some had shockingly gigantic bodies, and some were extremely skinny and small. These genius fighters from all over the world were waiting and discussing here. That guy named Luo Feng will realize the difference between rookies and seniors. Wouldn't it be okay if he just lost 1 billion? He just had to yell 5 billion. If he wants to gift us money, why wouldn't we accept? A few youths from the EU were laughing as they chatted. Students from other places of the world also chatted, but it was pretty clear that most of the people here thought that William would win. The seniors almost always win against the rookies. Only in an extremely small amount of challenges do rookies ever attain victory. Challenge: Luo Feng wins. An electronic sound echoed around the lobby. Silence. Everyone in the entire lobby went silent. What? The youths from the EU were all wide-eyed. Oh, Lord! A few white and black youths from America were also surprised. 40 billion rubles was won by Luo Feng. The youths from Russia were shocked too. And thus, another case of a rookie defeating a senior in the training camp was recorded in the training camp's history. Luo Feng defeated William. Ka. The door to the challenge room was opened. William, whose face looked extremely bad, and Luo Feng, who was holding his cell phone, came out. Together. TL note: italicized words are originally in English, just fuck and you. Bin 40 billion has been fixed. What are you looking at on your phone? Zhao Rua smiled as she walked over. The other students from China went over too. Oh, the notification of the balance change in my bank, answered Luo Feng. After saying this, William's face on the side became even worse. Balance change, hee, you just entered the training camp and earned 5 billion. Such an event is quite rare in the training camp. You better treat us all, and treat us to the best stuff possible, said Zhao Rua. The other students from China also talked one by one. Of course there's no problem. Luo Feng looked at Zhao Rua with a weird expression. Senior, didn't you say that you would personally cook if I won? This Zhao Rua rubbed her head. Zhao Rua, I heard that nice and clear too. You did indeed say that, said Sure Jiang in a serious matter. Zhao Rua frowned and looked at Shi Jiang. Senior, I didn't know that you were this evil too. All right, I'll cook then. In the lobby of the 9th floor, the Chinese youths chatted happily. However, the group from the EU wasn't that happy as they chatted in English. A short, brunette girl couldn't help but to complain. William, how could you lose to a rookie? You're not that good at controlling your force, but your blade technique is above average compared to those who entered at the same time as you. How did you lose? Did you underestimate him? No, frowned William, I tried my best. That Luo Feng is better at controlling his force exertions. William, a tall, skinny, blonde youth, spoke on the side. If you lost, then you lost. However, we can't let that Chinese kid get away with 5 billion Chinese dollars so easily. In the future, we'll figure something out to make him spit it out. The blonde youth spoke extremely quietly. The others all nodded. That's how it is in the training camp. If you win a bunch of money from me, I'll definitely figure out a way to win it back. If I can't win, then I'll get my seniors to help. Of course, you could always act like a turtle hiding in its shell and never accept any challenges. Luo Feng was in quite a good mood. Even though he couldn't cleanly win his match, he was able to realize his weaknesses. This is a good thing. More importantly, with the 5 billion he made, he now has enough to buy an elixir of life. It auctioned off for 30 billion last time, and that counts as a huge price. If there's another elixir of life, it might not reach 30 billion. I should have enough money now. Even if the price is too high, I can still borrow money from the bank. Everybody has a limit to how much they can borrow from the bank. For fighters, the higher their position and the stronger they are, the more money they can Borrow from the bank. It wouldn't be hard for the students of the world's best training camp to borrow over 10 billion. Of course the interest rates on these loans are quite high. Go, let's eat lunch. Haha, let's eat on the second floor today. Luo Feng's treat, yelled Zhao Rua. No problem, Senior can burst her stomach open as she eats, laughed Luo Feng. At this time, the youths from the EU walked over. The leader was a guy who was tall and skinny. His cold gaze was set on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, your strength is really amazing, and I'm really itching to fight. I wonder if I have a chance to have a staked match with you. You choose the stakes, no matter how large of a number you choose, I'll play. Silence. Quite a few students in the surrounding area quieted down. Interesting. Things are becoming more interesting now. The students from Russia, USA, India, Hongning headquarters city, and other headquarters cities were all watching, all of them hoping for things to become more chaotic. They expectantly watched the battle between the students from the EU and China. Whatever I choose, Luo Feng gasped as he carefully looked at the guy in front of him. This guy was nearly 19 tall, but was quite skinny. His eyes were extremely cold, and he naturally had an aristocratic feeling to him while looking at the guy in front of him. Luo Feng connected him to the legendary beings vampires. He's letting him pick any price he wants. This white youth's power is extremely high for sure. How bold, just what you'd expect from the successor of the Paulinus family. Rich. Bold my ass. Zhao Rua couldn't help but to curse. A low, gentle sound rose. Candace, you were ranked 42 on March's ranking and have been in this training camp for 3 years already. Even so, you still feel like it's perfectly appropriate for you to have a staked match with Luo Feng within the group of Chinese youths. Shi Jiang took a step forward and frowned. How about you have a staked match with me? Likewise, you pick the price. No matter how high of a price you pick, I'll fight. Candace's face changed. Who is Shi Jiang? The fact that he's able to steadily stay within the top 5 shows that his strength is at the top of the training camp. Isn't staking with him just gifting him free money? Shi Jiang, you should have a staked match with Reanatus, said Candace. So you know how to be scared too. Shi Jiang looked towards Luo Feng, but Luo Feng was looking at Candace. Shi Jiang and Zhao Rua both jumped out of astonishment. Don't tell me that this Luo Feng wants to fight against Candace. Also Candace isn't William. That guy named William just entered the training camp for a year. Candace has been here for 3 years already, and he's ranked 42. He is quite the excellent student in the training camp. Seeing this, Candace was extremely happy. Is this Luo Feng really that cocky? He actually wants to fight me. Candace immediately and seriously said. Luo Feng, Candace Paulinus, would really like to have a match with you to test our skills. I wonder if Candace Paulinus, Luo Feng said to himself. Indeed, didn't one of the Chinese students say, just what you'd expect from the successor of the Paulinus family? Luo Feng's heart jumped. The Paulinus family, the vulture scorpion couple who wants to kill him even in their dreams, and that scorpion is named Vanina Paulinus, the blood sister of the Paulinus family's head. I didn't think that I would encounter someone from the Paulinus family here, too, thought Luo Feng. Sorry, I still have to eat lunch with my seniors, smiled Luo Feng. After saying that, he walked with Shi Jiang and the others to the elevator. Luo Feng wasn't dumb. He wouldn't fight against someone if he had no confidence of winning. Night of the same day. The night wind blew in the courtyard of Jiangnam Pagoda. Luo Feng, this is Teacher Jiang. For the 5 years you'll be in the training camp, you'll be with Teacher Jiang, introduced Shi Jiang. Luo Feng looked in front of him with shock, a young, beautiful girl wearing a purple training uniform with an amazing body, busty and skinny. Teacher Jiang. All the teachers in the training camp are at least war god level, and each of these war gods must have something special about them to be able to be selected to guide these geniuses. This Teacher Jiang, no matter how Luo Feng looks, she's quite young and probably not much older than him, and this person is actually going to be his teacher for the next 5 years. I'm Jiang Feng, the purple-clothed girl, gave off the overall feeling of a blade. For the next 5 years, I'll be your direct teacher, continued Jiang Feng. There are currently 5 students with me, you'll be the 6th. Luo Feng slightly bowed. Teacher Jiang. Okay, take your blade and come with me, spoke Jiang Feng. Yes, Luo Feng immediately took his ghost blade and put it on his back as he walked out with Jiang Feng. Who would have known that he would have a female teacher in the elite training camp? As they walked in the training camp, Jiang Feng smiled. I heard you beat William this afternoon, right? Yes, Luo Feng nodded. The state of William's blade is quite good, it has reached the 2nd level. Not bad, you were able to defeat him. Jiang Feng nodded her head with satisfaction and pulled out 2 curved blades from her waist. Come, Luo Feng, show me your blade technique and fight against me. I won't exceed your power or speed. This Jiang Feng is already at the war god level in terms of body fitness level. Because of genetic energy training, she seems quite young. Even though she looks like she's around 20, she's actually 30-something. Already. Yes, Teacher Luo Feng pulled out his ghost blade. Attack, commanded Jiang Feng. Yes. Luo Feng charged forward like lightning, and his blade cleanly struck towards Jiang Feng. The curved blade in Jiang Feng's stayed still. She only moved her left hand. Clang! In the instant the curved blade in her left hand collided with Luo Feng's ghost blade, Luo Feng felt a peculiar, powerless feeling. Before he even pulled his blade back, the curved blade's light flashed across Luo Feng's neck and then went back. You lost, frowned Jiang Feng as she looked at Luo Feng again. Luo Feng's spiritual force was already surrounding Jiang Feng's curved blade. If Jiang Feng tried to slit his throat, his spiritual force would have directly controlled the curved blade. There was no helping it. That blade was really horrifying. Yes, Luo Feng attacked again. Clang, clang! Jiang Feng's left hand's curved blade only touched against Luo Feng's blade twice, before leaving his body completely exposed. How is your blade technique? So poor Jiang Feng looked at Luo Feng with confusion. Did you really defeat William? Luo Feng was ashamed inside. Being belittled by this female war god teacher, indeed, the speed and power of her blade wasn't even as fast or powerful as his, but it was always able to easily destroy his rhythm, and the blade's attack just came wave after wave, which easily and completely destroyed him. In terms of the blade state, who knows how many times more powerful this Jiang Feng is compared to that William, and Jiang Feng only used a single blade. The other curved blade hasn't moved at all. If he uses his spiritual force, he might be able to have a go at it. However, if he's only using his blade, he'll lose to the point where he can't lose any harder. Teacher, I relied on speed and power to control that William. With that, I defeated him, said Luo Feng. Oh. Jiang Feng let out a face of joy. Looks like your force exertion is quite Powerful force exertion requires extremely high control over your body. This shows that you're quite good on the basics of controlling your power HM. Even though your blade technique is quite sloppy, it can be improved in the future. What's your fist strength level? 2-8, answered Luo Feng. HM, your fist strength level is so high despite just entering the training camp. No wonder you were scouted for. Jiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. Luo Feng, don't feel bad about your sloppy blade technique, this is normal. You guys are so young. If the state of your blade and your technique is extremely high, then that would be too horrifying. I trained ever since I was little. Only after 20 years of bitter training could I reach today's state. Come with me. Jiang Feng sheathed her curved blades and walked in front. Luo Feng followed. This female war god teacher. Inside the 9 grand floors, Jiang Feng introduced to Luo Feng the most important rooms in the 9 grand floors are of course the challenge room, training room, and gravity room on the 9th floor. These 3 rooms were made out of treasure excavated from the archaeological ruins. There are also many training rooms on the 7th and 8th floors. For example, there are copied gravity rooms made by our scientists, etc. Even though they aren't as effective as the ones from the archaeological ruins, they're better than nothing. Beep. The elevator door opened. They walked through the lobby on the 9th floor towards the training room. Students are training in the training room and gravity room every month from the 1st to the 30th. In these 30 days, the resting period lasts from 12 p.m. 1 p.m. every day. When new students are taking their exam, they usually do it in this hour, explained Jiang Feng. And this month is March, with a 31st day on the 31st. The gravity room and training room are both empty, said Jiang Feng as she brought Luo Feng to the door of a room. Out of the 3 rooms on the 9th floor, Luo Feng has been to the training room and challenge room already. A light flashed past Luo Feng and Jiang Feng. Beep. The door opened and Luo Feng and Jiang Feng entered together. This is the gravity room, a gravity room discovered in the archaeological ruin, said Jiang Feng. Luo Feng carefully examined the room. The floor and walls of the gravity room were made out of an alloy with yellow and black mixed in. Because of this strange alloy, the entire gravity room felt quite special. Even our scientists haven't figured out this alloy yet, said Jiang Feng as she pointed towards the alloy on the wall. Even existences that have surpassed the war god level can't leave a mark on this wall. Luo Feng froze. He looked at the wall beside him and saw a fist mark that was around 5 millimeters deep. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed as she said with admiration, this mark was left by our world's strongest fighter, Hong. Within the existences that have surpassed the war god level, only the head was able to leave a mark on this wall. Nobody else can do this. The head is the strongest fighter on Earth. Beep. After saying that, Jiang Feng pressed the button to the side. Your body fitness level is at the beginner warlord level, so 9x gravity should be nearing your limit, said Jiang Feng as she quickly pressed some button that increases gravity. The number on the display continuously changed. 2, 3, 4, 5. Buzz. A shapeless energy instantly covered every single part of his body. Not even given the time to take a breath, the gravity multiplier quickly rose from 8 to 9. Luo Feng felt like everything went black as he directly fell to the floor. The sound of his heart beating was like the beat of a drum, and the sound of his blood flowing sounded like a flowing stream. Everything was that clear. How do you feel? Jiang Feng looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was barely able to stand up, his face was pale and his body was about to collapse at any moment. I feel extremely heavy and my heart is in pain. Every time it beats, it's hard for me to breathe too. Every single spot of my body is in pain. Luo Feng was carrying his ghost blade, which turned into a burden of around 1,000 kilograms under 9x gravity. Even though he was carrying such a heavy object, it wasn't as painful as all his blood vessels and organs fighting against 9x gravity. Luo Feng, do you know the significance of the gravity room to fighters? Under 9x gravity, Jiang Feng was still smiling and chatting in a relaxed manner. Luo Feng looked towards Jiang Feng. Fighters absorb energy and transform it into genetic energy. The body then absorbs that genetic energy to improve its genes and strengthen itself. Jiang Feng sighed. However, once every cell in the body absorbs a certain amount, they become full, they won't be able to absorb any further. The more people exercise, the more food they eat. The fact is that when our cells are involved in our exercise, they are able to absorb more genetic energy. Jiang Feng sighed. Even though we seem tired when we train normally, it's extremely difficult to exercise every single cell in our body. Luo Feng nodded. He understood this point. This was also why your body fitness level improves at a higher rate when you reach a higher stage in the 9-stage Thunderblade. But the gravity room is different. The gravity amplified by the gravity room affects every single part of your body, your muscles, bones, blood vessels, organs, cells, and even atoms. Explained Jiang Feng. Gravity works on everything naturally, it'll work on the smallest parts of your body. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Indeed, gravity affects every part of your body. So, in the gravity room, especially under the highest multiplier possible, smiled Jiang Feng, even if you stand there and do nothing, every single cell in your body will be affected by gravity and will fight against it, therefore using up energy. This is way more efficient than any form of training you can do. Yeah, Luo Feng couldn't help but to nod his head in agreement. Jiang Feng smiled. Of course, if you train in this room in conjunction, the effect will be even better. You can say 2 hours a day in the gravity room will speed up your training speed by 10 times. 10 times? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Damn. If he relies on the gravity room, wouldn't he just need 3 to 4 months instead of 3 years to become an advanced level war god level spirit reader? However, there's only one gravity room, continued Jiang Feng. Even the Thunder Dojo's elite training camp doesn't have 183 students have to share this one room. How much time can be divided to you? Luo Feng froze. So the higher your rank, the longer you can stay in this room, continued Jiang Feng. The gravity rooms that our scientists created can only reach a multiplier of 3. In other words, it can only go up to 3x gravity when training in the gravity room. You want to reach your limit for the best effect. And this gravity room excavated from the archaeological ruins has a range of 1 to 1,000, sighed Jiang Feng, way better than the ones we reproduced. 1,000 times. Luo Feng stared. Who can handle 1,000x gravity? Of course, this 1 to 1,000 multiplier was after we modified it to create this display number. Jiang Feng pointed towards the display. You think the archaeological ruins will have Arabic numbers in them? This display number and on-off button was created by us. Of course, we can't modify the main component at all. There's only one archaeological gravity room. How long can Luo Feng, a rookie, use it for. There are more copied gravity rooms created by the scientists, even though they can only reach 3x gravity in the entire training camp. There are 10 of these gravity rooms. Luo Feng, you're still new and are ranked 183 for the first 28 days of April. You'll follow the other students and hunt monsters in the wilderness and earn battle points on the odd days. For the even days, you'll stay in the training camp and properly learn at that time. I'll guide you, commanded Jiang Feng. Yes, Teacher Luo Feng nodded. In the training camp, you have to grab the chance to absorb as much as possible to strengthen yourself. Night, 11 p.m. Luo Feng, in his bathrobe, sat in his room and looked at his notebook. Ranked 1, April, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 90 hours, training room for 90 hours. Ranked 2, April, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 60 hours, training room for 60 hours. Ranked 1130, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 6 hours. Training room for 6 hours. Ranked 3150, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 4 hours. Training room for 4 hours. Ranked 51100, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 2 hours. Training room for 2 hours. Ranked 101 end, eligible to use the archaeological gravity room for 1 hour. Training room for 1 hour. Luo Feng looked at the last line and laughed bitterly. He just joined, so he's ranked 183 for the entire month of April. He can only use the archaeological gravity room for 1 hour, training room for 1 hour. Only 1 hour. The person ranked first must feel so good. 90 whole hours. He has to hunt monsters on the odd days, so he has like 15 days to train in the training camp. He can stay in the archaeological gravity room for 6 hours and the training room for 6 hours every day. Improving slowly would be a challenge. Luo Feng was envious. If you stay in the archaeological gravity room for just 2 hours a day, your 1 day is equivalent to 10 days. And don't even talk about someone staying in there for 6 hours. Thankfully, April is the first month for me after entering the training camp. As a result, I have a special right. I can take the Tower of Trials test one time. Luo Feng thought to himself. Taking the Tower of Trials test is a special privilege every student gets. After entering the training camp, the amount of time they spend taking that test isn't counted into the time they receive. For example, Luo Feng only receives 1 hour of time in the training room during April. However, he might spend 40 minutes taking his Tower of Trials test. In all, it's 1 hour and 40 minutes. Some people spend a lot of time taking this test, while others spend very little time. My blade technique is still sloppy. I'll train hard this month and then take the Tower of Trials test on the 26th, thought Luo Feng to himself. Since he counts as a new student, he can pick within the time span of 12 p.m. 1 p.m. on any day to take his test. With a blink of an eye, it was already April 1st. Luo Feng stays in the training camp officially begins. April 1st, Luo Feng followed 91 other students and headed towards a city that was around 300 kilometers away from the training camp. 1001 city. This name was personally set by the creator of Hongning City. Hong. All students must hunt monsters in this city. Furthermore, there's a satellite in orbit just to observe this 1001 city. There are absolute rules within the training camp. 1. Those who secretly trade monster materials with other students to help them raise their battle points, once found, will be expelled. 2. Those who kill other students, once found, will be executed. Poochie. After the ghost blade slashed a back mountain deer's head that was as large as a small mountain flew up. The monsters in this western area are quite different from the ones in China. Luo Feng in the wilderness was like a fish in water he trained his blade in. Monster hordes back, then other students are afraid of falling into monster hordes while Luo Feng doesn't have this fear at all. So, Luo Feng was quite efficient at hunting monsters and earned quite a few battle points. The state of a blade is split into the categories. Basic, expert, complete, conception. These 4 levels right now, you better build up your basics, train in the copied gravity rooms for 2 hours and practice your blade there in the blade training room, train your blade there for 2 hours too. After that, you still have to train your blade. If your basics aren't steady, then what can you do? When you train, use your brain and think, what can you do to make your attacks flow like water and continue endlessly, ordered Jiang Feng. Yes, teacher. Whether in the gravity room, the blade training room, or the underground training room in Jiangnan Pagoda. Every day, Luo Feng trained his blade technique and even used his spiritual force to observe the trajectory of his blade with his careful observation. Luo Feng continuously improved himself and bitterly trained. This kid's rate of improvement is quite scary. However, something like this is normal in this training camp. Even though Jiang Feng was surprised, she expected even more out of Luo Feng. All sorts of training methods were used on Luo Feng. Of course, you can't stop your genetic energy training for even a day. Only when he's relaxed does he occasionally talk with his parents and Su Xian through his notebook. Luo Feng, you seem quite tired to me. Now once I see you, I'm not tired at all. Luo Feng laughed as he chatted with Su Xian through his laptop. I didn't know that even Luo Feng was this good at saying stuff like this. Luo Feng was completely immersed in his days at the training camp. There were many geniuses here, many geniuses that were way better than him. As for spirit readers, there were dozens of them in this elite training camp. In terms of spiritual force, many of them were significantly more powerful than him. Whether blade technique, or force exertions, there was always someone better than Luo Feng. People here have reached force multipliers of 4x. For technique, there are tons of people who have reached the conception level. For the blade state, Luo Feng is at the bottom of the training camp. This Luo Feng's technique and force exertions were superior in the first place. Even though his rate of improvement isn't the best, it's up there. I'm sure he'll step into the blade's second state soon. Jiang Feng was quite satisfied with her student. Luo Feng is entirely capable of charging into the top 10 after 2 or 3 years. Luo Feng was like a sponge who absorbs nutrients in the training camp with all he had, whether body fitness level, blade technique, and all the other things. Luo Feng has been showing improvement. This rate of improvement was way faster than training alone, and there were many war god teachers here that frequently taught class. Even investigators taught. April 26th, morning. Jiangnan Pagoda, Luo Feng's room. Looks like it's quite difficult to charge up the Black Dragon ranking, said Su Xian in the video chat. It is, nodded Luo Feng. For this entire month, other than sleeping and occasionally chatting with his family and Su Xian, he put all of his time into training. His improvement this month is quite astonishing. There are tons of geniuses in this training camp. The guy that lost to me, William, is around 150 on the Black Dragon ranking. Many students are below 150 on the first year. They arrive. Charging to the top 120 is as hard as flying up to the sky, and don't even get me started on the top 100, said Luo Feng. Su Xian laughed. Luo Feng, you're quite good then. Acceptable, however, I wasn't able to charge into the top 120. Luo Feng shook his head. The amount of monsters Luo Feng hunted these 26 days is comparable to the students that have been here for 3 to 4 years. Even with that added with his battle ability amplifier of 448-28 by 16, his battle score still wasn't enough to charge into the top 120. However, he's still higher than that. William. Luo Feng, don't pressure yourself too much. You're already very strong. Didn't you say you're ranked 2 out of the students that just arrived at the training camp this year? Encouraged Su Xian. And according to what you said, your battle ability amplifier is way above 448. Once you finish your Tower of Trials test, your battle ability amplifier might raise. You might be able to charge into the top 100. From what I heard, anybody capable of entering the top 100 soon after entering the training camp is quite the remarkable person, sighed Su Xian. Because of Su Xian's background, she knows quite a bit of information about the elite training camp. Today is the day you take your Tower of Trials test. Go for it. Su Xian gave a thumbs up in the video. He grinned. Luo Feng. I'll do it, watch me. The higher you go in the Tower of Trials, the higher your level. When he passed the B-grade exam back then, his Tower of Trials level automatically turned into 1/6. With his rapid improvement in technique and speed, his Tower of Trials level will certainly improve by a lot. 11:50 a.m. Luo Feng chatted for a while with his parents. After that, Luo Feng put on a casual shirt and leisurely walked out Jiangnan Pagoda. Coincidentally, Zhao Rua just returned and laughed. Luo Feng, going out to eat lunch? I ate already, smiled Luo Feng. I just went and looked at the Black Dragon ranking and saw that you're already ranked 126. You're quite powerful. Your senior is only in the top 100, teased Zhao Rua. Luo Feng smirked. Senior, you better be careful. My goal is to charge into the top 100 soon. Soon? How soon? 2 months, 3 months, guessed Zhao Rua. I'll chat with you later. I still need to do stuff. Luo Feng didn't say anything more. He already decided that he'll take the Tower of Trials test on noon of April 26. Other than Su Xian, nobody else knows. After he finished talking, Luo Feng headed towards the 9 grand floors. On his way, quite a few students greeted Luo Feng. Students also respected the strong, and Luo Feng was able to become ranked 126 in just a month, even though the ranking is officially set on midnight of the 28th. Luo Feng's strength is already clear. 19 years old, and he's already this powerful. What about the future? So these students, whether from South America, North America, Europe, Africa, etc., are on quite good terms with Luo Feng. On the 9th floor of the 9 grand floors, 6 black students that just finished with their training in the training room and gravity room were having a friendly match. Luo Feng, how come you're here in the noon? One of the black students that knew Chinese yelled. The other 5 black students didn't know Chinese. Very few students that came from Africa knew Chinese, even though Chinese is used quite often. I have stuff to do, smiled Luo Feng as he headed towards the training room. The training room scanned Luo Feng and confirmed his identity. Ka. The door to the training room automatically unlocked and, with a slight push, Luo Feng entered. The training room. How could he enter the training room after 12? There's no way he could enter the training room. One of the black students spoke his native language quite fluently. Ah, that Luo Feng is a new student. April is his first month here. Every new student has the special right to take a Tower of Trials test during their first month. Don't tell me he didn't take his Tower of Trials test yet. It's already the 26th. There's no other possibility. Students can't enter the training room from 12 p.m. 1 p.m. Holy, he didn't even take his Tower of Trials test yet, and he's already around 120 on the Black Dragon ranking after taking his test. How high can he go? Could he reach the top 100? A rookie charging into the top 100 in his first month. Hurry, let's go to the Black Dragon ranking. It'll update itself soon enough. Hurry, let's go to the Black Dragon sculpture. The 6 black students talked a bunch, all of them astonished. They went downstairs and headed towards the Black Dragon sculpture at the gate of the training camp. Keep in mind that a rookie in this training camp charging into the top 100 in his first month is virtually impossible. People capable of such a feat become astonishingly great people in the future. Could it be that another person like this just appeared and is going to charge into the top 100? In the training room, Luo Feng turned on the lights. Luo Feng lay on the sofa and picked up the dark blue helmet beside him. This brain-computer interface helmet let out a dark blue reflection under the shine of the light. The higher my ranking goes the better, said Luo Feng softly. He kissed the helmet and then put it on. Buzz. The land here was an infinite silver. The sky was the infinite universe. The only building here was the 7-floored tower that wanted to pierce the Sky Tower of Trials. Name Luo Feng. Gender male. Identity elite training camp official student. Tower of Trials level 1-6. Luo Feng laughed under the virtual space's reminder. Luo Feng swiftly put on his battle uniform set and equipped his weapon, shield, etc. After that, he directly stepped within the Tower of Trials. On a large grass plain, Luo Feng appeared out of thin air. Luo Feng, an electronic sound reverberated around the entire plain. You already completed the first floor's B grade exam. Next, we'll move on to the C grade exam. Your objective is to kill 200 raging bulls within 50 minutes. Within these 200 raging bulls, 190 of them are low-level commander level, while 10 of them are medium-level commander level. Good luck. Luo Feng grinned. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Since he's been in this training camp for a month already, Luo Feng was clear on what he would have to deal with on each stage of the Tower of Trials. When he took the B grade exam, he had to deal with 100 low-level commander level raging bulls. This time, he has to deal with 200, and 10 of them are medium level commander level, and he just has his beginner level warlord level body. Get rid of all of them within 50 minutes to pass. 200 mighty raging bulls instantly appeared on the grassy plains. Some raging bulls within this horde were gigantic, flame-colored raging bulls. Moo. The ground rumbled under the lead of the 10 medium-level commander level raging bulls. The horde charged towards Luo Feng like a roaring tide. With Luo Feng's body fitness level, he'll probably lose the ability to fight after taking one direct hit, since he'll be trampled by the horde as a result. So This time, no errors are allowed. Kun Luo Feng held his hexagonal shield in one hand and his ghost blade in the other as he grinned and charged towards the entire horde. When Luo Feng was taking his exam in the Tower of Trials, quite a few students learned about what Luo Feng was doing thanks to the broadcasting of the 6 students from Africa. This Chinese student who charged up to rank 126 right after entering the training camp didn't even take his Tower of Trials exam yet. He just started taking it today. He didn't take the test and is already rank 126. Is he going to charge up to the top 100 after taking the exam? Quite a few students eating lunch quickly finished up and headed towards the Black Dragon sculpture. Each of them paid attention to any change that could happen on the Black Dragon ranking. Actually, this ranking changes extremely frequently, all the way until midnight of the 28th. At this time, on a ruined 3-story villa in the wilderness 1001 city, Candace Paulinus, who was wearing a black battle uniform set, sat alone. He had his water bag in hand to rehydrate himself. Even though he was the successor of the Paulinus family, one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, Candace never lowered his expectations of himself. My own strength is the most important thing, everything else is meaningless. Candace took a small sip of water. It's already the 26th, so there's only 2 days left until the ranking is set. Looks like I can reach the top 50 with no problem. As of now, Candace was already ranked 39. I'll see if I can get into the top 30. Candace's nose was straight and his gaze was cold. Who would have thought that that Chinese kid could improve so quickly? He's already around 120 ever since the staked battle between his good friend William and Luo Feng. A small group led by Candace frequently went to mess with Luo Feng. For example, stealing Luo Feng's prey in the wilderness, or getting in the way of Luo Feng's hunting. The training camp only banned killing each other and private trades. Causing trouble wouldn't bring you any punishment. Candace looked towards the tactical communications watch on his wrist. A phone call from William. Redial. After William sent out his command, the call quickly went through. William, you're even calling me while I'm in the wilderness. Could it be that you miss me? Teased Candace. Candace, let me tell you something. That Chinese kid just started taking his Tower of Trials exam today. William's voice carried out of the tactical communications watch. What does his Tower of Trials exam have to do with us? Right after saying that, Candace's face changed dramatically. What did you say? He just started taking his Tower of Trials exam today. Are you saying that he never took the exam these past 26 days? He didn't take the exam and was able to charge up to around rank 120. How is this possible? Impossible. Candace really disliked Luo Feng, so of course he wouldn't want to believe that Luo Feng was powerful. I don't want to believe either, but my brother, I have to tell you, this is the truth. Luo Feng is taking his Tower of Trials exam right now, and right now, a few dozen people in the training camp are watching the Black Dragon ranking right here, waiting for the ranking to update. Quite a few teachers in the training camp came too. William's fluent English came out quickly. If this Luo Feng really charges into the top 100 in his first month, then that'll be incredible. I don't believe this. Candace's eyes were like a poisonous snake's. I don't believe that he'll be able to charge into the top 100. I don't want to believe either, but you'll know if you're here in the training camp, said William helplessly. Stare at the black dragon sculpture and don't hang up, tell me right when it updates, commanded Candace. Okay. In the Tower of Trial's first floor of the virtual space, the vast grassy plain. Corpse after corpse of raging bulls were laying on the ground, their blood dyeing the grassy plain. Luo Feng's body was full of blood as he stepped on the corpse of a raging bull. His face was pale and some blood trickled down the side of his mouth. Used 41 minutes 26 seconds to kill 190 low-level commander-level raging bulls, 10 medium-level commander-level raging bulls. Seek grade exam, you pass. Congratulations, you have passed the first floor of the Tower of Trials. Student Luo Feng. The electronic sound rose, along with it, the entire plane disappeared in a flash. The surrounding area became a desert. An infinite, boundless desert. This is the second floor of the Tower of Trials, according to what Luo Feng knows. Each Tower of Trials is split into the different grades A, B, and C. For example, after finishing the A grade exam of the second floor of the Tower of Trials, your level becomes 2-3. After finishing the B grade exam, 2-6. After the C grade exam, 3-0. As of now, Luo Feng just completed the first floor C grade exam, so his current level is 2-0. Who would have thought that the 100 raging bulls in the B grade exam would become 200 raging bulls in the C grade exam? What a horrifying change. Luo Feng reminisced about the killing that just happened and was frightened. With the 10 medium-level commander-level raging bulls, even though they weren't that much of a threat themselves, they divided up the other raging bulls and formed small groups that coordinated their attacks. Unlike the raging bulls in the B grade exam that just swarmed over Luo Feng, the C grade exam has organized groups. Unless Luo Feng's blade technique was way better than before, he would have failed in one of the clashes with the Horde. Luo Feng, congratulations on passing the first floor. Next, you'll take the second floor's A grade exam. Your objective is to kill 50 low-level commander level steel armored scorpions within 10 minutes. Good luck. The electronic sound echoed around the entire desert. Steel armored scorpions, an extremely common monster in the desert area, one of the most common scorpion-type monsters. According to what the other students said, the bodies of these steel-armored scorpions are quite small, so 10 or even over 20 of them can attack one person. At the same time, the way they dodge is also quite peculiar, making them hard to fight against. The A grade of the second floor is way harder than the previous exams. Luo Feng was under a lot of pressure. Sha. Within the infinite desert, dark red-colored scorpions crawled out the sand. One after another. Clearly, these scorpions could easily dig into the sand. The plating of each of these scorpions was dark red and its long, sharp tail was jet black. Nobody would doubt the power of its tail. Tower of Trial second floor A grade exam, begin. In the Wilderness 1001 city, Candace was leaning against the wall as he chatted with William. Changed. Luo Feng's ranking changed. William's surprised voice carried out from the Tactical Communications Watch. How much did it change by? Candace was shocked. It went from 126 to 108. After hearing this, Candace took in a deep breath. It actually turned into 108. A rookie in this training camp charged to 108 within his first month. This was indeed quite shocking. At this moment, Candace was slightly regretful from what Luo Feng has accomplished now. He'll surely become quite scary in the future. But since they're already foes, I guess I could just stop harassing him and stay away from him, Candace sneered. Furthermore, he's just 108, he hasn't entered the top 100 yet. Candace didn't know that Luo Feng's ranking only went from 126 to 108. Because he passed the C grade exam, his Tower of Trials level went from 16 foot to 20 foot. This means that Luo Feng's score increased by 25. The change was astonishing. It changed again. Candace, the ranking changed again. William's voice carried out of the Tactical Communications watch. What is it? It turned into 99, he's in the top 100. Candace's face changed. In the training camp, in front of the Black Dragon sculpture at the main gate, a few dozen students and around 10 war god teachers were all excited and surprised when Luo Feng's ranking turned into number 99. A rookie charged into the top 100 within his first month. Something like this only happened 5 times in the history of this training camp. All 5 of those people were absolute geniuses. The first time something like this happened was 20 years ago. Out of these 5 people, 4 of them are already advanced level war gods, while one of them passed the war god level and became an existence surpassing the war god level. A Russian white brute who had a huge mustache yelled passionately. Very good. This rookie named Luo Feng probably has superb technique, speed, and blade technique. Hurry, and contact the investigators. Tell the investigators about this. Jiang Feng was one of the most famous people in the circle of war gods. She was born into a poor family around the few years that the Grand Nirvana period was going on. She was quite ill-fated. Her husband died to save her in the wilderness. Because of this, Jiang Feng ignored all the power struggles between the organizations and relationships. She merely focused completely on her martial arts, and she actually managed to become someone great. Nicknamed Moon Witch Jiang Feng. Her curved blades were godlike. Usually, she didn't like to get into arguments and didn't like the arguments and fights going on between fighters. She would rather be an instructor in the dojo of limits. This Jiang Feng has been in the elite training camp for nearly 10 years. Other than studying her blade technique, her only other hobby is to watch her students become great. To watch her students surpass the students of the other teachers. Jiang, congratulations, said a bald, skinny black man. Luo Feng himself is talented, smiled Jiang Feng. The white brute with a huge mustache said in accented Chinese. It was because of Lady Jiang Feng's teachings. There's a quote in Chinese. What was it again? It was great. Students come from great teachers. In the training camp, there were very few female teachers. And Jiang Feng had many war god students, so she had tons of connections. She was also extremely powerful herself and was beautiful. There were really quite a few war gods that were chasing after her. Luo Feng's out. After hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but to turn her head. She saw Luo Feng in a simple casual outfit walk out of the 9 grand floors. After walking out of the 9 grand floors, Luo Feng saw teacher Jiang Feng coming from far away. Teacher Jiang Feng was the flower of the training camp. Even quite a few male students were chasing after this teacher, since a war god's lifespan is much longer than the average person's. The students didn't mind their 10 or so years of difference in age. However, Luo Feng respected Jiang Feng. In this past month, Jiang Feng has helped him a lot. Teacher, said Luo Feng respectfully. Not bad, you're 99 now on the Black Dragon ranking. Jiang Feng smiled as she complimented. How did you do in the Tower of Trials exam? I failed the second floor's A-grade exam, said Luo Feng helplessly. He already knew that the steel-armored scorpions would be hard to deal with. But he didn't know how strong they actually were until he fought them each of. These scorpions had sharp claws and a phantom-like tail. Even though he improved a lot, he was only able to kill 36 of the 50 steel-armored scorpions. After doing everything he could, finally, he was surrounded by the scorpions, dragged under the sand, and then killed. A steel-armored scorpion horde in the desert is really scary. In the end, his Tower of Trials level became 2-2. The steel-armored scorpions are indeed a pain, encouraged Jiang Feng. Keep at it right now, you're ranked 99, there's still around 2 more days until we reach midnight of the 28th. Work hard these 2 days, and try to stay within the top 100. My reputation will increase as a teacher of someone who could charge into the top 100 in his first month. Luo Feng smiled. He'll work hard. Around 8 p.m., private training camp cars came one after another as they drove to the gate of the training camp. The students that went to hunt in the wilderness came in one by one. I heard Luo Feng charged up to 99 in the afternoon. I heard that too. Luo Feng sure is doing us Chinese seniors a favor, haha. The first thing these students did when they entered the training camp was raise their head towards the Black Dragon ranking, because these students handed in their monster materials and received battle points. Quite a few of them rose in rank by 1 or 2 places. Only an extreme few didn't raise, or even dropped. 101 Luo Feng fell to 101. Candace just entered the training camp and heard this phrase. He couldn't help but to let out a smile as he raised his head. Indeed, Luo Feng, who was still 99 in the afternoon, was 101 now. The closer it gets to the midnight of the 28th, the harder everyone works. Luo Feng, you want to get into the top 100, Candace sneered, took up his backpack and headed towards his building. Dawn of the 27th, Luo Feng left the training camp with 91 other students. When leaving the training camp, Luo Feng found out that his ranking was 102. Clearly, the 91 other students that returned last night caused quite a bit of change in the ranking. For the entire day of the 27th, Luo Feng hunted monsters. Only until nearing 10 p.m. did he return to the training camp. Luo Feng, your harvest today was quite good. On the training camp's private car, a worker of the Dojo of Limits collected the materials and put the money in Luo Feng's card. Luo Feng's contribution points rose too. At the same time, he received battle points for the training camp. Your ranking should be able to raise by a few spots. Thanks to your blessings, smirked Luo Feng. The main entrance to the training camp. After getting off the car, he walked as he looked towards the huge black dragon sculpture. All of his attention was focused on the dragon scales. With ease, he found his name. Number 98, Luo Feng, 570403. Charged to 98, Luo Feng smiled and then headed back to Jiangnam Pagoda. A group of white youths came and one of them said in fluent English that Luo Feng is smiling. Even though he's 98 now, it'll be the 28th tomorrow, which means he won't be able to hunt monsters when the 91 students return from hunting monsters. Luo Feng will probably be squeezed out of the top 100. Jason, you're making fun of other people. If I recall correctly, you were 179 in your first month. April 28, 10 p.m. Quite a few students were happily chatting on the floor next to the gigantic black dragon sculpture in the training camp. They worked hard for nearly a month and did everything they could. All they could do now was wait here for the final results. Outside the training camp, a residential apartment around 3 kilometers away. Hurry, get all the equipment set up. All of you hurry up, the boss gave you guys so much money to do this doing. Something like this is like being on vacation, the boss only told us to do a few things, so we better do them as best as we can. Got it, held a sturdy man with short, dyed blonde hair. The other 5 people swiftly set up the equipment. Got it, Captain, we're done. On a gigantic screen on the wall of the room appeared a ranking. It was indeed the Black Dragon ranking. Very good, nodded the sturdy man with short, dyed blonde hair. Nodded, wait until the ranking to set at midnight. Once that happens, we'll notify the boss right away. Oh yeah, the boss told us to especially take notice of our China's Luo Feng. Got it. The rest of the 5 happily responded. There were many other informants other than this squad in Hongning City, especially near the training camp, paying attention to the Black Dragon ranking. Not only were students in the elite training camp paying attention to the ranking at midnight, but also many organizations all over the world. These organizations have information on every single student on the ranking. April 28, 10:18 p.m. 9 Grand Floors Training Room. Ka. The door to the training room opened. Luo Feng, in a dark green training uniform, was laying on the sofa as he put on the helmet and entered the virtual space. Once again on the other sofa was a black girl. In just 1 or 2 minutes later, the black girl took off the helmet and opened her eyes. She cursed once or twice before leaving the training room. No more than 1 person can enter the Tower of Trials at the same time. So when 1 student enters, another student will leave. Second floor of the Tower of Trials. In the infinite desert, the 50 steel-armored scorpions crawled out the sand and surrounded Luo Feng. Today I have 1 hour to play with you scorpions. Luo Feng was full of the will to fight. Kill. The battle instantly began. The Tower of Trials exam ends right when you die. That's why when Luo Feng failed last night, his exam was over. However, other than to take his Tower of Trials test, as rank 183 in March, Luo Feng had 1 hour to use the training room and the archaeological gravity room. And Luo Feng decided to use his training rooms 1 hour from 10:20 p.m. 11:20 p.m. on the 28th. In this 1 hour, Luo Feng can keep trying even if he fails. No matter how many times he fails, he can retry. However, once time is up, whether pass or fail, he'll immediately be kicked out of the virtual space. Kill. The 50 steel-armored scorpions, whether leaping or burrowing into the sand or charging, came from all directions. Luo Feng was phantom-like, and the light from his blade was like a mist from a dream. He destroyed the steel-armored scorpions' formation and killed them 1 by 1. Poochie. The blade's light flashed past and 3 steel-armored scorpions fell from the air. Luo Feng, who had a wound on his face, couldn't help but to laugh. Damn. After dying 3 times, I finally passed the great exam of the second stage. As long as time isn't up, he can retry no matter how many times he dies. Used 5 minutes 6 seconds to kill 50 low-level commander-level steel-armored scorpions. Second floor's a great exam. You pass. Congratulations, student Luo Feng. An electronic sound reverberated around the scorching desert. A light flashed, and all the corpses of the steel-armored scorpions' corpses Disappeared Luo Feng's body was also returned to its best state. Luo Feng was clear that the grade exam of the second floor was basically his current limit. He died 3 times to pass this stage. As for the B grade exam, unless under special circumstances, he won't be able to pass it within a short amount of time. I'll just use it to train my technique and blade technique. Maybe my technique will step into the perfect level. Luo Feng held his ghost blade and continued his trials. Around 10 into the night, a training camp's private car stopped outside the main gate. 2 fully armed students walked in. One of the 2 students was Candace Paulinus. The 28th was the day he went out to hunt. Candace. The blonde-haired youth, William, greeted him as he smiled. Congratulations. You're already 38. What rank is Luo Feng? Candace and William walked side by side towards the black dragon sculpture. You see, rank 101. Oh, 102, it's 102 now. William pointed towards the gigantic black dragon sculpture. Candace rose his head and looked at the black dragon ranking and nodded as he laughed. To tell the truth, that chink's strength isn't bad. However, he's dreaming if he wants to charge into the top 100 in his first month. A rookie charging into the top 100 in the first month. It's time for someone from the EU to do that. Today is the 28th, and Luo Feng hunts on the odd days. So he indeed has no hope left, smiled William. Candace also laughed heartily. Suddenly, it changed. Luo Feng's ranking raised. Weird, today is the 28th, so Luo Feng can't hunt today. How did his ranking rise again? A bunch of students spectating were astonished. Candace and William, these 2 blonde youths, raised their heads and looked. They also froze in surprisement. Luo Feng's ranking actually went from 102 to 98. Today is the 28th. How did this Luo Feng raise his rank? Did someone do a staked match with him with battle points as the wager? Candace seemed like he just saw a ghost. Impossible. Impossible. How did he raise his rank today? William couldn't believe this either. It doesn't matter whether they believe or not, because this is the truth. Actually, Luo Feng just passed the second floor's A-grade exam, which caused his Tower of Trials level to raise from 2-2 to 2-3. Because of this, his ranking rose slightly. Time passed minute by minute. The students were all discussing the ranking. Luo Feng's current rank was at 98. 10:56 p.m. Damn. OMG. Oh Lord. All the students were flabbergasted. Candace and William were dumbfounded as they looked at the new ranking number 82. Luo Feng 570403, from 98 to 82, isn't this jump a bit too crazy? At that time, the nearly 100 students gathered there were all in an uproar. This jump was just too huge. Cheater. I bet he did a staked match with someone and had battle points as the wager. Someone purposefully gave Luo Feng battle points through the staked match. Yelled a student immediately. Cheater. Some students just couldn't believe that Luo Feng, who didn't go to the wilderness today, could have such a gigantic increase in ranking. He didn't cheat. Luo Feng is in the training room right now. A phrase of English rose. He's in the training room right now, we saw him enter, said a group of white and black youths, male and female, that came from the direction of the 9 grand floors. The arguing genius students quieted down. One by one, actually, only an extremely small amount of people yelled. Cheater. Only a very small amount of these 180 or so geniuses are envious. Luo Feng entered the training room at 10:20 p.m. Right when I finished, it was his turn, said a black youth. Rebecca, Luo Feng was after you, a white youth walked over. Yes, the black youth nodded. Oh, so Luo Feng was in the training room. Looks like he raised his tower of trials level, which raised his ranking. All of these students were looking forward to this, since only 5 genius students were able to charge into the top 100 within their first month in the history of the training camp. However, the earliest case was 20 years ago, while the latest was 8 years ago. Something like this hasn't happened in the training camp for a while. And this time, it seemed like Luo Feng was about to make a miracle. In March, Luo Feng was last place on the Black Dragon ranking, so he only has an hour in the training room, laughed a yellow-skinned middle-aged man. It'll be 11:20 soon. At that time, no matter what, he'll be kicked out the virtual space for sure. Fellow students, let's see how the ranking changes at 11:20 p.m. It was currently 11:18. 19. 20. Candace and William, the two blonde youths, stared at the ranking. It won't raise anymore, repeated Candace to himself in his heart. Updated. 11:20 p.m. sharp, the ranking updated once again. Number 68, Luo Feng, 570403. Even during the night, the names on the Black Dragon sculpture that was around 20 stories high were clear. And in this moment, the nearly 100 students and some war god teachers under the Black Dragon sculpture all looked at that name with astonishment. Number 68, Luo Feng, 570403. Everyone knew that it was 11:20 p.m. right now, which was very close to midnight. All the students that went out to hunt also returned, which means that the chances of this ranking changing were very, very small. In other words, it's basically a fact that Luo Feng will be 68 on April's ranking. This is huge. Where did this messed up Luo Feng pop out of? Oh Lord. Even the calmest people were stunned by this name. The ranking 68 itself isn't much, but it's different for a student that achieved the rank of 68 in his first month. The significance of this is way greater than an old student that has been in the training camp for 4 or 5 years achieving rank 1. Impossible. 68. Disbelief filled Candace's dark eyes. He didn't want to believe this. Candace whispered William on the side. Bullshit, Candace whispered. From now on, don't mess with this, Luo Feng. Okay, nodded William. What bullshit luck, cursed Candace. A chink that he disliked achieved 68 in his first month. How could he be happy? But no matter how unhappy he became, logic told Candace that he was just letting his feelings get the better of him. He didn't have a huge grudge against Luo Feng that he would hold to the death. He'll just hold in his anger, not mess with Luo Feng, and pretend Luo Feng doesn't exist. This Luo Feng is going to become great. He sure is, said a chubby yellow-skinned youth. Only 5 people in the history of the training camp charged into the top 100, and the most recent case of that was 8 years ago, and Luo Feng didn't just simply charge into the top 100, he's 68. Even though 98 and 68 are both in the top 100, the difference between them is gigantic. Rank 68, compared to rank 98, is definitely way more powerful. Everyone knew that every country and powerful organization on Earth paid attention to talented people. If someone like Luo Feng was ignored, then that would be weird. Luo Feng, with his rank 68, is even more important than the person ranked First, do we even need to explain how he's going to be treated? In a residential apartment 3 km away. Holy shit. The eyes of the sturdy man with short, dyed blonde hair widened as he looked. At the ranking on the screen, he stared at the name that was rank 68, Luo Feng, and widened his eyes even more as the captain of this squad of informants. He clearly knew all the information about the students here. He knew exactly about the significance of Luo Feng achieving rank 68. Hurry, contact the boss. The sturdy man's face was fierce. Captain, it's not even midnight yet, giggled a girl wearing revealing clothes. Fucking hurry up and contact the boss right now, the sturdy man glared. All of a sudden, the girl that was just giggling realized the weight of the current situation and immediately started to contact their boss. This genius is from China. Contact the general. I want to speak with the general immediately. 68. He's only 19 years old and came from a normal family. He didn't even receive any special training when he was little. This Luo Feng is really messed up. Hurry, contact the head, commanded a middle-aged Chinese man. At this moment, all the organizations representing their respective country, major families, mercenaries, etc. in Hongning City were all reporting to their superiors after witnessing the latest update in the Black Dragon ranking. In the training camp, someone who could place into the top 100 in a month is an absolute genius. And 68 is even better. And he's only 19. For the 5 great countries and the 2 powerful dojos, a fighter with a rapidly increasing fitness level are worthy to take note of, but by all means not someone to go out of their way for body fitness level, dragon blood, and some other goods not revealed to the public can all easily strengthen the body. In other words, you can just use up large amounts of money to increase someone's body fitness level. However, technique, fist strength level, etc. cannot be improved like that. To improve those, you have to battle, train, and rely on your experience and comprehension in terms of the elite training camp battle ability amplifier. Just a bit of your strength can be multiplied several times. That is skill. And Luo Feng clearly has a high battle ability amplifier. Jiangnan Headquarters City, Main City Sector. Female dorms of Jiangnan University. One of the 602 rooms was Su Xian's in. This dorm was a public living room and 4 smaller rooms one girl lived in. Each of the small rooms, a dorm like this in the Jiangnan sector, is considered quite high class, and you have to pay an extremely high amount of rent. Younger sis, I think that young master from the Wang family is pretty good. He's also head over heels for you, said an extremely attractive mixed girl. She laughed as she lay on the sofa with a nice, hot cup of coffee in hand. Older sis, Sister Su Xian, likes that Luo Feng, so don't talk about that Wang family's young master. These 4 girls, including Su Xian, were currently gossiping. Don't talk about that anymore, frowned Su Xian. Su Xian was clearly unhappy, so the other 3 girls just laughed and then didn't say anything further. To be able to live in this dormitory shows that their families are special. However, Su Xian's family is still the best out of all of them. Su Xian randomly flipped through an economics textbook. However, her attention wasn't on the book. Su Xian was annoyed. She was annoyed because she's at the age where she can get married already. In this age, many girls marry while they're still college students. Su Xian is from the Su family and has a pretty high position. As a result, many people are chasing after her, and quite a few of these people were connected to the Su family in some way. Su Xian has a tough personality, but, especially the attitude of her family. There are too many things troubling her. Her phone rang. A call from brother Su Xian held her phone with confusion. She entered her room and closed the door before picking up. Su Gang's figure appeared on the screen of the cell phone. "Brother, what is it?" asked Su Xian in a confused tone. Great news, Su Gang was smiling brightly on the screen of the cell phone. "Hey, sister, your eye for people is really extraordinary. This Luo Feng did something absolutely amazing." Su Xian was still confused as she asked, "What thing?" "Oh, you mean entering the top 100 of the elite training camps ranking." Not just a simple top 100, but 68. Su Gang was delighted. This news spread like a hurricane. Which HR Alliance family doesn't know about this? All the 5 great countries and headquarter cities know about this too, at least 4. This moment, every major organization on Earth is talking about Luo Feng. Su Xian didn't hear what Su Gang said after. She only knew one thing. Luo Feng is ranked 68. Su Xian wasn't a simple, normal girl. She knew a lot, so she absolutely knew what this rank means. "Sister, the family completely approves of the relationship between you and Luo Feng. Not just our parents, but even our grandparents' generation completely approve of you and Luo Feng." Su Gang smiled as he said that. Naturally, the people who make the decisions in the Su family are the people in their grandparents' generation. Su Xian didn't know whether to curse or to laugh after hearing this. This is what a major family is like. "Oh, understood." Su Xian nodded. "Damn, not excited at all," laughed Su Gang. Hee. Su Xian squeezed out a smile. "Happy now, bro." The call was soon finished. Su Xian's smile widened. Now there's nothing left to worry about, since her family completely supports the relationship between her and Luo Feng. Su Xian can just ignore all of those young masters bothering her. Without the influence of her family, Su Xian wouldn't even care about those people. The storm is over. Yeah. Su Xian sat in front of her notebook and contacted Luo Feng. Hongming Headquarter City, Elite Training Camp. Luo Feng ran back to his pagoda like a beaten dog after hearing what his seniors Zhao Rua and Shi Jiang said. "Holy shit, I caused such a commotion after charging to rank 68. Luo Feng recalled the moment just now where right when he walked out of the training room, and especially out of the 9 grand floors, he was attacked on all sides. Students came to congratulate him, and quite a few students representing their respective organizations came to send their invitations. Invitation after invitation. Their conditions were amazingly great. Virtually all of them offered over 10 billion per year. This is definitely an astronomical price only used when inviting an advanced level war god, right? Now, Luo Feng is enjoying better treatment than an advanced level war god. Man, that training tower, it kicked me out the virtual space right when my 1 hour was up. Luo Feng sighed. "If I could stay in there for just a bit longer, then hee. Truth be told, Luo Feng's harvest in the Tower of Trials was immense. The second floor of the Tower of Trials was extremely hard. Initially, Luo Feng had no hope of passing the second floor's B-grade exam in just a short 3 minutes. He was killed 3 times. However, on the 4th time, Luo Feng managed to once again step into the state of the perfect level technique. While in that state, Luo Feng coordinated his power and speed All of a sudden, he directly passed the B grade exam. When that happened, Luo Feng's ranking jumped from 98 to 82, jumped up by 16. After that, the C grade exam. When there was half a minute left from his 1 hour being up, an electronic sound suddenly reminded Luo Feng 30 seconds remaining. With this reminder, Luo Feng was distracted for a slight moment. Pucci Dath, however, he can't just blame the virtual space's reminder, since the C grade exam was too hard. Just a slight distraction ended up in his death. However, Luo Feng still managed to receive a Tower of Trials level of 2-9. Since Luo Feng was over halfway done with the C grade exam. When that happened, Luo Feng's rank jumped from 82 to 68. I maintained my perfect level technique state for the entire B and C grade exams, which is over 40 minutes. I guess I have finally entered the perfect level. Luo Feng was filled with joy inside. His true battle power would definitely multiply if his technique goes up by a level, or else how could he have easily passed the B grade exam and almost passed the C grade exam? Beep beep. A sound carried over from the notebook, an invitation to video chat. Luo Feng walked over and couldn't help but to let out a smile as he sat down. From Su Xian. He immediately pressed accept. A video appeared on the screen of his notebook, and it was indeed Su Xian who was in it. Candace's pagoda study room. After taking a shower, Candace sat in front of his notebook, which has long received 2 video chat invitations. Candace took a glance. One invitation was from the Paulinus family's headquarters, while another was from his aunt, Benina Paulinus, who was currently living in China. He pressed accept on his aunt's invitation. Aunt smiled Candace as he yelled, "Candace, my precious, how are you?" said Benina passionately. Candace and his aunt were quite close. His parents haven't been on good terms with each other ever since he was little, so they soon divorced. Benina was the one who raised Candace to Candace. Benina is more of a mother than an aunt. The only reason he has his current power is because of his aunt's guidance. "Baby, it seems like you aren't doing that well," said Benina. "Yeah," kind of nodded Candace. "Because of Luo Feng, the family isn't very happy about you right now," smiled Benina. Candace couldn't help but to curse. "I knew those old guys would pick on this." Towards the end of last month, the family asked me to invite Luo Feng. Yeah, I rejected this proposition, but even if I asked, I wouldn't have succeeded anyway. That Luo Feng already rejected every single invitation he received. At the end of March, which was when Luo Feng just entered the training camp, the Paulinus family of the HR Alliance initially wanted to invite Luo Feng. However, Candace and William weren't on good terms with Luo Feng, so how could Candace agree to personally inviting Luo Feng? "Those guys just want to make a big deal out of everything you do," Benina said carelessly. "You don't have to worry about that. All my brothers are staring at my position and are hoping that I make a big mistake so that they can raise their chances of becoming the successor," sneered Candace. The internal struggles in large families like the Paulinus family were quite cruel. "Baby, no worries, your aunt is definitely supporting you," smiled Benina, "and there are quite a few people in the family supporting you too. You're already in the world's best training camp, so you are performing quite well. No worries, baby. Once you graduate from the training camp and gain some experience, you'll naturally be able to control the entire family." "Okay," nodded Candace. "Your ranking is quite high, so keep working at it and try to charge into the top 30 this year," encouraged Benina. I will try my best, nodded Candace. Candace's aunt and uncle were his biggest supporters. Your aunt has a request for you. Vanina's face wasn't looking too good. What request? Asked Candace in a confused tone. Vanina sighed. You know that your brother was killed. Yeah, Candace knew about that. I want you to try and pay attention to this Luo Feng while you're at the training camp. If he turns out to be a spirit reader, tell me as soon as possible, said Vanina. This Luo Feng's performance attracted Vanina and Li Yao's attention too, which was why they asked Candace to help. Spirit reader, Candace was astonished. Aunt, you think Luo Feng might be the culprit? Of course Candace knew about the astronomical bounty. If he's a spirit reader, then he's probably the culprit, nodded Vanina. The possibility of him being a spirit reader isn't too big, frowned Candace. However, Aunt, don't worry, I'll pay attention to him. For the first 28 days of April, competition was intense. However, now that the ranking was set, the students could relax on the last 2 days. 29th, 8 a.m. in a small practicing hall on the second floor of the 9 grand floors. Senior. Luo Feng already greeted 3 other students when entering the practicing hall, and now 2 other students came in. In all, there were 6 people. 4 of them were Chinese, and 2 of them were white, and there were 3 girls out of the 6, taking up half the group. Considering the male-to-female ratio in the training camp, it's quite astonishing that there were 3 girls in a group of 6. Luo Feng, you actually charged to 68, nice bro. A tall, buff Chinese youth laughed as he gave a thumbs up, just one word, nice. An orange-haired white girl smiled as she looked at Luo Feng, and a bunch of fluent Chinese left her mouth. In the entire training camp, tons of people were talking about you in the cafeteria this morning. In the past, I didn't realize how great you were. I want to learn from you, so can we train together this afternoon? Janet, you've set your eyes on Luo Feng. Another white girl laughed. Luo Feng, Janet is asking you on a date, don't miss this chance. So what if I have? Frowned Janet. Oh. Haha, Luo Feng, hurry up and grab your chance. The others were in an uproar. There were very few female students in the training camp, and the male students were willing to marry the other female students. Everyone in the elite training camp is basically guaranteed to become a war god. If 2 war gods marry, their children's future will be bright. Luo Feng froze. The girls from the west were even more bold than the ones from the east. Teacher Jiang Feng had 6 students total. Since she was Chinese, she usually only accepted Chinese people as her students. Occasionally, she would accept students from other countries or headquarter cities, but typically females only. Teacher. Jiang Feng, wearing a purple training uniform, smiled as she walked in from the door. Today's the 29th, and all 6 of you are here. Luo Feng, good job, really good job. This blade technique class lasted until 10:30. Everybody left one by one. Luo Feng, wait a bit, spoke Jiang Feng. The other 5 students left, so only Luo Feng and Jiang Feng were in the practice hall. Teacher Luo Feng looked at Jiang Feng with confusion. Jiang Feng smiled as she looked at Luo Feng. She smiled so much that her eyes became 2 lines. It truly is a joyful thing for a teacher to be able to teach such a great student. Jiang Feng spoke softly. Luo Feng, you're only 19 years old, and yet you were able to charge to 68 in your first month. You also came from a poor background and received no special training. I can imagine that. All the organizations around the world will offer you amazing things. Ya nodded Luo Feng. However, your teacher is going to remind you something, said Jiang Feng. Please. Luo Feng was curious, what would Jiang Feng remind him? Jiang Feng said this elite training camp was started by the Dojo of Limits. Even though the HR Alliance, the dojos, and all the countries have a deal that they can all fight over the geniuses fairly, the Dojo of Limits won't easily allow them to join other organizations, so I'm also going to ask you to not join another organization and stay with the Dojo of Limits. Even though Luo Feng was already a member of the Dojo of Limits, there's no saying whether or not he'll stay in the Dojo of Limits forever. For example, he has the right to accept another organization's invitation after entering the elite training camp. Why? Asked Luo Feng. Because the Dojo of Limits will offer you the best conditions, smiled Jiang Feng. The best? Luo Feng was curious. Smaller powers usually offer better conditions to try and get their target to accept. And the Dojo of Limits has the best offer. Of course, nodded Jiang Feng, because our head is the world's strongest fighter. He obtains the most treasures from the archaeological ruins also. The only supplier of the dragon blood in today's market is our head. Luo Feng blinked twice, listening to what Jiang Feng said. The head, Hong, is the richest man on earth. Just wait, in around a day or two, the higher-ups will probably summon you, said Jiang Feng. Virtual space. In a large conference room, the floor was silver, the wall was silver, and the gigantic round table was silver. Only the 6 chairs were pure black, a kind of black that seems as if it could swallow up all other colors right now. On the chairs encircling the table sat 5 people in white robes. The ceiling of the conference room was an infinite, boundless starry sky. Out of the 5 white-robed men, 3 of them were Chinese, 1 of them was white, and 1 of them was black. Here is Luo Feng's data. His Tower of Trials level is 2-9 and his fist strength level is 2-8, so his battle ability amplifier is 8-12, which is superior, said a white-robed Chinese man. 1-2 is beginner, 2-4 is intermediate, 4-8 is advanced, 8-16 is superior. Luo Feng just stepped into the range of superior. A white-robed black man nodded. His battle score from hunting monsters is comparable to the old students that have been in the training camp for 3 years already. His battle ability amplifier is superior even though he just entered that range. It's comparable to the average 4th-year student. Combining the two, he's ranked 68. Investigator Wang, I agree with inviting Luo Feng, but the conditions you're offering. Vladimir, I think my offer isn't high. These 5 white-robed men were discussing here. If some war gods from the Dojo of Limits saw this, they would surely be extremely excited, because this is the legendary discussion of the highest level. The round table conference, only 6 people had the right to participate in the round table conference: the head, Hong, and the 5 big investigators. The 5 big investigators were all existences surpassing the war god level. The head and the 5 big investigators make up the highest level of authority in the Dojo of Limits. Any one of them could make a country tremble in fear. Usually, the 5 big investigators hold the round table conference together. The head himself rarely participates, since the 5 big investigators are usually spread out around the world. They usually hold this round table conference in the virtual space. Naturally, other war gods have only heard of this round table conference, but have never witnessed it. 5 investigators. An electronic sound rang. Silence. The 5 investigators raised their heads towards the sky from the starry sky. Above the conference room, 5 documents floated down and one landed in front of each investigator. The electronic sound continued. This is the heads. Decision on Luo Feng's matter. If you have any objections, you can report to the head. If there aren't any objections, then carry this decision out. Any objections? Asked the electronic sound. No, 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 no. The 5 investigators quickly flipped through the documents and swiftly gave their reply. Then, Investigator Wang, please execute this decision immediately, said the electronic sound.